doing like some other stuff, some swings too as well. The infield here is absolutely beautiful. Whenever they get great weather, they do some great stuff out there.
So I hope you're coming out to the track and enjoying it. If not, we appreciate you following along and watching with us. There's the bounce house. You can get a good look at it. And as is always the case, plenty of excitement coming up. Not to mention the stakes, as is always the case on these big days. Some nice maiden special weight races as well. And we'll kick off our live racing action on the program with the third race here from Oaklawn. It is a maiden special weight for the 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs on the main track. And no surprise, Paul, the number 3 Motown Dynamic, the heavy favorite right now at 4-5. She ran very well on debut, just missing by a head.
Yeah, she did. She led him all the way around the racetrack to maybe the last jump or so, and she got just nipped right at the wire. Now, the third place finisher has come out of that race, come back to win. Another horse had come out of that race and run a good second. So she's very live in here. My one worry, I'm not a fan of horses that are clear in the stretch and have never raced before. Sometimes they'll wait on horses. I do think the 7 is a foe that is, you know, close enough at that price at 7-2 that can give 3 worries. And then the 2, you talked about the breeding on the 2 in here, getting bet a little bit with Isaac Castillo.
Yeah, the 2-horse Havaha has a huge pedigree. She's actually the half-sister to Serengeti Empress, trained, of course, by our colleague Tom Amos. She won the Kentucky Oaks as well as the Ballerina. Very fast horse. Curious as to what this filly by Hansen will do.
Yeah, it's very interesting pedigree, but obviously Mama was very good, so we'll see what happens here. Like I said, she's getting bet here, but, you know, the 3 is the horse to beat and catch. I'm just a little leery that she might wait on horses again.
We'll see what happens. Race 3 coming up from Oaklawn Park to kick off our live racing on the program. Send it up to track announcer Matt Dinneman for the call.
Here's Brownie Bay. We're ready to go. And they're off. Motown Dynamic popped out of the gate, waste no time, sent along by Tyler Gaffleone to get to the front. She's established a clear lead. Belle of the Bluegrass runs in second with Cruise Missile. Vino Bello easing off the pace with Bang Bang Fury, Brownie Bay, and Pewter's Promise. 4 runners, 3 lengths off the pace setter. Havaha is the early trailer down the backstretch. Motown Dynamic with a clear and comfy lead in the early part, leads by about 2. Cruise Missile takes the second spot with Belle of the Bluegrass, Brownie Bay in the green, 3 deep into the turn. Bang Bang Fury, patiently ridden, gets to the rail. She's 4 lengths behind. Pewter's Promise losing position. Vino Bello moving up alongside of Bang Bang Fury while under pressure, and Havaha is well out of it now as they round the forward turn. Motown Dynamic doing it well on the front end. Belle of the Bluegrass right behind, has to tap off of heels as Motown Dynamic gets to the rail, cuts the corner, opens up 2.5. Belle of the Bluegrass running in second. Bang Bang Fury trying to rally on, but Motown Dynamic now asks for her best, and she kicks away to a decisive win. She's 4 ahead, and nobody's getting close to her. Motown Dynamic in a powerful victory, and lifetime start number 2 wrapped up in the end. Belle of the Bluegrass was second, Bang Bang Fury third, Vino Bello fourth.
The favorite gets the job done. Motown Dynamic for Steve Asmussen. Never in doubt here, Paul.
No, she broke very sharply, just like she did in her debut, and Tyler Gaffleone got her to the front end, was able to ration out her speed a little bit. Although she, 46 and change, but she finished up in 110 and 1. The first time starter of the 4, Belle of the Bluegrass, ran very, very well, put some pressure on her. She was just second best.
Yeah, she's one to watch moving forward. Riley Mott still looking for his first win of the meet, but that first-time starter making a good account of herself on debut. Well, as we mentioned, coming up a little bit later on today, we will have the Rebel. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week, and it came up a good one, a very competitive field. Now, there is a scratch in the outside in Time for Truth, who would have been stretching out for the first time. And Paul, I know you got a chance to speak to trainer Ron Moquette with going elsewhere, but it does change how the pace could potentially play out here.
Yeah, it does change. Time for Truth is a very talented horse who lost to Valentine Candy. I just got off the phone actually with Ron about 15 minutes before the show started, and he basically said, listen, we're going to give this horse a race going a mile. The 13 holes too much of an ask, and then we're going to go maybe to the Arkansas Derby after that. Now, when it comes to Timberlake, he's 6-5 on the morning line, Acacia. And, you know, if he runs anywhere near this race, and I get it, it's over a sloppy racetrack, or if he runs anywhere near his Breeders' Cup race, he's going to be really tough to handle.
Finished 4th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile behind Fierceness. Muth, who came back to win a Grade 2, and his 3-year-old debut, Fierceness, was 3rd in the Holy Bull. Did certainly regress, so you wonder what's going to be that jump from 2 to 3. But Timberlake, here he is saying bye, bye, bye to the field and the champagne. Oh, I've got a bunch of them today.
The worries that you have with Timberlake, he's going to be a short favorite. He started this horse at 5.5 furlongs. Then he went to 7 furlongs. And I know he's progressed this horse, but his best race has been in a 1-turn mile. He ran an incredible, I thought, incredible 4th. He might have been second best in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Nobody was beating Fierceness that day. But is there a worry that maybe he's not as good going long? And Cox started him going 5.5 furlongs. Usually he goes a little bit more, but you can't argue with this graphic right here.
Brad Cox's success here at Oaklawn has been astounding. Won last year's Arkansas Derby with Angel of Empire. He already Freedom, who won the Smarting Jones this year, is the potential going into that Arkansas Derby, and could have another huge contender with Timberlake today. But for more on one of the other favorites in today's Rebel Field, let's head over live and check in with the 3rd member of our team live here at Oaklawn, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, I apologize for the puns, but I just can't help myself.
Keep it coming. Acacia is live here in the Lucas Barn. You can come by. Come on. Okay. Well, I'm getting it from either side here. But here with Just Steel, who has run well in defeat in both of his efforts in the local Derby preps here at Oaklawn, possibly against the racetrack, against the flow of those races, running a bit rank early on in both of those races, actually featuring pace collapse. So he's been valiant in his 2 runner-up efforts. Now, his trainer, D. Wayne Lucas, saying that bringing him back off of the 3 weeks from the Southwest Stakes, not a problem, as he's a big boy, as you can see here. He's full of energy as well. He's got a cool tongue move. I'll tell you about that later. But this son of Justify responds well, according to the Hall of Famer, to racing. He's one that he has brought along and developed. And despite being a stakes winner at a sprint distance, Wayne is convinced that he is one that can handle the route distances. And Wayne also said that it would be utterly epic to win for BC Stables, who is an ownership group that is just in their infantile stages, as this is their first crew of 2-year-olds, as he just gave me a little love nip there. Acacia, he's got his game face on.
Good thing you have the puff sleeves today to add a little bit of a buffer there. Maggie, take care at the Just Steel Barn. He definitely is fired up and ready to roll for today. Wayne Lucas, we saw him win the opener here today at Oaklawn Park as well. Certainly still very, very active and with a big contender in the race today.
Yeah, and his barn, like you said, is rolling. He's like 1-3 in the last couple of days. So I'm kind of with Maggie. I think that Just Steel is the 2nd most talented horse in this race behind Timberlake by far. It's just whether he wants the distance or not. And she's right. This horse has been the last horse standing. Mystic Dan was way off the pace. Catching Freedom was off the pace. And this was the horse that was standing in 2nd behind both those horses.
We'll see if he's still standing when they come down to the wire today. We'll take a look at what else is coming up on the program this afternoon. We talked a lot about the Rebel. That's one of the highlights. There's also the Honeybee for the 3-year-old fillies. The Razorback for older horses came up in absolute war. And the 4th stake on the program is the Carousel Stakes, which kicks off the cross-country Pick 5. Fast main track. That's a rarity. We love to see it at Oaklawn Park. We also have a Pick 6 carryover along with the Haynesfield over for you at Aqueduct Racetrack today. Races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. As We mentioned there's a live look at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park. We're holding down the fort at Oaklawn, but don't worry, we've got everybody back at Aqueduct as well. Andy Serling, Sarah El Badwi here with us. Guys, we have the sun shining, which we're thrilled to see here at Oaklawn, and looking forward to a great day at both tracks.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We actually appreciate you guys doing the heavy lifting for us. If we had our way, you guys would just take the whole show for us and maybe cover the Aqueduct races as well. But we do have a lot of action coming up here. We've got 8 races left, or not 7 races, excuse me, to go, including our feature at Haynesfield.
Yeah, it's an exciting matchup of 2 horses that will be the shorter prices. Dr. Ardito, Maker's Candy, horses that have different running styles, and we'll see who ultimately prevails on top in here. But those do seem like the 2 most likely winners of this race going in.
Yeah, with our pick 6 carryover of over 22,000 beginning in the 4th race today, most players will be leaning very heavily on Maker's Candy and Dr. Ardito. Anybody else would be an upset here. Maker's Candy drew very well on the far outside, probably going to be stalking the long shot with speed inside of him. And he's in raging form for Mike Maker, who's having a tremendous meeting here at Aqueduct.
And he's a horse that had shown some flashes of ability in the past and really hadn't put all of that together. But over his last 3 races, he's really been able to win in succession with high Beyer speed figures, taking that state bred race, then jumping up to that 100 Beyer speed figure and a 99 last time out when he was able to get the victory over Bold Endeavor and Unoho. He's just in really great form right now, and he's going to be ahead of his main rival, Dr. Ardito.
Dr. Ardito, though, has more experience in stake races and has even run competitively in some open races with his very good 3rd in the 49er. In his last race, he had a very nice win in the Alex M. Robb, running down his uncoupled stablemate aggregation.
Yeah, that was a good race for him to sort of get back on track following some excuses that he had in the Cigar Mile, where he was really against the racetrack that day. So good to see him come back with a win in there. And overall, he is a little bit more class tested than Maker's Candy.
Horses are in the paddock for today's 3rd race, which will be starting off that middle pick 4 as well. And there's a maiden field going a mile. These are actually 3-year-old fillies. And there's really nobody in here that has done a significant amount of running. In fact, even the 5 Colorful Lady, who's vying for favoritism, has never been on the dirt. The horses are heading onto the track for today's 3rd race. We'll hear from Richard Migliori in a few moments. But first, as they head to the track, the number 1, Patricia Ann, goes out for Carlos Martin with Jose Gomez.
Did show speed first time out and faded going a route of ground, maybe something to build on for her 2nd start.
First of 2 for Chad Brown and Chantilly Road. Dylan Davis rides this one.
Well, she's taking no money right now, but she was favored first time out at Tampa, now stretching out in distance.
The favorite right now, and probably a forwardly placed horse, Growth Rate, Manny Franco running for Chad.
And I guess flattered a little bit when Value Area came back to run a solid 3rd the other day in a stakes.
Number 4, Just Music, the most accomplished of these runners, but also had a lot of chances for Linda Rice.
She's one that comes from a little bit further off the pace, though Linda Rice does do well with quick turnarounds like this.
2nd-time starter for Todd Pletcher, ships from Florida, Eric Cancel.
It's not really an overwhelming dirt pedigree for this one, who is trying the surface for the first time, but these connections take money.
Dexter Haddock rides the long shot for Uriah St. Louis, Sweet Distraction.
One of her better races was here when she was 2nd sort of against the track bias to Class Act, but her last 2 races at Parks have been regressions off of that.
She is a long shot to close it out. We want to remind people you can follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. As they're heading out to the track, and there's our man Richard Migliori chomping at the bit to tell us about these runners in the 3rd.
Guys, absolutely beautiful day here. There is a little bit of a wind coming from the north heading towards the south, so that'll be a headwind down the backstretch. It's not really significant, but it's steady, and you can see the flag kind of bearing that out. We're going to start with the 2, Chantilly Road. I like this horse a great deal. She's my top selection. Looking at her from a physical perspective and certainly from a pedigree perspective, I think she'll appreciate stretching to the mile. She did take that money that Sarah talked about first time out. Now, maybe it was a function of Chad Brown with a first-time starter at Tampa that really attracted the attention. But I like the way she's trained since that race. She could not look any better. I say she's sporting her Florida tan still, right? Having been training down at Payson Park throughout most of the winter. She looks fantastic, and I do think that she'll be forward because she did show that speed sprinting. The 3, Growth Rate, the other Chad Brown, listen, makes a lot of sense. Looks fine. I prefer the 2, Chantilly Road, from a physical perspective, and the price is better, so that's where I landed. And the 4, Just Music, turning around in 6 days, real quick turnaround, but we've seen Linda be successful with that move in the past. And when I look at horses turning around after, short layoff like this, you're looking to see if they tucked up, if the race maybe kind of took something away from them. I didn't see that with the 4 Just Music. She's carrying good weight. She looks really good. And again, a move that Linda's been successful with in the past.
Thanks a lot, Richie. And Richie's right. Linda Rice does bring horses back on short rest, and she has had success doing it. And I believe he's not the only runner that's going to be a reasonably short price today, because Good Reunion, the last race today, who may well be the favorites, coming back in just 6 days also.
Yeah, and look, 1 to 7 days, dirt routes here. She's 9 for 24 over the past 5 years, 38%, $3.07 ROI. So they usually pay okay as well when she does this. With Just Music, she's had a little bit more of an opportunity to get her picture taken than some of the other contenders in this field, but she's certainly a very viable player going in.
Got those results from Oaklawn where the favorite Motown Dynamic got it done. The 4 Bella Bluegrass, and I'm sure Acacia watched this. It had worked extremely well a year ago, the 2-year-old sales. So for those that think that looking at 2-year-old sales works a year later, I guess you missed out on a $62 Exacta with a horse that filled out the Exacta at a big price. Heading into the gate, I know you like Chantilly Road, as Richie does as well. I like Growth Rate. They should both be forward. We'll find out what happens in the 3rd race, starting off that middle pick 4. 1 race before the pick 6 carryover begins. Chris Griffin has the call.
Just Music. Colorful Lady. Sweet Distraction to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Maybe a step slow there for Chantilly Road, who's the early trailer. Speed to the inside from Patricia Ann, right out towards the front, and there's Colorful Ladies in the early mix as well. It's Patricia Ann, gets off the rail, is now taking the lead, and challenged by Colorful Lady. It's these two from out of the chute. Sweet Distraction is behind them in 3rd. At the rail, here comes Growth Rate. In between horses there, Just Music, and after the start, Chantilly Road is the trailer. Patricia Ann's got the front as Patricia Ann. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, is a neck in front of Colorful Lady right there from 2nd. Sweet Distraction, the long shot out in the center of the racetrack, is in 3rd. At the rail, there's Growth Rate, who's now in 4th. Just Music is tracking from 5th, and Chantilly Road, getting the hurry up here from the back, is still 3 off the lead. Patricia Ann approaches the half-mile point here, and it's Patricia Ann who's got the lead by a length and a half. 48 and 3 for that half-mile time. Here's Growth Rate, and Growth Rate is trying to move through at the rail and doing just that. Sweet Distraction is 3 wide. In between horses, there's Colorful Lady trying to keep up. Just Music has backed off of them, is under a hold, is trying to look for a seam. At the back, it's still Chantilly Road. Patricia Ann is still the target and doing it nicely. It's Patricia Ann and Jose Gomez. Now Let's It Out is up by 2. Sweet Distraction has taken 2nd. Stalling there was Growth Rate, drop back. Just Music has now found that seam, and here's Just Music, who's rallying on and tips towards the outside, is now taken 2nd. Patricia Ann got the jump. It's Patricia Ann, who's still got a 3-length cushion. Just Music is starting to commence a rally here, but running out of time. Patricia Ann, Just Music, 16th left to go. Patricia Ann, Just Music keeps chasing. Patricia Ann takes them all the way. Patricia Ann gets it over Just Music, Sweet Distraction, and Chantilly Road in 1 minute 41.34 seconds.
One of the reasons we've seen Jose Gomez having a terrific meet is he's been very aggressive. And while Patricia Ann didn't really figure to be the speed, you would have thought that Growth Rate would be more forwardly placed. The 2 got left. Growth Rate was oddly rated. And Jose Gomez on Patricia Ann just buried him on the front end.
Exactly. This horse had everything go her own way and had that experience routing under her belt, so possibly something to build off of and have a little bit more stamina to hold on in this race. But you're absolutely right. Nobody else really had much of an interest in pressing this horse early outside of Colorful Lady, who maybe she didn't handle the dirt quite as well, but she just had no response in the stretch. So with her out of the picture, Patricia Ann just kept on going. And another 2nd place finish for Just Music, a horse that does give herself a lot of work to do. She's run very consistently well, but hasn't found herself getting quite all the way to the winner's circle just yet.
She got a nice ride from Jose Lezcano, was second best. Patricia Ann improved a lot for our friend Carlos Martin to get the victory for Blue Devil Racing Stable. A nice maiden breaker, long way back to the others, and I'm not sure why Colorful Lady was favored here. Maybe it's people thought she hadn't done anything yet to prove she shouldn't be, but running her on synthetic first time didn't show a lot of confidence shipping up from Florida. But it's Patricia Ann getting the job done. Jose Gomez continues what has been an absolutely sensational meet for him, and I love his aggressive riding. And he's really taking advantage of the passivity by the other riders.
And he's also a rider that's been very attuned to many of our track biases as well, able to sort of save ground when he needs to and to really ride those advantageous rails. So being able to pay attention to when the track is playing a certain way has also really helped him just deliver those smart rides.
Yeah, I don't think it was a case of the bias today. I think it's just being aggressive with a horse. And if you missed it the first time, apparently Maggie, fortunately, she's okay. We'd hate to lose her. Welcome back to America's Day of the Races. A full team here at Aqueduct, a full team down at Oaklawn Park as well, and plenty of action coming up. But we started out with a nice victory on the front end by the number one in today's third race for our friend Carlos Martin. Patricia Ann wires the field.
Yeah, she was left alone on the front end. Jose Gomez gave her a very aggressive heads-up ride from that inside post. She had some route experience in the past. Bringing that into this race maybe helped her have the stamina to see it out. And Just Music, just a little bit too late.
Yeah, she feels like a horse is kind of comfortable running second, but Patricia Ann able to improve significantly with that heads-up ride to break her maiden at $15. Good luck. We've seen some relatively short prices the first couple of legs this pick 5, but this one will open things up a little bit. Hope you had her to start out that middle pick 4 as well, as we are right on top of the pick 6 carryover in race number 4, but there's just so much action to come, and a rider who is really coming into his own. Keith Asmussen, you see him with his father Steve. We'll have more on him and a lot more as America's Day at the Races continues.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955 200 200 down to in the back. Patrick 200,000. Thank you.
spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. There's the bounce house. It looks like that's where the party is. I haven't seen Maggie in a little while. I wonder if we lost her over there, Paul.
Wow, that could be like a little bit of like Ninja Warrior games. We could go in there, crawl underneath, do some pull-ups, push-ups, go on the
Pull-ups?
tree.
Speak for yourself. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. Race 4, Oaklawn Park coming up next. We're sprinting, going 6 furlongs, first level allowance for 4-year-olds and upward. Nice competitive field coming up here as the favorite is currently 3-1 on the outside. But first, we're going to meet the field, starting things off with Breslau went by. First off the claim, here's Gunflash.
I like this horse, Gunflash. I know last time he didn't really like the slop, but I think if he gets back to his last 2 races before that, he's going to be tough in here.
Late Night Radio, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, the horse has been off the layoff. You do get Ramon Vasquez at 24-1.
Here is Efficiency, just missed behind Jackman, who we saw win yet another yesterday.
Yeah, Carlos Santamaria, he's had one of those meets. He had another second-place finish. His horses have been firing, just haven't got to the winner's circle. Horse looks tremendous on the track.
Here's the 5, cold as hell for the coach, Wayne Lucas.
Well, coach is hot. I wouldn't leave out anything for Mr. Lucas. It seems like his horses are starting to circle around here.
He's the opposite of cold as hell right now.
Yeah.
Here's the 6, Lake Radio.
Yeah, Matt Shearer is such a heady claiming trainer. Claimed this one for 30, and this horse almost won last time out.
Also behind Jackman, who's been on that roll. Spitesville, we haven't seen since November.
Yeah, we saw a horse for CR Trout yesterday. CR, a trainer that we usually see at Remington Park and at Lone Star, very capable conditioner.
Unraptured going on to the dirt today.
This horse is the interesting horse, right? 2 dirt races. They were both at fairs in Pleasanton in California, but the horse has got good synthetic form. And Bill Murray with his first start at the meet.
Plenty of speed with the 9 Sinners. Sin went by. Here's the 10 WW Scouts Honor.
You know, Scott Becker, such a prolific trainer in St. Louis, has not won a race here. He's going to win one sooner or later.
Favorite Outlaw, the tepid favorite at 3-1.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that the public's the favorite Outlaw can get to the front end with the Bug Boy, but he doesn't get as many pounds as you think in this race.
And Mr. Thunderstruck cutting back.
Yeah, for Kelly Von Hemmel here and Chris Landeros, big long shot at 39-1.
On the number 8, Unraptured, we'll see Keith Asmussen riding, young rider, of course, the son of his Hall of Fame training father, Steve. He had a 4-win day here at Oaklawn the other day, and he's going to be riding for his dad in the Rebel later on today. Paul with Laganos. There's a look at him getting ready in the stall. He's 10-1 on the morning line, but I know Steve told me yesterday it's just so special when he has the opportunity to team up with his son. They teamed up for a win together yesterday with Rivet.
You know, and this is a horse that won first time out on the turf at Kentucky Downs. That's actually not the MO of Steve Asmussen. He really doesn't run a ton of horses on the turf course, but then he went right to a route race, and I thought the horse ran tremendous first time going long at 29-1, and then I think everybody figured, okay, this horse got a little bit of talent here. Won next time out. He set the pace in the Smarty Jones. That kind of collapsed, and he was not too far back. He could be dangerous here, and I think he's going to be under, like you said, those odds.
It's interesting because there's a lot of speed and like sprint speed in the pedigree too. I mean, he's by Cantharos, there's speed. You've got a Speightstown mare in the bottom side speed. He's after Vision Perfect, who is a very quick turf sprinter, so you can understand the start, and yet he's able to transfer that speed going long.
Yeah, and I think he's one of those horses, if you watch his last race, I don't think he wants to be on the front end. I think he needs a target. So maybe somebody else goes to the front and some other speed in here. Then maybe he can lay in that first flight, but not on the front end.
Perhaps the stablemate Carbone from the rail will be the one setting the pace. We'll see how that pace does play out a little bit later on in the Rebel. As far as this fourth race here, Keith Asmussen going to be on the number 8 Unraptured for Bill Morey. 5-2 favorite on the 11 favorite Outlaw. You brought up a good point in the post parade about how you thought this pace could potentially play out.
Well, if you look at Favorite Outlaw, I mean, he's run some really fast races way back in a couple muddied up races. So he's got 2 sloppy races where he ran well and then he didn't run well. But his fast races on fast racetracks, he's 1 for 8 with 6 seconds. So he likes to check in second a lot. And I'm not taking a horse at 5-2 from the 11 post. I understand he's got some speed, but I think there's enough speed in here to set up for a horse like the 2 Gun Flash. And Carl Broberg's barn has been going hot. He won with Jackman. I know he lost Jackman in a 20-something way shake. Actually,
27-way shake
to Greg Compton.
Jackman.
But I just think that if he can break a little bit better Gun Flash today and sit in that spot, I think he's got a big shot. I'm just against the 11 on that outside post. I get it. The figures are there, but I just don't love the post position.
Doesn't it feel like Sin or Sin is going to be the one that might be quick earliest, the 9?
Yeah, fast horse for Rafael Bejarano. And this horse has been break sharp, too. Good gate horse.
See if he can run back to that impressive win at Ellis back in the summer. Has not been quite there as of late. 5-2 favorite to the outside with the number 11 favorite Outlaw loading in for the 4th race today. We'll send it up to track announcer Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Cold as hell going in. Favorite Outlaw. 2 back. Lake Radio. And Mr. Thunderstruck. Here's Mr. Thunderstruck. We're ready to go. And we're off. Cold as Hell broke sharply today, sent out for the lead. WW Scouts Honor has speed. Favorite Outlaw easing off that pair, not far off though. Here comes Breslau moving forward on the inside and passes them all. And Breslau's in charge. Breslau leads by a half length. Cold as Hell presses. Favorite Outlaw in the 3rd spot with WW Scouts Honor. Late Night Radio tucked in behind them with Unraptured and Sinner's Sin, who's 3 wide. A length and a half back to Lake Radio. He's 2 lengths clear of Spitesville. Mr. Thunderstruck getting to the rail, broke from the outside post. He's 8 or 9 behind into the far turn run, and a gap of 4 to Efficiency. Gun Flash is the trailer as they round the far turn. Battle continues on the lead between Breslau and Cold as Hell. Cold as Hell drops back to 3rd. He's under pressure. Favorite Outlaw's ready to pounce on Breslau, and these 2 are together off the turn. Favorite Outlaw has to accelerate, sticks ahead in front. Now it's a half length, make it a full length on Breslau's 2nd. WW Scouts Honor in the 3rd. Coming to the 16th pole, Favorite Outlaw clear on the lead. Breslau trying to hold on for 2nd. WW Scouts Honor passing him into 2nd, but coming to the line, it's Favorite Outlaw. Favorite Outlaw wins it by 2.5 lengths. Breslau out finishing WW Scouts Honor for the 2nd spot, and 4th was Late Night Radio.
Favorite Outlaw, the favorite, gets it done. He went off at 9-5. Once he switched to that outside lead, Paul, you could see him there on the left lead. Once he switched, then he got that extra little kick that he needed to pull away from the speed.
Yeah, that's a great call. And good job by the apprentice here, Joey Bellemare, because he he kind of waited for the horse to switch leads instead of using his crop, and he did a good job. This horse was much the best. Good job by the Aiden here who fought to stay in. And was that the one? Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah, Breslau, who was up on the pace most of the way, and I thought fought and held the 10 off for second, but no doubt about the winner, Favorite Outlaw.
Yeah, 11-1-10 game for the second place finish there, but no doubt about the winner in the fourth at Oaklawn Park. Back over at Aqueduct, it is pick 6 carryover time with the starter allowance coming up in the fourth race. Andy, I know I was very excited about the Timberlake puns today, and you've just been waiting for this carryover.
Well, I'm waiting for lots of things, Acacia. I'm waiting to see if Timberlake pay $3.20 and race in the Rebel today. I think he's going to be a force going forward in the Kentucky Derby Trail. He's a very good horse. I think he's been one of the favorites in the Derby pools. But pick 6 carryover, $22,846, starts at race number 4. And it's not an easy race, but Sarah, it is a race that probably got easier for the legitimate favorite, the 8 Noda, with the scratch of the 7 Night Effect.
A horse that was projecting to be forward and challenge him for that early position, and now towards that outside post position, it seems like he'll have an easier time of it on the front end as he tries to get that extra furlong today, going the mile from the 7 furlongs last time. And his win last time, it was pretty solid. I know it was against horses that maybe look like they might be lesser on paper, but he really ran in there.
Let's head down to the paddock to get more on today's fourth race from the MIG.
Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm going to just talk about 2 horses from a physical perspective that really are standing out, and they're coming out of a common race. The 3 Magical Ways could not look any better for Rudy Rodriguez. Him and Ruben Silveira have been a good hot combination recently, and Magical Ways could not look any better. Really sharp-looking daughter of, son of McLean's Music. The 5 horse as well, Barnstorming, also coming out of the race. A horse that hasn't really shown as much speed as it did when this horse broke his maiden for 50 at Churchill Downs last fall. But I think if he can get away cleanly and put himself a little more in the game. But again, these 2 stand out physically. They both come from terrific barns. Linda Rice, obviously, and Rudy Rodriguez. And I'm just having a little bit of a problem when I was looking at this race, figuring out how the pace is going to shape up. And I'm really curious to get your guys' opinion. I know if I was like on the horse like the 2, possibly Magnificent Mile, I think I'm coming out running and see if I can control things, because it just looks like a race that's crying out for someone to take control.
I'm not sure the 2 could control things without a jet engine on his back, but I'm hoping he's a little bit more forward than he projects to be. But I think that Noda's going to be in front in here.
I agree with you. It seems like it was between him and Night Effect, and with Night Effect coming out, we've seen how aggressive Jose Gomez has been as of late, especially in that last race. You have to assume he's going.
Yeah, I listen, I like the 2 Magnificent Mile a little bit, but I hadn't really considered him a possibility in the front. But we are seeing horses doing well towards the inside. Whether it's a bias or not remains to be seen. Well, Favorite Outlaw is a horse that really took his sweet time getting his 2nd career victory after a very promising maiden win a couple of years ago. But he gets his 2nd win in just 3 starts after running 2nd 7 of his first 11.
Not a favorite that you or I were totally in love with, but he ran well in this spot. He was up close to a pace that was pretty hot in here. Breslau was able to hold on for 2nd, but he was always in a good position to be successful in this race, and he drew away pretty impressively.
It is interesting that the speeds did as well as they did, and nobody really picked up any significant ground, because it did appear that it'd be contested pace among quite a few horses, but Favorite Outlaw gets it done with the hot-running apprentice, Joseph Bellemere, pays $5.80 on the win end. If you had Breslau, you could have connected for that $65.60 exact for $2. Back to Aqueduct as they're still walking around the paddock, getting ready for today's 4th race, kicking off that pick 6. And we have a minute here. Why don't we talk about the pick 6? And is there anybody in this sequence, Sarah, that you would lean on?
Well, I think the obvious horses in the Haynes field are the 2 favorites with Dr. Ardito and Maker's Candy. I like 5-2 in race 6 a little bit more than you do. You had some interest in first time starting Ariana Rye, so that's a race maybe to go a little bit thinner in. I think the 7th race is really tough. There's plenty of horses in there that I'd want to have, and the last race as well. I mean, Good Reunion makes a lot of sense, but I know that we have some interest in Been Good to Know Ya. So it's a sequence that's difficult to really have, I think, the firmest opinion in the 2nd leg. In the 5th race, that is a tough one.
Yeah, I think one of the ones you and I are not that interested in is one the public seem to like in this race, in Proven Hope, who is currently vying for favoritism. But we have a long way to go as the 1 is coming on the track, and that's Seeking Unity going out for Rudy Rodriguez. And I want to say we missed him, but
He left us.
He left us. How about the 2? Magnificent Mile. Trevor McCarthy rides this one.
This is a horse that makes some sense, but I felt like you did that he would be a little bit further off of the pace.
Yeah, I do like his chances. The number 3 went by. That was Magical Ways, a horse I know you like. The 4 is Screaming Uncle for Linda Rice.
Yeah, first off the claim for Linda Rice. He is stepping up in class, but we know how dangerous she is.
Barnstorming going by for Linda Rice as well. And there's Proven Hope. Heeman Harkey riding for Eddie Barker.
Yeah, a horse that's actually cutting back a little bit in distance, and he did win his last 2 at the mile. I don't really love all the early money on him right now.
Noda shot out of the post parade like a European getting into the post track. Jose Gomez looking for his 2nd straight.
Yeah, a horse that will have to stretch that speed a little bit further, but as we've said, his ability to do so likely enhanced by that scratch.
If you want to head over to Naira Bets to check out the track stats, you can always get them. It says, let me trying to find out if I have some read for this one. Caught a little off guard. Get the inside track on handicap with Naira Bets track stats. Want to know how many closers are winning sprints at Aqueduct? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on Aqueduct and tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. And there's your top choice in this race, who's currently actually the favorite, and that's Magical Ways.
Yeah, he just makes sense based on his last race where he ran very well, and maybe last time was the time or he possibly moved up on that wet track, but he was fairly close in the game here, and the pace did hold together with Reddington, a horse that was forward in this race, now having 3 wins in a row in succession, and Barnstorming was coming from so far off of it in this race, and look, Magical Ways, maybe he's been a little bit disappointing based on what you thought he was going to be earlier on in his career, but I thought that this was a big effort from him. First time in the Rudy Rodriguez barn. Now they've had a little bit more time to get to know him. He shouldn't be too far out of things early, and he just makes a lot of sense on paper.
The number 8, Noda, we talked about benefiting from the scratch. And I think the question with him a little bit is, did he really like the sloppy track and getting loose, or is he just kind of a new horse? Well, I thought he's run well in some past races. I think he's the one to beat, even though I picked the number 2 in here.
Yeah, I mean, he just makes so much sense coming in off that big performance last time out. He got an 82 Beyer speed figure for this effort, and maybe it was against easier company overall, but I think if you're trying to decipher whether or not he can handle stretching out, you can't hold his only route attempt against him. He was running against the eventual Louisiana Derby winner in Kingsbarn several starts ago at Tampa, so I don't think that you can rush to a conclusion that he can't handle getting a little bit more ground to work with in here.
Let's head down to our man, the MIG.
Yeah, guys, just following up with Noda, yeah, definitely a pace player. I just think that he's come out of races that didn't, to me, look like the paces were quite as sharp. Being outside, sometimes psychologically riders have a tendency to be less aggressive because they're not kind of forced by horses to their outside. No doubt this horse is going to be forward and probably will make the lead, but I thought the 2, Magnificent Mile, if you dig a little bit deeper, this is a horse that go 2 back, 6 furlongs at Churchill. We'll discount the first fraction because of that long run up at the, for 6 furlongs there. This horse was in front in the half at 45-3, has chased fast paces, stretching to the mile now. Last time actually broke a step slow. I think this horse has a little more pace than maybe it looks at first blush. And I can't, say how anybody else will ride and you don't know what instructions are. I just think that if I'm on the 2 Magnificent Mile, I'm coming out running. If Noda wants to lead, he's going to have to go on, spread the field, clear things out, and it's going to give me a better trip. I picked the 2 Magnificent Mile. I like the horse a little bit in the paddock, liked him even more on the racetrack, and at a big price, I think he's going to be forward in a race that you want to be forward in.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Well, I hope you're right about Magnificent Mile. I have my reservations about him. I took a bit of a shot with him, and listen, he's the longest shot on the board, so that's not really a surprise because I think there's some question marks whether he's not going to be as effective at a mile and whether or not at the end of the day he's really good enough to win this race. I feel like he's a little bit better than he looks, so he has a chance to get a piece. I hope he's a little bit forward. I don't know if he can win trying to wire the field. Are you surprised that Noda has gone up to the 4-1 third choice?
We've seen a lot of
Now 7-2.
fluctuation in these odds throughout the wagering, and ultimately, I'm sure you're looking up the double will pays now to see who will be that favorite at post time. But, I mean, his chances really increased once Night Effect came out of this race, and he was never really that big of a price. He was 9-2 morning line, so it makes sense that with that scratch, he is what he is right now at 7-2, but I'm surprised that he's the same price as Proven Hope.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the will pays, no, I don't really look at the will pays that much anymore because there's CAW play in the will pays that isn't in the win pool. So one thing that's changed here at NYRA, you know, you can do it at Oaklawn, you do it at other tracks, Tampa Bay, a lot of them really, Gulfstream, pretty much most of them, but not here. Very often you'll see horses that are favored second choices in the will pays here that end up the third choice. And so, no, I don't really look as much here. I mean, I do want to look at the beginning, and sometimes you see a horse open up at a short price and you're surprised. So you look at the will pays and the horse is the sixth choice. So you know the horse is going to change. But they're not correlated here at NYRA since we basically, there's very little ADW play, or CAW play, excuse me, in the win pool.
Very much ADW play, thankfully. Right, it's kind of an even board as far as the horses that make sense on paper in terms of Magical Ways. Noda, Proven Hope seems to be liked by many in terms of the wagering. You and Richie disagree about where Magnificent Mile will be early, but you both have some interest in him.
Listen, Trevor's watching the track. He knows the inside's been playing pretty well. Not saying it's a strong bias, but it's certainly a place to be. And Trevor may be inclined to be more forward. He is stretching out a bit. Richie seems to think he can be the speed. Now, listen, maybe he will be, and if he's loose in the lead, I won't be crying. I just didn't think he'd be the speed. He didn't really project to be to me, but that's just a different opinion. And I think the number 8 has gone down to 5-2. So the money came in. The horses are going in the gate. Pick 6 carryover, kicking off. Race number 4. Let's get the call from Chris Griffin.
Noda steps forward. Close the front of the gate, is in. All set. And they're off. Stumble at the start for Noda, and off slowly was Proven Hope, the 2 outside runners. Barnstorming flashes early speed. Noda is quick as well. After the stumble, now collects himself and Noda towards the far outside. Has got a neck in front of Barnstorming, who's going to track from second at the rail. Here comes Seeking Unity, is a joint third as there was Screaming Uncle. Just behind them as they come out of the chute is Magnificent Mile, is in the 5th position. Just a leisurely tempo early. Magical Ways and the trailer. That's Proven Hope. 24 seconds flat. The rail is open here for Seeking Unity, is trying to push on through. Barnstorming is still a neck in front. And now Barnstorming kicks on, and Barnstorming and at the rail Seeking Unity. Out wider is Noda, 3 wide. In between horses, Screaming Uncle is looking for some room. Screaming Uncle's in the 4th position at the rail. That's Magnificent Mile, who's in tight as well. 3 wide in that group is Magical Ways. The trailer at the back of the field is Proven Hope. 3 across the racetrack here. They went 48.36 for the half-mile time. A 3-way battle for the front. Noda now puts a nose in front. Barnstorming still right there at the rail comes Seeking Unity. Just in behind them, Magical Ways. Ruben Silvera making up some ground from 4th. Losing ground quickly was Screaming Uncle. From the back, Proven Hope is trying to launch a rally with Magnificent Mile. They reach the top of the stretch. Noda's got the lead. Seeking Unity goes right with this rival towards the inside, and they are head and head as they approach a final furlong. Magical Ways is trying to catch them both. Proven Hope and Heeman Harkey from far, far out of it on the grandstand side. It's Noda who's taking the lead. Magical Ways making hard work of it back. Here comes Magical Ways. Proven Hope is trying to swarm as well. Magical Ways has taken the lead. To the outside, it's Proven Hope who's rallying on late. Magical Ways gets the victory. It's Magical Ways who wins it over Proven Hope, Noda, and Seeking Unity in 1:40.3.
Well, the eventual favorite, Magical Ways, gets the right trip and gets it done, running him down. And we didn't love Proven Hope, but he ran well and justified his backing as well, as maybe the pace a little hot for Noda, but the best horse was Magical Ways.
Yeah, he's had the right kind of trip, able to sit just off of those horses that did want that forward position. 3 of them across the racetrack, as Chris Griffin mentioned, and Proven Hope really rallying from far back in here, but Magical Ways just got the jump on him. Noda, I don't think he did anything wrong. You know, he bobbled a little bit coming out of the starting gate, but he got himself right into position in this race. Ultimately, just could not hold off Magical Ways.
Yeah, there are different kinds of stumbles at the start. The ones that sort of propel horses forward don't usually seem to hinder their final finish. He had his chance. The pace was fairly moderate. I mean, at the very least, it was a fair pace in here. He just proved not to be quite good enough. Maybe he doesn't want the mile. Maybe he's just not good enough. But 3 of the choices running 1, 2, 3, but Magical Ways kicks it off. For a second there, it looked like we'd have a little bit of a blow up in the pick 6 with the 1 Seeking Unity fighting into the stretch, but just didn't have enough.
No, he ran well. I mean, he fought barnstorming. He was trying to come after Noda, but ultimately he just did not have the horse to go on by.
It's been a long day of racing already with a lot more racing to come. Been a big day over in Saudi Arabia showing those races earlier, and it was a horse that's coming out of the Cigar Mile a couple of starts ago, the recently downgraded Cigar Mile. Well, he was the hero at the end of the Saudi Cup. More on that when we come back. Well, welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and you'll see a jubilant winner's circle celebration with the number 3 Magical Ways getting it done. Ruben Silvera riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, second off the claim for them. Ran well first off the claim to finish second to an in-form horse right now in Reddington, and sat a very nice trip today in here just off of the speed and able to just keep grinding away to get the victory.
Gets the job done and kicks off the pick 6 as the favorite, but not a substantial favorite. See how things go forward. Of course, the pick 5, the late pick 5, kicks off in race number 5. The early one closes here. Looking at them now, the lowest one is the bottom at $1,000 for 50 cents. So if you're alive, best of luck in there, and best of luck in the pick 6 as well. Well, as we said, and there's Magical Way paying $7.10. Exactipate a generous $17.60. Looking at the prices there, the first and third choice getting the money in there with Noda closing it out as the third choice, as the second choice, excuse me.
Yeah, he ran well. I mean, just couldn't hack it going that far. There was enough pace on as well.
Head over to Saudi Arabia where they had their big race there, and it was probably far and away the strongest field they had, and a race that had plenty of speed, Sarah, as well. And Saudi Crown ran a remarkable race really to finish third, considering the pace that he was cutting out.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was really impressive, and he had kind of ducked into the chute area at the start, too, and had to get back on track. But ultimately, it was finally enough pace for a horse in Senor Buscador to finally get his nose down on the wire. As you can see, he's all the way outside, closing in, highlighted right there. A horse that really has just danced every dance. Breeders' Cup Classic, second in the Cigar Mile against the track bias, good second in the Pegasus World Cup, and then he gets that invite to come over for this rich race and finally gets the win under Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, some nice performances in there. National Treasure running well to be fourth, and last year's Dubai World Cup winner running second. And you know, it's interesting. I think this is a reasonable discussion point, the difference between a 1-turn mile and an eighth and a 2-turn mile and an eighth, and the fact that he got that faster pace, and the difference between trying to close the track like Gulfstream Park, which is habitually, not always, but often favorable towards front runners, but a 1-turn mile and an eighth with that fast pace suited him like a glove.
It really did. I'm glad that they took the opportunity to go over, and I feel as though this must just be so rewarding for his connections to have had this horse in consistent good form, always really showing up on the biggest of stages, and then finally getting that victory of his own on the biggest stage of them all.
You know what's really rewarding? The $10 million winner's share.
Yeah, like little
that is
helpful.
really the most rewarding part. Now, I got to tell you, I was doing a little rooting in the Columbus Circle subway station waiting for the A train to come this morning because I was rooting for the hometown guy, Bookham Dano, who we've seen run so well at Aqueduct. And he took a brutal beat to a very, very highly regarded horse from Japan and Forever Young.
I mean, this horse ran his heart out in here. This was such a big effort from him going over there and really sort of opening up on this field in the late stages, but Forever Young just kept coming at him. And Forever Young is a serious horse for Japan, possibly coming into this year's Kentucky Derby, able to get his nose down right on the wire. But Bookham Dano, he ran so well in defeat.
Just an excellent performance by both of them. And for Forever Young, favored or not, to make up the kind of ground he did in the late stages is really impressive. Because, I mean, coming the eighth vault, you wouldn't have given a nickel for his chances. Bookham Dano looked home. I read Ortiz, thought he was going to get the money. A very nice race by both of those horses. But Forever Young, now they're going to take a path that's proven to be a disaster for us, the Derby in the past, of going to Dubai to try to get points, and then a few weeks later, 6 weeks later, going to the Kentucky Derby. I would love to see one of these Japanese horses come to America, get settled in, and get a couple of preps here, because he may be a very talented horse, but this is a route that has proven year after year after year to produce bad performances in the Derby.
It's just not a pathway to success, and it's why you were kind of excited about a horse like Mandarin Hero, who came here and ran in the Santa Anita Derby first.
They're getting the hook out for us. We're going to take a quick break. America's Day at the Races continues.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornoch is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
They're off in the 2023 first crop sires race. Maximum Mischief makes the lead with the most 2-year-old maiden special winners by any sire. On the backstretch, Mitoli and Omaha Beach close the gap with stakes performers from coast to coast. Vino Rosso finds his best and leads on the turn with 4 Grade 1 colts on dirt. But it's Mitoli with his 3rd TDM Rising Star, your champion freshman, leading an impressive Spendthrift Superfecta.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and we want to welcome everybody from Bally Sports, Southern California, and San Diego as well, as America's Day at the Races continues. Sarah Abadwi is joining me up here, but the whole crew is somewhere. They're here, they're down at Oaklawn Park. Lots of action from Oaklawn Park as well, but a lot of fun to come on today's show.
Yeah, plenty of stakes races still to come here and over at Oaklawn, of course. Big day for them with, of course, the Rebel coming up and the return of Timberlake.
Yeah, he is obviously the big dog in the Rebel, but we'll see. If you don't like him and you beat him, you're probably going to get paid in there. The horses are on the track and heading towards the gate for Oaklawn. Are we going to our friend Maggie Wolfendale? Maggie, take it away.
Well, thank you, Andy. Yeah, as you were mentioning, the Brad Cox barn looking to get Timberlake back on track in the Rebel, but they'll send out one here who is your current favorite in number 8, Enigmatic. Now, just a quick program change. She is getting Lasix for the first time. She also adds those shortcut cheater blinkers, but she's okay. She can win. I thought there were some other interesting propositions here, including one for Kenny McPeak, who is experiencing a very nice Oaklawn meet so far. And that's number 11, My Favorite Girl. Yeah, she has had her chances, this being her 6th career start. But last time she made a right-hand turn out of the gate. She kind of got aggressive down the backside, too. And then kind of was caught wide around the turn. I thought stayed on pretty well to finish 3rd that day. Obviously, her best performance to date. And so maybe she's heading in the right direction because she's very much on the bridle, really strong. I liked her overall presence. She was just very intense in her demeanor, and she looks as though she's thriving right now, dappled head to toe. The problem is the obvious one. That's her post position. They do have a decent run to the first turn here to sort things out, going this mile to 16th, but it's always tough from that outside post positions with the 2 turns. Moving on to another one that's taking a lot of money, and that's number 3, Tap the Champagne. Lovely pedigree with this daughter of Tap It, and coming out of a synthetic race and stretching out in distance. A synthetic race at Turfway Park has produced a lot of next time out winners that went on to improve their buyer, so possibly a live field. And obviously she's better on the dirt. With the stretch out, I think she's okay because watching that race, she was niggled at the whole way, and she kind of just stayed on evenly. And for a horse to run that type of effort in her first dirt effort, I should say, it just speaks to me that they want more ground. She's going to get it here. Really well turned out, very pretty, effeminate type of filly. And I like what I'm seeing from her. Now, as far as some other horses that are bigger prices, number 10, Who's Ticket? I know she did no running while taking some money in her debut at the fairgrounds for Steve Asmussen. I do think she'll appreciate this stretch out. Being a daughter of Quality Road out of Take Charge Brandy, we've seen what she can do as a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, and that makes her have to Convassier, who did win the Jerome once upon a time. Bigger filly, lots of conditioning to her, just your typical Steve Asmussen type of runner here. Look for her to improve at second, asking, stretching out and shipping in here to Oaklawn. Then one that just caught my eye out on the racetrack was number 1, Her Best Friend, who does get Lasix. She's a half to Feza, who is a multiple graded stakes winner going long for Bob Baffert out in California. She's just moving really well. She's a little bit antsy, a little bit nervous in the paddock. A lot of horses will be that way in this paddock at Oaklawn. But as far as warm-ups go, she was really strutting her stuff, almost doing dressage moves out there with a piaffe and a passage in the post parade. So she settled down nicely as they approach the gate here, and just one that I thought maybe could get back on track here for Robbie Medina. Andy?
Thanks, Maggie. It's nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a couple of weeks. I agree with Maggie on Her Best Friend. I think one of the interesting things about the one, Her Best Friend, is you look at her speed figure 2 back. It's fast enough to compete here, and that was back in November. It's also been in 2 straight 2-turn races where she's drawn post 11 of 11 and post 10 of 11, and now she gets post 1. So you almost feel like she's immediately getting a swing that moves her up a few lengths, and I think based on her race 2 back at least, she has a real chance at a price, so I fooled around with her.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I know Enigmatic did finish well ahead of her that day, but that race is fast enough with this price discrepancy you're seeing between the two of them. Why not take a chance on 17-1 versus 5-2?
Right, and Enigmatic had post 2 that day and has post 8 today, a big swing. We'll see what happens. Matt Dinnerman, he will bring us the call of race number 5 from Oaklawn Park.
Midsummer March goes it. So does Catholic Sue. 2 more runners to complete the line. Who's Ticket? Into the outside. My Favorite Girl. We're ready to go. And they're off. My Favorite Girl drifted out badly at the start and is out of it in the early stages. Who's Ticket on the lead today, strides in front. Enigmatic takes a hold, has some natural speed here, is moving up to come and challenge Who's Ticket. Those two lock horns in the first quarter mile. They open up about 2 on Midsummer March, who runs in third. Her Best Friend inside of her. Then a line of runners off the Lamb. Happy Talk is next, and so is Tap the Champagne down on the inside. Tap the Champagne 6 behind, swinging up the backstretch. Another 4 to Safe Cracker Sue with stablemate Catholic Sue. And My Favorite Girl, after the awkward getaway, well behind early, down the backstretch. 15 lengths from first to last. Enigmatic strides clear with Christian Torres. Enigmatic a length and a tail ahead. Who's Ticket? Tyler Gaffleone delegate to track right behind second. A gap of 2 to Tap the Champagne third. Her Best Friend, Midsummer March. These 3 across the track approaching the 4-turn run. Then comes Happy Talk, comes out of a pack to take the 6th position into the turn. She's 6 lengths behind, attempting to get closer. Pepper's Girlfriend dropping back off the Lamb, plotting in place. My Favorite Girl still has a lot of work to do. The other 2 are well out of it as they round the 4th turn. Enigmatic swarmed by Who's Ticket, who takes a head lead here. Who's Ticket battling on the lead, and Midsummer March is right there too. Midsummer March going to the front now. Who's Ticket back in second on the inside. Tap the Champagne third as they come down the lane. It's Midsummer March and Brian Hernandez Jr. clear with a furlong to go in the contest, opening up to a 3-length lead. Happy Talk coming out of the crowd to take the 2nd spot. Midsummer March in front, and Midsummer March on this beautiful February day here in Hot Springs wins it by 2. Happy Talk was 2nd, Tap the Champagne 3rd, Who's Ticket 4th.
Midsummer March was a much different horse in her 2nd start for Ken McPeek, who continues what's been a sensational meet at Oaklawn Park.
He's having a ton of success there early at all levels, really. Of course, we know that he was able to take some of those graded stakes in the Derby and Oaks preps, but right here in this maiden race, I mean, she ran so much better than she did first time out, sitting just off of the pace, able to get that nice stalking trip in here, and big price on her. She ended up going off at 20 to 1.
Nice win if you had her. Midsummer March, Ken McPeek starting off his day, and it's a big day with some big stake races coming up later in a big way. As you said, they paid a lot for her. She didn't do a lot of running first time out, but a much different horse with some experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Really using that experience to her benefit. Somebody must have liked something with her based on what they paid for her early, and now she's starting to show it.
No question about it. They are in the paddock for the 5th race at Aqueduct, and you just pointed out to me the Joeys are out in force. They're all betting Joey the Fish because this is no 4-to-1 shot on paper.
No, I guess they all missed out on the 12-to-1 last time a couple of days ago for Joey the Fish, a horse.
Or maybe they all got fat and they're all betting their money back.
Maybe they're excited. They're ready to come right back. Look, this is a tougher field than she was in last time. I like this horse quite a bit. I don't love her here in this spot today.
I either like her a lot and don't like her in this spot either. I don't think how she fits, and I know both you and I thought that the winner, and I think by post time they'll be probably be the top 4 choices, should come between the 2, 7, 8, and 10.
Yeah, just the horses that are dropping in class and facing this kind of level when they have faced much tougher company in their previous starts. It is those 4 who are taking that nosedive, dropping to the $16,000 claiming level in this spot. And so I'd be a little bit surprised if it wasn't one of them to step up and get the win.
Let's get more from the MIG. Oh, not the MIG? Okay. Apparently we're not getting more from the MIG. We'll take a look at Whistler's Style, and I wanted to talk about this horse a little bit. And this is their win 3 races back. She was an overwhelming favorite in her last start. Obviously, she ran atrociously, or I should say finished atrociously. But I think there is at least a discussion point that by that point in the day, the rail was not the place to be, and she came right up the rail, and this is 3 back for her. I'm talking about her last race, and I'm wondering if maybe she got caught in sort of the quicksand of a dead rail last time, and she was a short price last time. She's a much bigger price today, so I feel like I want to bet a few dollars on her coming back, but I can't say I'm doing it with a ton of confidence.
And let's say that argument rings true, that she was really against the racetrack in that last start. Well, then you have that sort of built-in excuse for her, because that really was a poor performance based on what we saw from her 2 starts ago when she was able to win with an 81 buyer. And the race that she was in after that, that was a tough field, so I don't want to hold it against her too much.
The number 1's on the track, Trade Secret, Matty Oliver, riding this long shot.
She's outrun her odds a couple of times, but would probably need a bigger effort than we've seen as of late.
The number 2 Cinderella's Cause went by. The number 3 Vegas Weekend, Charlie Baker.
A horse that should be forward early on, but this is a tougher field than she faced last time.
Joey the Fish going by. Boy, they're running by quickly in these post-braid. I can't keep up with them. Number 5 Valoran is a long shot. There she is.
Yeah, she'll have to do quite a bit better than we've seen as of late. She's that price for a reason.
She'd be a pick 6 killer for sure. The number 6 Divine Cross, Jimmy Ferraro off the claim.
Well, her race 3 back would put her in the mix in this spot, but her races 2 and last time, not so much.
Things are slowing up. There's the 7 Whistler Style, David Jacobson and Eric Cancel.
The horse that we talked about as possibly being against the racetrack last time. If you believe that, she's a fair price in this spot.
Waiting for the number 8 in here, Good Penny, who's one of the choices going out for Rick Dutrow and Jose Gomez.
Off the trainer switch in here and also taking that drop in class. A horse that can be forward in some of her better races.
Holiday Jazz is a long shot. Ruben Silvera for Ralph Del Sandro.
Did hit the board at a price last time, though, running second to Halo City at 28-1, but this looks like a tougher group.
Rounding out the field, the current favorite, Jolly Miss Jill, Jose Lescano riding for Linda Rice.
She's stretching back out in distance. She disappointed as the favorite last time, but this is a much softer spot.
Letting you know in that Haynes field a little bit later, which does look, at least on paper, to be a pretty strong two-horse race between Dr. Ardito and Maker's Candy. We got 11% win bonus on the Haynes field. You got to opt in over at Naira Bets, so head on over and get involved in those promotions at Naira Bets. We've got a couple of them today, and now I'll promote my man Richard Migliori. Let's get more from him. Now we're ready for him.
Thanks, Andy. You know, just a brief note on the 6 Divine Cross, who's a big price at 10-1. This horse has 2 wins with Romero Mirage aboard. This horse has a tendency to get a little bit worked up, a little bit hot. She was equipped with a lip chain today, and what it is basically the lead shank goes up underneath the top lip, and it's more just as a distraction to keep a horse's mind a little more occupied with that. It's not to hurt the horse, and she was handling herself, I thought, better today than I had seen her previously. The 7 Whistler Style, I don't know why she ran so poorly the last 2 races, but I will say from a physical perspective, she really checked the boxes for me. I really liked what I saw. I went back and forth between her and the 10 Jolly Miss Jill, who's, you know, also kind of getting in an easier spot, coming back in 7 days for Linda Rice. And ultimately, I landed there because I loved the way I saw her frame up in the warm-up. Just a good animation, good energy level to her stride. And I think that outside post, she should get a nice forward stalking trip. At least that's what I hope. I'm always looking for horses to get forward trips, and then something inevitably happens. They don't break well, or they're not aggressively handled. But I believe in position. It was something I believed in when I rode, and it's something that I believe in when I'm looking and picking horses.
Thanks, Richie. I'm going to give, should I give today's a fun fact that we just got? I just heard from trainer Chad Brown, who trained Sierra Leone, who's one of the favorites Derby now. He said that the second dam of both has the Sierra Leone and Forever Young have the same second dam. That's something we'll be hearing much more about if both those horses end up being factors heading to the Derby.
So then you'll want to hear about their pedigrees?
No, I'm just going to give fun facts. I don't want to hear better pedigrees. That's not like moving them up. It's just sort of interesting that those 2 horses are the same second
that's really cool.
dam.
I mean, it's really seeing how these horses sort of link to each other, and it's always kind of fun to delve into those pedigrees, whether you think it has a ton to do with how they're going to perform today or not. I always kind of like to take a look and see who everybody's related to. I have a fun Rebel fact, if you'd like to hear it.
Sure.
Only 2 favorites over the past 10 years have won the race, and they've both come in off of wins. That's Nadal and American Pharoah, who were the only 2 favorites over the past 10 years to win that race, and they both came in off of wins, something Timberlake is not doing.
Nadal at that point was the latest flavor, right? Wasn't he talked
yes,
about
the perfect 4 for 4,
right.
short-lived commodity.
Yes.
But American Pharoah, he turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah. Not going to get involved in that discussion. They're heading
Not
over the gate. You and I were talking about Jolly Miss Jill, who's the current favorite. You thought she could be very forward. I thought the number 3 was likely to be the speed, but I think she'll be in a relatively contending position from that advantageous post.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas Weekend should be a horse that has that forward position in here, but I thought maybe coming out of that sprint race, she would find herself a little bit closer up in this spot, now stretching back out in distance, and she's a logical type based on the drop in class that she is taking. I don't know that she'll be able to make the lead. I don't think that that will be the intention of Jose Lescano, but I wouldn't see her too far out of it early on.
I think that's very fair. And listen, she's taking a big drop down. I don't love these drop downs, but Linda Rice, she has a pretty decent record when she makes these significant drops. These horses, usually, she's just basically finding the spot they can win. And the way Linda plays the game, you can't be as successful as she is without constantly running your horses in the right spot. And that's, I know it sounds obvious, but sometimes people just overcomplicate the game.
And I think sometimes people make a claim and they're so committed to keeping this horse in their barn or showing that this was the right decision to make that they don't cut their losses and say, hey, we claimed one, didn't work out. Let's put them in a spot where they can be successful, where they can win. And Linda does that well.
Right. You can't get overly stubborn. You know, sometimes you pay too much money for a horse. The sooner you admit it, the better off you're going to be. Otherwise, you're just going to run the horse out in races that it can't win in, and you make a good point there. Horses are heading into the gate, the field almost loaded for race number 5. Kicks off the late pick 5, closes the early one. Let's get the call from Chris Griffin.
Holiday Jazz and Jolly Miss Jill. Goes in. All set. Fractious Holiday Jazz settles down. And they're off. Divine Cross has early speed from in between horses. Towards the outside, Good Penny is in that early mix with the Orange Silks. That's Jolly Miss Jill. Trying to join them down towards the inside is Cinderella's Cause, who's in that early mix. Moving forward there is Whistler's Style. Very tightly bunched as they get set to come out of the chute. Divine Cross has got the lead. Jolly Miss Jill, and moving towards the outside green cap, that's Holiday Jazz. 3 wide as they work up the backstretch now. At the rail, that's Cinderella's Cause. And Manny Franco in the 4th spot. To the outside of that rivals Good Penny. Even further out there is Whistler's Style. They're 3x3 up front. It's another 2. Back to Vegas Weekend, who's going to track in 7th. And behind that is Joey the Fish in 8th. Towards the back end, Trade Secret, the trailer, is Valoran. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. 10-1 on Divine Cross, and Divine Cross will take him to 4 furlongs left to travel and is up by 2. Holiday Jazz is trying to stick in there, is now backing out a bit as Whistler's Style is making a big move. Whistler's Style and Eric Cancel, they're on the move and coming right after this leader. Jolly Miss Jill is still there in 3rd. Under a drive, here comes Cinderella's Cause. Is trying to rally on from 4th, and same can be said for Good Penny. Dropping back there, Holiday Jazz gets passed by Trade Secret towards the outside. Joey the Fish from the back. Still far, far back to Vegas Weekend and Valoran as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Whistler's Style made that move on the turn, and Whistler's Style is trying to run away from him right now. Divine Cross comes right back towards the inside, and the front 2 are well clear. It is still Whistler's Style finding plenty. Under a full drive is Divine Cross is still alone in 2nd. Cinderella's Cause trying to rally on from the back with Trade Secret, and the same can be said for Good Penny. But Whistler's Style at 4-1 has a 16th left to go and is up by a length and a half. Call it 2. Whistler's Style, Eric Cancel with another one on the afternoon. Divine Cross 2nd, then came Cinderella's Cause and Good Penny in 1 minute 41 and 1.
I always find one of the most interesting conversations about racetracks is talking about potential biases, and it's something that very smart players will disagree on sometimes, but you have to think there's some validity to perhaps the rail being dead late that day, considering the complete turnaround from Whistler's Style off her last race.
It's at least an argument that deserves a little bit more inspection based on those horses that were inside on that day towards the latter half of the card, because this was such a better performance. And while she was getting some class relief, I mean, she did no running at all last time. Got herself into a much better position today. We were both a little bit surprised that Divine Cross was as forward as she was, and Vegas Weekend was as far back as she was, but it ended up being the right move. But Whistler's Style just had the nice stalking trip to the outside, big turnaround from her last race, where perhaps she was on that dead rail after all.
No, I think that argument is strong, and I'll tip of the hat to my friend David, who made that point. Capone was the horse in the race before that was on the rail as well, so keep an eye on him when he comes back in his next start. He failed as the favorite. And give a little love to Jimmy Ferraro as well, because Divine Cross and Romero Mirage, very good aggressive ride, and that horse really moved forward off the claim.
Yeah, she ran very well. A horse that we had not seen that kind of forward position from in quite some time, but it ended up being the right move with her holding on for 2nd at a square price, 10-1.
Eric Cancel gets it done in Whistler's Style for David Jacobson. Heading towards a break, but we're going to have much more. And there's Brad Cox. Well, he's in Saudi Arabia. He didn't make the trip to Oaklawn. He went over and almost got the money in the Saudi Cup, but he's got another big gun coming up later today in Timberlake. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A nice shot there of Oaklawn Park and a gorgeous day. And I got to tell you, after the kind of weather they had the first couple months at the meet, they deserve to get some good weather. And I'm happy on a big day like this. And also when you run races like the Rebel, the Honeybee as well, you want to get an idea of these horses in a fast track. You know, that was one of the most frustrating things, I think, last week with the Risen Star. Terrific performances or not. And Sierra Leone, obviously a deserving horse. Some point we want to see if he can run that big race on a dry track as well. And there's the field in Timberlake. He sticks out like a sore thumb. If you think you're getting 6 to 5 on him, the only way you are is if you bet that NYRA Bets bonus where you get $20 back on your $25 win bet.
Absolutely. I imagine he's going to be a shorter price than that because he really is a standout in this race. I mean, he's a horse that is just faster on paper than anybody else has been able to come close to. And looking at his Breeders' Cup Juvenile performance, he broke maybe a little bit slow, but then he was kind of rank early in this race. It seemed like he wanted to have more forward position than he did. He settled nicely there, but he ends up putting his head up a little bit as his rider tries to bring him over towards the inside and tuck in behind horses. And he ran an even fourth that day. You could see him getting a little bit rank in that spot as horses are sort of crossing over on him in the turn. I don't know. Do you make much of the fact that Santa Anita wasn't playing kindly to horses coming from off the pace, even though Locked outclosed him?
No. I don't think he ever got into a great position. I think he spent a lot of the race outside without any cover on the backstretch, which may not be the best place to be. And I think he just sort of ran evenly in there. I'm not sure why they wouldn't want to use his speed a little bit more. Don't be afraid of his speed. Get him in position. He's a horse that has a lot of early speed and can be forward. And just because you're trying to get a mile and a quarter doesn't mean you can't do it by being more forward. I'm a fan of his. I thought he ran very well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And the other thing is, listen, Sarah, these are lightly raced horses. Any one of them could step up and make a big step forward here. And he's off a layoff. You don't know he'll show up. The Brad Cox horses usually do. But somebody here is going to have to take a big step forward to beat both him and Just Steel.
Absolutely. He just has run faster than a lot of the other horses in this field, and so has Just Steel. Exactly. So projecting that improvement now coming back as a 3-year-old, you do expect to see him come back strong and really run a race like he did in the Champagne, where he was so dominating in there over that sloppy surface, earning that 93 Beyer speed figure that he replicated in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile even when he finished 4th. Somebody is going to have have to take a step up. But favorites don't always have success in this race. I have kind of a crazy idea, but look, Timberlake's going to be very tough.
You know what I think of stats like that? I mean, I've seen a lot of Rebels. This is just not a competitive race on paper. Just Steele's coming back in 3 weeks. He has a tougher outside post. He ran very well against the track last time, and I respect him as a horse. I'd love him in the Woody Stevens if you take a sane route there, but you know Wayne Lucas isn't backing off out of the Triple Crown preps, and he's rewarded him with good performances. But I don't think I've seen too many Rebels recently where a horse laid over the field on paper the way this horse does.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have something not go his way or not come back as an improved or the same horse. Someone else is going to have to take that step up, or he's going to have to take a step back in order to be defeated here.
See what happens. A long way to go, but we know one thing. First 2 legs of this pick 6 are down, and the first leg of the late pick 5 as well. And it was a fairly easy win there for the number 7, Whistler's Style, paying $10.80 with Eric Cancel. Divine Cross running very well off the layoff, filled out the exacta, very generous exacta as well. Still lots more to come. We're really just getting started. We've still got 3.5+ hours left to go on America's Day at the Races, and a horse who was very popular down at Oaklawn Park and a lot of other places, Smarty Jones.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Your guide to selecting a stallion for your mare. Step 1. Make sure he's won a big, famous race.
Mystic Guide charges away and takes the Dubai World Cup.
Step 2. He'd better be very good looking. Step 3. He must have excited the support of breeders with quality mares. Mystic Guide. He's unmissable. Call Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. A look at DeLuca's Pizza in Hot Springs. We were there last night. I finally got a chance to sample the famed DeLuca's, and it lived up to the hype, Paul.
Yeah, it's tremendous. Well done, Anthony Valinati, who runs DeLuca's, and everybody else there, just so kind as well. We had a wonderful meal last night. There's our fearless leader, Eric Donovan. Yeah, and the crazy part is there's Anthony, and the crazy part is the pizza's phenomenal, but their hamburgers might be the best thing there, which is kind of crazy.
By the way, their birthday celebrations, pretty impressive too.
Yes, very
They
well
go
done.
all out in
Yeah,
there.
they do.
Really enjoyed getting a chance to visit. Our program is always brought to you by NYRA Bets. We're getting ready for the 6th race here at Oaklawn Park, 8-5 right now on the number 8 Sun Thunder for Ken McPeak. He just won with a big price horse in the last race with Midsummer March. We need the rest of the field for this 6th race allowance, starting with Redline Overdrive, who stretches out in distance. Here's the 3, Megan's Honor.
Yeah, for Scott Becker, a horse that didn't run that bad last time out. He's 7 years old and does like to, getting the exacta, 16 for 25 lifetime.
Mr. Keating, still lightly raced.
Yeah, now he's going to stretch out. You know, Norm Cassie's having an unlucky meet. His one win in the meet has been this horse.
Here's the 5, Cosmo off a layoff.
A horse that's in really good form off that layoff, and you're wondering why, but off since September and not really getting played from 5-2 to 7-1.
Number 6, Poulterer is next.
I like this horse a little bit because he fits. Greg Compton's a very good conditioner, and I think this horse can be coming back right into form.
Patriotic, here's Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, another horse that for Ron Moquett that might be better on a fast racetrack than a wet racetrack, so you might draw a line through his last race.
There's your favorite, Sun Thunder, second last time out.
Listen, he's the one to beat. This horse was second in the Original Star to Angel of Empire. He was in the Derby. He's run back-to-back seconds. Bolsey's going to be in the Razorback, so he's the one to beat here.
Obviously has that class with who he's been facing. The 9, Chrome Baby went by. Here's the 10, Infiltrator.
Good win last time out, and now Eddie Milligan Jr. going to stretch this son of Tapiture out.
Underhill's Tab.
Yeah, first time gelding. I thought interesting here, you know, for a horse that has some numbers to go back to that are pretty good.
And Big Hat Willie.
Yeah, Peter Miller. He's been shipping some horses in, some success, some not. Chris Landeros will get aboard. This for an Altamira Racing Stable.
That's the field for the 6th race, going a mile on the main track in this allowance race for 4-year-olds and upward. We'll take a quick time out, talk a little bit more about race 6, and bring you some more live racing action. America's Day at the Races continues on FS2 after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We're live here at Oaklawn Park, and you're not imagining it. That is the sun that we're seeing here in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful sight.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful day for Rebel Day. Could not have been nicer. It's 69 degrees and sunny. As you see the horses circling around for race 6. And don't forget NYRA Bets. Race number 8 will start your late pick 5. We're in the middle of a middle pick 5, but if you want to get down, that's a kind of, if you want to, what would you do? If you were playing a pick 5, would you single Timberlake or would you use more?
No, I think he's the horse to beat, but I don't think it's completely cut and dry.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if he lost, I'll put it that way. So what I would probably do is if I was playing multi-race ticket, I would use one where I singled him and then it kind of saver ticket with some other horses.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Yeah, I think that's what I would do because I still think it's possible, and I'm a big proponent of you can never completely lay your hat and trust solely off of 2-year-old form because some horses take a step forward and some don't.
Yeah, I'm with you.
From what I saw from him schooling, physically he looks like a tank. I'm excited to hear what Maggie has to say about him later and hear how he stacks up against these. He looks like he has really progressed, but you just never know. I mean, look at Fierceness in the Holy Bull.
Yeah, you never know. You're right. And as the horses go in the gate here, you know, I get it. Sun Thunder at 6-5. Do you want to take that? Kenny McPeak seems like he's been having really good days on the big days here, and the horse looks well. I'll go with Poulter here. Just with a better price at 7-1. But Sun Thunder is going to be tough to hold off late.
He's a horse that ran in the Kentucky Derby last year, including the Risen Star and Southwest as well. Loading in for the 6th race live at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Infiltrator going forward. They've also loaded Chrome Baby, Sun Thunder. 3 more behind the gate. Poulter in the pink colors. Underhill's Tab, post 11. And to the outside, Big Hat Willie. Remember, folks, this race starts and ends right where we're starting at the 16th pole. Going a mile here. We're ready to go. And they're off. Big Hat Willie off very tardily and is well out of it in the early stages. Poulter in the pink showing speed with Underhill's Tab. These two 1-2. Red Line Overdrive not far off. Cosmo right behind them. Infiltrator into the turn they race. They're in a little bit tight Red Line Overdrive as they cornered into that turn. Poulter sets the pace. It's a pretty modest pace. Not very fast here is Poulter setting that pace. A length in front of Underhill's Tab. Red Line Overdrive third. Then Cosmo. He's off the speed today with Infiltrator and a 3-deep Sun Thunder. He's keen to go on a stranglehold here by Ramon Vasquez, trying to get him to settle down, but he's fresh. Takes the 4th spot from both Cosmo and Infiltrator. Mr. Keating relaxed behind the pace. He's 5 lengths off the lead. Pledge of Allegiance is next. Big Hat Willie, after the bad break, has passed a few runners to be level 8th down the backside, and Megan's Honor is the trailer. Just 7 lengths from first to back last. A compact group hits the half-mile pole. Red Line Overdrive up to challenge. Underhill's Tab on the lead, and Red Line Overdrive easing off the pace. Poulter kicks on now. Poulter into that turn, gets to the rail, a neck in front. Underhill's Tab on his throat latch. Sun Thunder sent along 3 wide now. A length and a tail off the top pair. Red Line Overdrive is done. And then Mr. Keating behind a wall of horses. Cosmo trying to pick it up. There's a lot of ground to make up. Coming to the top of the lane. This race ends at the 16th pole. Poulter, Underhill's Tab, right together still. Sun Thunder trying to pick them up. Furlong remaining here. Underhill's Tab has a head lead now. Poulter sticking to him. He's coming back tenaciously, and Poulter is going to pull it off. Poulter over Underhill's Tab, Sun Thunder, and Cosmo.
Poulter hanging on with a gutsy effort. Terrific call, Paul, at 10-1. He was able to get the lead, which was a little bit of a surprise to both of us.
Yeah, it really was. Francisco Arrieta broke. The horse broke very sharp. He was aggressive. He kept looking under his arm down the backside, and you and I were saying, are they having a conversation, Ramsey Zimmerman and Francisco Arrieta? But he was able to clear, and then you see Sun Thunder. You're just wondering now, is he the type of horse that just likes to run second or third? But Poulter dug in. This is a horse that likes this racetrack, and Greg Compton's a very good conditioner. His horse has been rounding into form. He got off to a slow start to the meet. But he's had a lot of seconds and thirds, and now they're coming to fruition. You got 10-1 on this horse that was a legit contender.
Absolutely. He ran well. A nice effort, too, from Underhill's Tab, who was stretching out for the first time in a while, pressing him, but just not able to get by a gutsy Poulter. Terrific selection at 10-1 from Paul LaDuca. We head back over to Aqueduct. And, Andy, I hear that you have another special guest on the desk with you.
I don't know how special he is. That remains to be seen. He's got a few hours to show how special he really is. Paul LaDuca continues to heat it up at Oaklawn Park as well. Of course, Sarah Bodway has been with me as well. But Jonathan Kinsis has joined us. How you doing? You're like a pro on the subway now, aren't you?
Yeah, I've got it figured it out. I mean, every time the door opens, I'm like, is this the, I got to double check some things just to be sure. I don't want to end up at JFK. Yeah, everything's good.
You were able to be helped when you asked me how close you were when you texted me. I said it's just 2 stops.
I just want to make sure.
I should have said 3. I actually missed a golden opportunity, but then you wouldn't be here with us. But anyway, it's good to have Jonathan joining us here in the studio, just to show he's really alive, and it's not like, what do they call it, a hologram.
Yeah, the AI nowadays, you never know.
I'm getting a lot of information from him as well. But we've got some good stuff coming up. Race number 6 is coming up, and these are maidens, and I'm interested in the first-time starter here, Ariana Rye. Sarah likes the favorite 5-2. Jonathan, you got any clever ideas in here? If there's one to be had?
Yeah, I like the 7 as well. It was, there's not a lot to go off here, but I will say this. I'm sure you saw this as well when you're looking at the 7 Ariana Rye. A half to Dufresne, who won as a 2-year-old. So I think sometimes when you can find that precocity, you can try to expect for a horse to be ready first time out. Matoli, we know what he was as a racehorse. So I thought this one was interesting at 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a year ago, but I like the workout. And he obviously sold for a reasonable amount, pretty much based on his looks in the workout as well, going for $125,000. So I thought he was interesting in here because, frankly, the ones that have run, they haven't done a lot for me. Though, Sarah, I understand why you like 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, look, this horse maybe didn't want to go quite as far as the mile 2 starts ago. Sloppy sealed track, 7 furlongs. Last time out at rail, that was not really the place to be. She wasn't on the rail. She was wide, but the winner was wider in there. And I thought maybe cutting back, fastest race was the debut.
Are we going to the MIG or are we doing the post parade, guys? I guess we're doing the post parade because nobody's speaking to me. The number 2 is the Shoe Lady. She went by. They're going fast. Sonia's Flame, Maddie Oliver riding this long shot.
Yeah, this is a horse that would need to run a little bit better, but she did outrun her odds first time out.
The 4 Raining at the Beach, a firster for Todd Pletcher with Eric Cancel looking for another win.
This is just one of those situations I feel like they're betting the connections. They're betting the Uncle Mo, the homebred for Rapoli.
5-2 is not 5-2. She's 2-1.
Not quite the price that she was in one race, but look, she's just a logical type. She's run the fastest races.
The number 6, the firster Savannah Dancer, taking no money.
Yeah, 0 for 39 connections with first-time starters in their career.
Number 7, Ariana Rye, Robbie Falcone, and Manny Franco.
It was a sharp work, 10 and a 5th, and it was professional as well.
Find Your Joy rounds out the field with Trevor McCarthy for Tom Morley.
Yeah, one of those horses that has some experience, but, did it in maiden 40s last time. I thought last time was the time.
We're going to take a look at Find Your Joy, she's 5-1 right now. But this is a horse, I think we probably all agree, rode a bias to her second-place finish last time out.
And look, this was a day where you really wanted to save every inch of ground possible, and she did exactly that. She had everything go her own way in this race, and it's arguable that this was a softer field, too. I know the winner, Collect the Data, was a horse that was dropping in for a tag for the first time, but I don't see her getting a more advantageous trip than this. Do you?
No, I think I agree with what you guys are saying. She kind of opened up on there, and it's what better trip is she going to get today? Right. How much better can that trip be?
On the other hand, 40 maiden claimer or not, if the firsters aren't good in here, this is basically a 40 maiden claimer masquerading as a maiden special weight based on what we've seen. We're not exactly seeing horses that have run, that have done a lot in the racetrack.
But even if the firsters can't run, I
don't like her.
I still think the 5-2 is, who's actually 2-1. That's very confusing. Is actually probably better than she. Those 3 efforts that 5-2 ran were better than the last effort.
All right, we've heard enough from you. Let's get something from the MIG.
Well, guys, one thing I love about these New York bred maiden races, 5 of the 7 horses competing here are homebreds. So, the owners were in on the, thought process about sending the mare to what stallion and then raising the foals and naming them. And I just really get a big kick out of it. And the New York breeding program is just so strong, one of the best breeding programs in the world. Let's go down to the inside. We'll start with the Shoe Lady, a homebred for Barry Schwartz. I thought her first race was good. She was a little bit green early. I thought she kind of figured it out late and started to run on. She looks very tucked up and fit today. I like the way she warmed up. I think she's very interesting. And I like the series, coming in off of 5 furlong work. There's stamina there. The 5, your favorite. Listen, I think just what Sarah was saying, a mile may be a bit out of her reach. 6.5 could be that Goldilocks effect, just right. she's a deserving favorite. You got to like what you see here. And she also gets Lasix for the first time. And then the 7, Ariana Rai. Now, I know the work was good and everything. I put less credence into those sales works, especially, you know, at OBS because they're on a synthetic track. But I will say as an individual, she looks outstanding. She's my top selection, a little bit like you, Andy. I'm just looking for, you know, a stranger. I wasn't overly enamored with anybody that's run so far, and she just seemed like the most logical alternative.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put a great deal of credence in a workout from a year ago, though I think it's some food for thought. I think it more is an indication of why she sold for as much money as she did, and it had to have a lot to do with that workout.
Well, I also think that one thing you can say when it comes to these first-time starters, you're looking for horses that might have talent, right? And that comes from what they do in the mornings. But I think you can also use a sales work to identify a horse that might be kind of quick, that might be able to run a little bit. We're all kind of guessing with first-time starters anyways. You try to make educated guesses based on the facts that we have in front of us, whether it's pedigree, whether it's trainer stats. And I think the sales works are one of those things you can look for.
It is a year ago, though. That's part of the problem.
It's still an opportunity for someone to see how this horse moves, how she responded to her rider, how quick she actually went in terms of the time. Maybe it's not entirely indicative of who she's going to be today, since it was quite some time ago, but it's at least a little bit of a clue into who she could be.
It's just a little bit more information, and also the firster. And it's hard to watch this board. The 4-horse is 5-1 now. She's just not getting bet for connections that normally take a lot of money.
Yeah, if this horse could run, this horse would be 2-1.
You would think. I mean, to be fair, that horse Tuscan Tuscan Sky did pay almost $10 here and run a big figure for Dodd Bletcher, and then came back and won a 3-horse race, the big figure at Fairgrounds. But I agree, Jonathan, especially in this field. I mean, because the favorite is running 50 buyers. We're not talking about a race where anybody's done any real running.
And this horse has been training at Palm Beach Downs. There's always clockers there, so the word would be out. You know, it's one of those situations.
You would think. On the other hand, I've seen too many of these Pletcher horses run better than I expect them to run in these races. So I'm never, and she doesn't have really a ton of pedigree, but she is an Uncle Mo. So it's a pretty strong stallion for a race like this.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, the last workout for this horse was also on the grass, so maybe they're trying to figure out what it is she wants to do, as we saw Maddie Oliver unseated there by Sonia's Flame, but it seems like they've got her under control.
Yeah, now the number 5 is 9-5, and really there's just been very little movement on this board. Pretty much they're staying. The only horse that's taken a little bit of money was the number 7, or Ariana Rai, the horse that we took the first-time starter. Should she be a shorter price if she was super live in here?
Potentially. I mean, I think that based on what they've done so far, of course, you're gravitating to the horse who is somewhat reliable, even though she hasn't been that quick in 5-2. But you're right. Generally, when we have these first-time starters that we're about to see run off the screen, they're shorter prices than 3-1, 7-2.
The one thing I will say, though, is, and I think Rob Falcone does a great job, but he doesn't have, like, gaudy numbers, which I think a lot of times gaudy numbers with a talented horse lead to these kind of, you know, bet off the board.
Right, you don't see
types.
Robbie Falcone and think, it's actually Falcone, we've learned recently. I'll never get it right, but yeah. He didn't correct us, but we found this out.
We've sleuthed out the secrets after years.
They're just, people aren't seeing him and thinking, oh, Robbie's got a firster in. Now, he is a trainer, though, that wins. And I don't, in no way do I mean this is a criticism at all of him. But as you say, not somebody you think of as winning with a lot of first-time starters.
No, absolutely not. And someone you do think of winning with a lot of first-time starters is Christophe Clement. I actually found a stat for him for his second-time starters. Second-time starting maidens, dirt sprints, only 1 for 24 over the past 5 years. So generally, if they don't get the job done first time out, the second time isn't the time either.
Yeah, I'm surprised this horse, I'm surprised a little bit at that stat, though. He is a trainer that I think is very underrated with first-time starters. He really can get first-time starters to win.
He has amazing stats with first-time starters.
We're trying to get the horses in the gate. I think the 3 is in. We're waiting on the number 4 Raining at the Beach. How do you see the race being run? I guess a lot of it really depends on the firsters, and I think if Ariana Rai is live, isn't she going to be speed?
Well, I mean, if that work does indicate her quickness and her talent from the sales work, then you'd like to think that she's going to be quick away from there.
They're almost all in line. We'll head up, get the call from Chris Griffin.
2 out. Ariana Rai. Find Your Joy. Find Your Joy. Goes in. All set. they're off. Find Your Joy broke beautifully from the outside. 5-2 goes right with this rival. And at the rail, here's the Shoe Lady. Hard sent, the Shoe Lady now takes the front. Find Your Joy is back to second. And behind them, Sonia's Flame is going to take back now, is in fourth. Being passed to the outside by Ariana Rai, who secures third. 5-2 is also going to challenge, now take fourth. Is dropping back to Sonia's Flame, is in fifth. Towards the back end, Savannah Dancer and far back right now, raining at the beach, already giving them about 12, 15 lengths as the trailer. 23.56 for that opening quarter mile. Moving quickly up top. The Shoe Lady's got the lead, and the front three start to get away. The Shoe Lady, Find Your Joy, Ariana Rai is 3 wide. It's a big gap of now 5. Back to 5-2, who's trying to move towards the inside here of Savannah Dancer. They are well into the far turn. The rest of a lot of running to do. The Shoe Lady is still in front, is now confronted towards the outside here by Find Your Joy. Also rallying on is Ariana Rai, is going to be 3 wide. These 3 at the top of the stretch. The Shoe Lady has kicked it up, and the Shoe Lady is still in front. The Shoe Lady continues to find. Lugging in Ariana Rai from the back. 5-2 is making up some late ground. Can the Shoe Lady continue to gut this out for a final furlong? The Shoe Lady is widening that margin again. Ariana Rai is alone in second. 5-2 too late inside the final 16th. Big effort here. The Shoe Lady, no doubt. That's your winner. The Shoe Lady wins it over Ariana Rai, 5-2. And Find Your Joy in 1 minute 21 and 1.
If you like gallop outs, you might have just cashed the Shoe Lady, who galloped out pretty well, and a much more professional second-time starter. She broke slowly last time. She had the rail today, and she was on top from start to finish.
Yeah, I put her right in the winner's circle, but this was such a more professional effort out of her. She had so much more speed coming out of the gate, really firing it here. Took some challenges from horses like Find Your Joy. Ariana Rai couldn't go by. This was a commanding performance from her.
I'd love to know if that was instructions from Christoph or just Dylan kind of playing the hand he was dealt, but he kind of sent away from there on the inside and really kind of forced her into that spot to make the lead. She didn't break as clean as you would think she would have, you know, making the lead the way that she did.
It's interesting because both Christoph and Dylan are allergic to the lead. So the fact that they ended up on the lead is quite surprising. Yeah, I think it was intention, but also breaking from the rail. I think the intention, you've got to get yourself in position. And look at another screen with the head on is Dylan rode with intention here, Jonathan.
Well, absolutely. Like, you can see it from the head on, and you can see it from the pan. He was sending up into that situation. The 8 Find Your Joy broke better. But still, the Shoe Lady found herself on the front end.
And Ariana Rai has some quirks. I mean, she kind of ducked in a little on the backstretch. They were heading the turn.
Were you about to say Ariana Grande?
I was going to say it for you, Jonathan, because I know
I'm just impressed you know who that is.
Madly in love with her. I learn a lot about pop culture from Jonathan. I'm learning a lot about a lot of things from Jonathan, especially off camera today. Sarah, it's been a lot of fun having you up here. Good job as well. Get out of here. The great news, though, besides the fact, the sad news we're losing Sarah, the good news for me is Greg Wolf is coming in, so I can assume Sarah's seat and Greg can take over the helm. Never have as much appreciation for Greg Wolf as when I have to host America's Day at the Races. A lot coming up. We'll talk to the Sella family. They run Oaklawn Park when we come back.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the barn. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Chris Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country. Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
First and foremost, it's a family operation. It's fun to be a fourth-generation president of Oaklawn and to see how we've grown. We've been in the same location. We haven't had to move across the street. That's kind of neat. It is about racing at Oaklawn. We tell everyone, especially our new employees, it's racing first. My great-grandfather, Louis Sella, built it in 1904. Charles Sella took over after him. John Sella took over after him, and then we had another Charles Sella, my father, take it over, and now we have Louis Sella. We like keeping the same names in the family. It helps with monogramming. I would sit in on meetings even at a young age. My father would take me and say, you know, be quiet and sit in the corner, and I do, and just listen. And throughout my life, I've been involved with racing, and it's always been really a part of me until finally when it was time to move in and commit. You can look at our media guide, which is published online as well, and look at that history. It's remarkable. We've beaten Prohibition, and we've gone through a couple of world wars and Vietnam and depressions, recessions. Truly, the reason we're successful is for the reasons I just said, that we've been able to evolve. We've been able to change with the times. Beyond that, it's racing first, and really the oldest family in racetrack management in the United States. And we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that legacy. And we think that racing is successful and exciting and has a great future if you believe in it, and if you put your heart and soul in it, and you go forward with that mentality. We see that with our employees, we see that with our trainers, our horsemen, we see that with the horse owners that fly in from coast to coast because of the excitement that we have here at Oaklawn.
Took over as president in 2017. It has been the family business going all the way back to 1916, running Oaklawn Park and doing it tremendously well. Greg Wolf stepping in. Good to be with you guys on a big day on the road to the Oaks and the Derby.
I can safely say, while there's probably people happy at home that you're back, no one is happier than I am.
You did a great job.
Well, it's very nice of you, but I'm happy you're there, and I can be
I love
here.
watching Andy host.
I could just be here and not pay attention and let you do all the work.
Well, we'll get to the big ones still to come. We're going to head back to Hot Springs right now with Acacia.
I'm so happy to be joined by Louis Sella, president of Oaklawn Park. And Louis, this is my first time being here at Oaklawn, and what a beautiful weekend we have for the Rebel Stakes.
Well, thank you, and welcome to Oaklawn. Welcome to Hot Springs, where the sun always shines at Oaklawn, where you have sunny skies today, full field, fast horses. We'll have over 40,000 people, maybe 50,000 people today. So it is a great day of racing, and if you're a racing fan, you need to be in Hot Springs.
Such a great place, and people seem so excited, rightfully so, about all the stakes. 4 stakes on the card, highlighted, of course, by the Rebel and the Honeybee. How important is this day going on to your big day with the Arkansas Derby coming up?
Well, it's really a stepping stone. When we look at our calendar every year and try to format where these stakes are going to be, we pick big weekends, and we know that the way our stake schedule for the leading up to the Kentucky Derby, there are multiple weeks in between, so we want to build those weeks up, weekends up with these kinds of stakes. And the card today is second to none. It is the best in the country by a lot, and we're so fortunate to have such full fields for all of our stakes.
And some top horses in as well. Of course, we'll get a chance to see Timberlake make his first start since the Breeders' Cup. How exciting is it when you get some of the big names coming in, and of course top-class horsemen supporting the program and the series?
Well, that's why we're in the gig. That's why we're here. If you have the purses that we offer, the quality, not only the horses, but the trainers are going to come here. I'm so proud of our Razorback. For older horses coming back to compete at this level, and of course the Honeybee and our Rebel stepping stones to our Derby, and of course the Kentucky Derby. We're going to find out who the best is, and it starts here.
Real quick, the infield opened today as well. I saw a bounce house out there. Lots of fun for Oaklawn Park.
It is. We've really worked over the last number of years to make it family fun for kids, affordable. And when you have such great weather like we have today, families will come out. We're in the entertainment business, and we're here to sell the sport of horse racing. And if they can come out with their family and enjoy the outside and the infield and see a couple of horses run, that's what it's all about. That's why we're here.
Well, I'm sure everybody will enjoy it. Thank you so much for your time. Here's to a great day for the Rebel.
Thank you.
Louis Sell, a lot to be proud of, overseeing the largest track expansion in Oaklawn's history. Tremendous crowd on hand for one of the big days of the meet, Rebel Stakes. And that is still to come. Acacia mentioned Timberlake really seems like a massive standout.
I have him right on top.
Got to prove it, though. Everyone thought this might not even be a contest this year in the Derby with Fierceness. He didn't show up in his 3-year-old debut. Stranger things have happened.
True.
Here's our post parade for the 7th here. Petit Jean.
I'm impressed that you didn't say Petite Jean. I'm a first-time starter with not much to recommend on pedigree. Take a little bit of money.
First-time starter, Lady Razorback.
Taking no money at all.
This one was favored in the debut, 7-1.
Yeah, a big price here and does have some speed. Didn't run that badly.
Another one wearing pretty good first time out and was 14-1 in that race for Lindsay Schultz, Hall and Ice.
I think this horse is very interesting, showing a lot of speed on debut.
Presley's Turn, big number at 19-1.
Improved on a sloppy track last time. Can she do it on the dry track?
Robert Medina will be Lasix for start number 2. Cava needs to show better.
Yeah, just didn't really show much run in that last race.
13-1, Aloha Baby, going to make an equipment change.
Yeah, trainer switch as well and ran well enough in the first 2 starts. Maybe second off a layoff can improve.
Classy Edge at 13-1.
You know, this one's dam was okay. I know she's 38-1.
Excuse me, yeah. 6-5 favorite. Christian Torres on Snow Flurry.
Yeah, nice, long, consistent work tab at Oaklawn Park. Probably going to be ready to run here. Just depends if he's got enough talent.
We're on Moquette. This dam produced another horse he has, pretty good 110 Stadium.
I'll assume the Good Magic Cox is going to be tough, but this is the one with the pedigree. This one's after foals that could run.
And Irrumpent, 62-1.
This horse took no money in the first 2 starts, did no running in the first 2 starts, and was facing significantly easier.
And Aurora G, in from the also eligible list, did take some money first time out.
Yeah, it did. You're right. Didn't do any real running and is going to have to improve a lot. Listen, I mean, you've got a $95,000 first time yearling purchase for Good Magic in an Archie bred race. Probably going to have an edge over the competition, the 10. But I thought Queen Mallard was a little bit interesting for Ron Moquette. It has some pedigree.
8 minutes to post. 7th here from Oaklawn. 6-5 favorite. Horse on your screen there, that first-time starter for Brad Cox. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll start with the 2 first-time starters that are taking, well, one taking the bulk of the play, but another one that Andy mentioned that we'll get to in a moment. But taking a look at number 10, Snow Flurry in here, well, as you guys alluded to, the pedigree speaks volumes in that she looks a little classier. She's acting a whole lot classier than many of the other foes that she is facing in here. And she looks ready to, you know, that's something you can depend on when it comes to this barn and Brad Cox and his team. She's just done everything right. Looks as though she could have some speed as well, as she certainly has that out and out sprinter frame, whereas the same can be said for number 11, Queen Mallard as well, a daughter of Race Day. As you guys were mentioning, full to 110 Stadium. It was decent Archie bred. Good sprinter, and it is more of a sprinting family on the bottom, and she just looks that way. She looks quick, really well-developed hindquarters to her, and she's fit, too, coming in here for Ron Moquette. Dappled head to toe, that's usual MO for Ron and the barn, but I do like what I'm seeing from her. Both of these firsters could show some gate speed. Speaking of which, that is certainly what number 4, Hall and Ice, had first time out. She actually broke on top, but relented the lead to the eventual winner and fan favorite that day. Well-balanced filly here for Lindsay Schultz. She wanted to get a little revved up, and it's something you don't often love to see with second-time starters, that they now know what's going on, and now are they a little nervous? She's so far just kept it simmering at the surface, which is fine, as you do see Nick Juarez with his feet out of the irons, trying to keep her calm. She's bouncing on toes out there on track as you're taking a look back at her last race, where she ran well in defeat. Like I said, just wired by the favorite and winner. And she's very fit coming in here, so she's a definite contender currently at 3-1. Then there's number 7, Aloha Baby, who took money in all 3 of her starts. As Andy said, her first 2 efforts make her a player here. She was kind of under a ride throughout, coming off the layoff, and never responded, while again taking some money. Now you're getting, what, double that at 16-1, if 4 times that. So she honestly, of the two first-time starters I mentioned, look great. She might look best in this field. She's fit. She's well turned out coming in here. Maybe the blinkers coming off will have an effect here. She is going from a guy who does tend to win a bit, and Elkate usually has success here at Oaklawn, but is searching for that first win of the meet, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. 16-1 on Aloha Baby the 7. So, yeah, first time blinkers coming off. This horse hinted at some ability at this level the first couple of starts of her career.
Yeah, it's really, this race is, Andy kind of has been joking about it off air and on air. This race is really about what this 10 is. You look through the stallions of this race, because it's all Arkansas breds, and you see all of these random names, and then you see Good Magic. It's like which one of these things doesn't match, right. And it's the Good Magic part, right? The $95,000 yearling purchase, obviously something that they've kind of planned on having a good horse to run at Oaklawn in these Arkansas bred races, to send it to Brad Cox. It just feels like we're talking about a McDonald's All-American type versus, A10 situation.
And we say it a lot. It's almost, this is crazy. It's an Arkansas-bred maiden race, and the purse is $120,000.
That's why somebody can pay $95,000 for an Arkie bred.
Yeah, they can almost be out with a win here.
Good Magic, sire of the 10 for Brad Cox, former 2-year-old champion. Does really grab your attention here, and that's why the 10, also the barn, 7-5 favorite. That barn, of course, going to have the favorite in the Rebel, Timberlake, making his 3-year-old return in that Rebel Stakes. Christian Torres rides here. Matt Dinnerman the call.
Goes in. Erumpent, pose position 12. Presley's Turn about to take her spot. Presley's Turn walking up. Erumpent. And 2 more. Kava, Aurora G. Kava goes in. Aurora G to the outside. Waiting for Aurora G to take her spot. We're ready to go. And they're off. Ducking inwards at the start off very slowly was Petite Jean, well out of it in the early part. Hall and Ice on the lead today in front of Aurora G second. Lady Razorback in the 3rd position off the leaders now. Queen Mallard is next with Classy Edge. They're side by side, joining Lady Razorback, and a 4-deep Snow Flurry alongside of that trio down the backstretch. Another 2 to Lindy May and the Gray Kava. They're 2.5 better than Petite Jean, who's off the rail after the sluggish break, is 4th last, passing Presley's Turn. Erumpent has 1 runner beat. That's Aloha Baby as they charge around the 4th turn. Hall and Ice, Nick Juarez in control, length and a quarter ahead. Aurora G running in the 2nd spot, chasing, getting a little bit closer, going pretty well, are the top pair. They're about 3 ahead of Queen Mallard in the 3rd spot. Classy Edge sent along from there. Snow Flurry, 5th asked to turn it around, tries to move forward, 3 wide off the turn. Hall and Ice keeps going strong on the front end, and Hall and Ice is opening up now. Hall and Ice opens up 3. Aurora G left behind in 2nd, and look at Hall and Ice go. Hall and Ice by 5, by 6, and this is a runaway win for Hall and Ice, the daughter of Colefront, just geared down late. Hall and Ice, a maiden no longer. Aloha Baby passed everybody but 1, got 2nd. Aurora G was 3rd, and Kava was 4th.
Hall and Ice running away from this group. Second time out for the Lindsey Schultz barn with Nick Juarez.
So much for those first-time starters, Jonathan. His horse with experience ran at least 1, 2, 3 here, and Hall and Ice made a mockery of this field.
Yeah, showed some talent last time, right? Showed a lot of speed, even though it was beaten in that debut, but ran well enough. Didn't take any money on debut, which I thought was a little bit interesting to come back and run the race that she just ran, but that was pretty impressive.
Back to New York, the 7th race, 6 furlongs. New York Breds, first allowance condition as we get a look at the 2. Has the inside post for Chris Englehart and just ran the race of his life in career start number 12 in a runner-up finish against 10 Cent Town. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, and we'll start with the 2-horse Warlow by War Dancer, Warfront Stallion. This horse has compiled a really nice race record. I mean, 12 starts with 6 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3. Now, some people may discount or dismiss because, you know, most of his racing's been up at Finger Lakes, but his last race kind of pointed out that he's quality, and he shows up and tries, and that's all you can ask of any horse. They show up and give you an effort, and, man, this is just a really stout son of War Dancer, really making a nice impression here in the paddock, and he's versatile. You know, he has speed, but he also doesn't need the lead to be effective. The 4, kind of opposite in some respects, right? Only 1 start, but 1 was a little bit green that day. I thought when he was getting towards the lead, he lugged in a little bit, but he's 1 for 1, son of Central Banker, who's just turned into a tremendous New York stallion, standing up there at McMahon's in Saratoga. Icy Flavor, another horse with good speed. They take the blinkers off, and John Kimmel, who's been using this rider, Kokakaya, a bit more. One thing that we talked about is, you know, he wasn't as sharp away from the gate, the rider that is, as some of, you know, the riders that are based here, you know, full time. And to me, he's really improved in that respect. Icy Flavor taking the blinkers off. Maybe they want him to settle just a little bit more because he does have an abundance of speed. And a horse that really caught my attention and made me kind of keep going back to him is the 8 Rock the Weekend, coming off a nice win. He's got a, you know, more of a closing style. He's outside, but man, this is a horse that's actually in really good form that is making a nice impression. I mean, his coat is great. You know, Lolita Shemengal has been doing good work, and this horse has really turned out well here in the paddock, guys.
14-1 on the horse on our screen. Favorite remains Warlow. That is a tough one to get out. I'm glad I'm not Chris Griffin. Manny Franco for Chris Englehart, or the post right here coming up in a moment.
Do you think he's happy he's not Greg Wolf? Just asking.
I would get tongue-tied up there so many times I couldn't even tell you. Hall and Ice with the win. Second time out for Lindsey Schultz with Nick Juarez, and this was a dominant win.
And this was a joke. I mean, this horse was a winner basically every step of the way. The 10 didn't break that well and really didn't do any running. Any firsters get a piece? No, first 4.
Cold front filly.
Cold front. Won his debut for my man, Nick Zito. It's a good horse, Cold front. I knew about him before his first start, so you know.
$6.60. I'm sure you shared that information, right?
I wasn't working at NYRA then. That's how long ago it was. I think it was might have been 07.
And by the way, Aloha Baby, Maggie touched on that horse. 19-1 underneath. That's how you get a $45 exacta. 4-7, 13-6. Big numbers all underneath. 19-1, 29-1, 22-1. As we work our way to the big stakes action, the carousel will be coming up next. 6 furlongs for fillies and mares in stakes companies. We get back to New York, and our post-parade coming up shortly. Riders up. And what'd you make of that effort last time out from Warlow?
Well, it's a better effort every run. It came in a muddy track, and the horse's 2 biggest figs are on muddy sealed tracks. And we saw 10 Cent Town not come back and repeat it. But the thing is, even if those numbers aren't legit, he's still a horse that runs around an 80 buyer, which makes him maybe the horse to beat in here.
Yeah, I mean, look, looking at Timeform US, got a 109 for that effort that we're talking about, but then 2-back got a 113. So I think that we know in those situations, 3-back, 113, that I think that we know that this is actually a fast horse. And you can trust that number a little bit more based off of the...
But they're both muddy sealed tracks. That's the thing that worries me a little bit. And they're both stick-out figures for him, buyer and Timeform.
I get that.
And I'm not against him. I like Pineapple Man, but I picked Whirl a second.
Yeah, got to prove it if he could do it here on a fast track. As we look at the remaining half of the entry, Sharp As.
He should be forward in here, and he may be the speed.
Breaks second to the outside. So here's Warala, who we were just touching on, gets the rail.
Definitely deserves to be the favorite, but there's still some questions.
Cut back in distance for this horse, Pineapple Man.
I like Pineapple Man. Very good numbers for this barn off of layoffs and dirt sprints here at NYRA and in general.
Jonathan Thomas sighting, Rolling in Doe, 4-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran well last time and could improve off of that effort.
Blinkers coming off a Speedster Icy Flavor.
Coming off a bad race in the mud last time, but that was a race that fell apart. He was the speed.
Had taken the blinkers off of 4 and did not equal a win, although it did run good. Gray Wing in 1901, Matty Over.
Yeah, just going to have to be faster. These last few races just have not been fast enough for this field.
Don Pletcher, Donegal surges, second off a long time away.
Had legit trouble in his return off a long layoff, but to be 3-1, considering how he's never run particularly fast, is not a good price.
There's Rock the Weekend on the outside for Lolita Shibmangle.
Ran extremely well last time, wide all the way around there on a sloppy racetrack. It just doesn't feel likely to duplicate that effort.
So 3 minutes to post. There is Pineapple Man. So this horse cutting back in distance, going to be making his 5-year-old debut for the Mike Maker barn. What did you like about him?
Well, he's got speed figures that are fast enough to win this race and faster than a lot of horses near in his races. And I looked up some numbers with Mike Maker. This horse has not run in almost exactly 6 months. His last start was August 31st at Saratoga. 120 to 240 day layoffs in dirt sprints. Mike Maker's 10 for 35, 241 ROI. At the NYRA tracks, he's 5 for 10 with 9 hitting the board and a $4.19 ROI. So what that tells me is they come back ready to run. So if I feel like the horse is good enough to win, and I think he is good enough to win in his good races, I don't worry that much about the layoff. So I like Pineapple Man in here.
Again, 5-1. There he is. Dylan Davis will be aboard. Let's go back downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to take a swing with a long shot here in the 8, Rock the Weekend. I just think this horse is making a really nice impression. It may be a little bit against the track because it feels like, horses that have been forward have been getting the best of it. But I think there's an abundance of speed here. And this was a horse that just kept bringing me back to him. Every time my eye would wander away and look at another horse, he would draw me back. And I just think he's the best closer as an alternative if I'm trying to beat the speeds. And I do think there's a potential here for these speeds to get really engaged, and this horse will be making the last run. Again, I kind of wish the track was playing a little bit kinder to this kind of runner today, but Rock the Weekend at 11-1 now. I'm looking for him to make the last run.
He beat the track last time when he won. It was a weird race that kind of fell apart, but he did run well in there. I don't agree with Richie. This track is significantly favoring speed. I think we have seen horses do well for it. I think it's helpful. But we've also seen races that have been more favorably run. I don't know. I think that this track is fairer than some people may believe. But
meanwhile,
that's my opinion.
Back to Donegal surges for Pletcher. I mean, this horse wins first time out. Does it at Saratoga. I know not the fastest maiden win of all time, but then was competitive in Stakes Company. Each of the next 3 starts before this horse goes to the bench had every right to need that race coming back.
And he didn't have the right trip in there. He broke a little slow in there. And while the race came apart, after breaking slowly, I think Kendrick knew he was in a tough spot. And the rallying in that race was done in the middle of the racetrack, and he sort of stayed towards the inside. Having said that, he could improve, too, a long time. But still, Jonathan, he's 4-1 now. It's a better price. Is that a fair price on him?
I don't think so, because I think that there's a lot of I hope. I hope he breaks better. I hope he improves off of that second start off a layoff. And I hope that he can run some of those races that we maybe thought he would run based on the start to his career. It's a lot of hoping for a shorter-ish price.
And it's going to, Donegal is a partnership, and they're supporting their horses, and a lot of those horses take a lot of money. One thing I do really agree with Richie on is there could be a very honest pace in this race, and that certainly would help his chances because this horse has no speed.
Every time I see those silks, I think about Keen Ice.
I picked him in the Belmont, I picked him in the Haskell, and then I picked American Pharoah in the Travers. Blame me, idiot.
One of the biggest upsets in the history of our sport when he beat American Pharoah, the Triple Crown winner in the Travers. The only time Andy went with American Pharoah.
Ever.
That's just too good. 7 from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
All set. And they're off. Stumble there for Icy Flavor. Jock tried to stay aboard, could not. Gojan Kochikaya. Stumble at the start. He's sitting up. Seems to be okay. The horse is running loose at the back end of the field. Roland Indo has got the lead. It's Roland Indo, and there's Grey Wing. Right in behind them is Warallo. Progressing up on the outside is Sharp As. Sharp As is in fourth. Donegal Surges is now taken fifth with less than 4 furlongs to travel. Then comes the Pineapple Man. And from the back, Rock the Weekend is trying to rally on. And Kochikaya up on his feet, walks towards the ambulance, the loose horse, towards the outer rail at the back end of the field. Tightly bunched on the front end, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Down at the inside here is Roland Indo. Right to the outside is Grey Wing, who's challenging Grey Wing, maybe with a nose in front. Roland Indo, though, comes right back, and Roland Indo is back in front. Here comes Sharp As in the center of the racetrack. Rollo making up some late ground. Donegal Surges 5 across the racetrack. Roland Indo has a final furlong. Right there still is Grey Wing, and Donegal Surges now exploding up on the outside. Donegal Surges has taken the lead, has sprinted a quick 2.5 lengths clear. Inside the final 16th, it is going to be Donegal Surges. Donegal Surges, Kendrick Carmouche, they get the win. Roland Indo comes back to reclaim second. Then Sharp As, late rally there, Rock the Weekend to the outside of Grey Wing. In today's 7th, final running time, 1 minute 11 and 4.
Donegal Surges second off the bench with the win. Kendrick Carmouche aboard for the victory. The story of this race, though, early on, glad he's okay. We saw him get up, and we heard from Chris Griffin walking off under his own power to the ambulance, going to Kochikaya. What an amazing job to hang on the 5 as long as he did out of the gate.
I'm just glad he's okay, and the 5 is okay as well. He continued on around the racetrack, so the most important thing is everybody's okay, both man and horse. But Donegal Surges, he didn't get quite of the contested pace we expected, Jonathan. And Surge, he did. The money was right.
Yeah, look, the money was right, and all of those hopes kind of came to fruition, right? He broke a little bit better. He improved second off of that break, and he kind of turned into the horse that he looked like he might be based at the start of his career.
And my horse, Pineapple Man, was eased pretty much
Background there.
immediately.
You see the 5, the Outriders, great job, did catch up to this horse, had no rider, obviously, after throwing Kochikaya. We'll try and get you an update on the rider as soon as we can. What incredible horsemanship out of the gate to remain on board that horse as long as he did. Donegal Surges second off a long time away with a dominant win.
It's a fast race on this racetrack. A very fast race on this track. Either the track is getting faster or this is going to get a big number.
7-4. 1A6, 4-1 on this Todd Pletcher second off the bench runner. With Kendrick Carmouche here in the 7th. Well, the prices when we come back. Stakes action, the Haynesfield next from New York, and the Carousel for Fillies and Mares sprinting next at Oaklawn. Good to have you with us. Back on our FS2 coverage of America's Day at the Races. Donegal surges. Second off a long time away from the races. A win for the Todd Pletcher barn, Donegal Racing, and Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, an impressed performance. Let's see the start and take a look what happened, especially we're very glad that both rider and horse are okay
on the 5.
With the number 5, Icy Flavor.
Goyan Coach Kaya came here from Turkey pretty recently where he was winning lots and lots of races. Oh, horse to the nose. How in the world did he stay on as long as he did? That is incredible strength.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think that his, I don't have the experience, just thinking about it, I would think that his ability to hold on for a little bit allowed him to then brace himself when he did finally have to fall, rather than kind of being caught off guard with falling.
My experience with horses is watching them race. I don't even want to think about.
Wow. So
just glad he's okay.
Best news yet. We heard him walk off under his own power, and a rider that is getting some very good reviews in the limited time he's been here.
Yeah, we're fans of the Cantermachis as well, who's coming over here, and we wish them a lot of success. And I think, we all need a reminder just occasionally of how dangerous the game it can be.
Absolutely.
Well, no one knows that better than Mig. Let's get an update downstairs.
Yeah, guys, Coco Kaya was so tough. He walked to the ambulance. He walked out of the ambulance, came down in the paddock. He was in a lot of pain, and he actually was leaning on the EMT, that rides in the chase ambulance behind him. And they wound up summoning a wheelchair. They put him in the wheelchair, and they took him off to first aid to get evaluated. I'll get more of an update. It did look like he hit his head pretty hard, and I wouldn't be surprised if they sent him on the hospital. That's speculation. I will find out more and get back to you. But he walked on his own power, but he was struggling.
All right, Mig, we'll wait to get more of an update in just a little bit. Stakes action coming up next as we wrap this 7th up. $10.40 with your winner. Second back off the bench. Yeah, we got to pay attention to this tomorrow because, as you said, Andy, that was a pretty quick time. This might have been a very good performance.
Yeah, I mean, either this track is significantly sped up or this is going to come back an extremely fast figure considering the kind of times we've seen so far today. And I think we'll see, how fast is the Haynesfield on this track? They probably should run it in 36 and change. We'll see.
Cross Country Pick 5, as you see, begins with that stake at Oaklawn, the Carousel. It ends with the Rebel, where Timberlake's going to be the big favorite. Jonathan, you put together a Cross Country Pick 5 play. How are you going to go after it?
Yeah, I did. I'm going to single to get started here. I'm going to single the 8, Zetlos. I like this horse quite a bit. In the Haynesfield, I'm going to use the 3 and the 7, Dr. Ardito, and the 7, Maker's Candy. In the Honeybee, I'm going to spread a little bit. I'm going to use the 1, Alice Beach, the 2, Band of Gold, the 4, Neon Beach, and the 6, West Omaha. And the Razorback, 2, 3, 5, and 8 for me. The 2, Frosted Departure, the 3, Speed Bias, the 5, Octane, the 8, Magic Tap. And then in the Rebel, I'm going to single the 7, Timberlake.
You're a gutsy man.
Many will be doing that, it seems like, yeah. I
agree with you.
Derby prep still to come. It begins with a Carousel next. This cross-country Pick 5 from Oaklawn. 6 furlong sprint, fillies and mares. Zetlos, obviously, major players. So's Mucho Macho Girl, though, for Dallas Stewart. We'll have more on this race when we come back.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, To Horse of the Year and Modern Day Breed Shaper Gunrunner. We've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Stakes action coming up here in Hot Springs at the Carousel. Up next, 6 furlongs for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. Paul, we're going to meet the field, starting things off with Adeline Julia.
Yeah, second time sprinting after a route race for Robertina Diodoro Barn. She does like sprinting, 4 for 8 lifetime.
The 2 is out. Here's the number 3. Let's Be Clear.
You know better than me. This is a horse that is a little washy on the racetrack. But here's the thing. There's a lot of speed in this race. She falls out of the gate. She's going to be showing up late in this race.
Yeah, she's sharp. Pretty warm day out there today, too, so we'll keep an eye on that. Backyard Money for the coach, Wayne Lucas.
Should show some speed with Nikki Juarez aboard. 3 for 12 lifetime. And like we were talking earlier, Mr. Lucas's barn has been heating up.
And she's on the muscle today. Sarah Harper has run on her mind.
Yeah, you know, I thought, you know, if you go back to some of her distance races, you can go and get some numbers. I think at 21-1, she can hit the board.
Last out winner, here's the 6 Pillbox.
Yeah, Pillbox with Luis Fuentes and Lindsay Schultz looking for back-to-back W's.
Lightly raced, but has done very little wrong. Mucho Macho Girl.
Yeah, so Mucho Macho Girl and Zeitlos did pair off against each other, but Mucho Macho Girl got left in that race. Since then, she's strung together 2 really good races, but she's got to beat this filly.
She's also the half-sister to Hoist the Gold, which is pretty cool. And here is Zeitlos for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and very impressive. Last time out over a sloppy racetrack, and it looks like Steve's horses, when they go back sprinting, are very good. And then the 9 on the outside, we've already seen Greg Compton. This horse adds more pace to the party. I'm the Boss of Me. And if you look at the one race when this horse drew the 8 of 8, it was her best number she's ever run. So I think she can be outside of foes. She's going to probably try to have to rate in here. I don't know if she's good enough, though.
Steve Asmussen could be poised for a big afternoon with all of the stakes coming up. He's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. Zeitlos will kick off the stakes action here, Steve. And she looks fantastic, by the way, but she's coming off of a blowout win. She's just a model of consistency. For you, she has a tactical speed. Where do you see her here in this affair?
As you mentioned, she's coming off a very impressive win. Hopefully she's sharp enough today. The racetrack seems to want you to be at least handy or close to it. You know, I thought she looked excellent in the post-parade, doing well in the warm-ups. Tyler can use her ability as he sees fit, but hopefully she's away cleanly and not too far off the pace.
You'll be sending out one later on, too, in the Rebel. Now, he's coming off of a maiden win, and that is Dymatic. Putting the blinkers on, it seemed like as soon as he hit the lead last time, he got to wandering like a little bit of a drunken sailor. But obviously there's ability there. What kind of blinkers today, and what are you hoping for from him as he takes a big step here?
He went to the French Cup with the blinkers on him and stuff, as you mentioned. He ran a beautiful race the other day until he hit the lead, and obviously that was foreign to him. But we're going to need him to run all the way through the wire today to have any chance at success. Jumping off in the deep end, but he is a horse with a tremendous amount of potential. Gorgeous mover. Physically, he reminds us a lot of Disarm, as he does last year in his, his gallop out and how he looks as far as his stride. We just need it to be that fast.
Well, Steve, I know you have a particular place all the way down the apron, so I'll let you run to it.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Oh, Steve Asmussen, always gracious with his time here, Acacia. And this one here, Zeitlos, she looks like a prohibitive favorite.
She's the one to beat. Maggie, thank you. But as mentioned, Steve Asmussen with plenty of live chances coming up later on this afternoon. Maggie talked about Dymatic. He'll be sending out 3 in that Rebel. But there's his charge, Zytlos, who won last time out, as Maggie touched on. This was on a wet track, but she'd obviously had success prior to that on a fast track, too. She always seems to show up, even with that turf effort, Paul.
Yeah, and she was dominant this day. You could see I'm the boss of me to the outside. It's hard for I'm the boss of me. I don't know if she can get in front of her. Maybe she'd be able to beat her, but if Zytlos runs the same race as she ran last time, she's going to be ultra consistent. And, you know, Maggie made a great point. This horse's first career start, she lost the rider. Ever since then, she has not missed a board. She's been honest. She had a little trouble in the gate her first, 3-4 starts of her career, but now she's a little bit older, a little bit wiser, and she's going to be a handful in here.
Well, when you think Steve Asmussen, you think fast sprinters more often than not, and he's had plenty of success with the fillies sprinting in the carousel. Here's a look at his winners, most recently in 2020, so been a little bit of a dry spell for him, Paul.
Yeah, right, a little bit of a dry spell, but there you can see he has an adept. Just when they go back sprinting, Valentine Candy, we just saw Skelly just miss over and Saudi. That was a tough beat, and he's obviously a very good sprinter. But you can go to a lot of the horses that Wicked Halo. You can go on and on to a lot of his horses. When they cut back in distance, they get stronger and stronger. She looks tremendous on the racetrack.
First of 4 stakes coming up today at Oaklawn. We head back over to New York. Greg and the crew, 4 to 5 on Zytlos right now. Could kick off a very big afternoon for Steve Asmussen.
Almost every day seems like it could be a big day for Steve Asmussen, but especially on big days. 4 to 5. What do you guys think of Zytlos in here coming off that win?
Go ahead, John.
I like Zytlos quite a bit. We'll talk about it, I'm sure, a handful of times between now and the Rebel. But if you think that February 3rd, the day of the Southwest, was an inside day, where the inside was where you wanted to be, horses like Zytlos need to be upgraded for you. Okay, this horse was wide around there that day, and that's really the main reason why I singled this horse on the cross-country pick 5. And that and a combination of not really respecting or trusting the second choice in here, the 7, Mucho Macho Girl.
I agree with everything Jonathan said, and I'm not saying I'm running to take 3 to 5 on her, and that's a bit short, but I do think she's very much the horse to beat. My one wacky price horse is Sarah Harper, because she's second off a long layoff. She caught a sloppy track and got something out of it by showing speed that day, even if she's on the inside or not, and she obviously wasn't going to run that day, and she does have some back races that give her a chance in here. So if you want a goofy price horse, I thought she was a little tiny bit interesting.
Let's go to Maggie for more on the carousel to kick off this cross-country pick 5.
It was really hard for me, Greg, to see beyond Zytlos in here based upon appearances, because her main rival, at least as far as the board is concerned, is number 7, Mucho Macho Girl, who, yeah, she's a Mucho Macho, man. They tend to be a little bit lighter and kind of spindly built, but she just didn't stack up physically as well to Zytlos. And the last time they met, well, Zytlos trounced her by about 15 lengths in the end, and I really question the horses that she's been beating up on at the fairgrounds. As we'll take a look at there's actually a couple horses that come out of the American Beauty where Alva Star just dominated. But number 3, let's be clear, I thought she had a weird trip. She was slow into stride. She traveled last and then kind of tipped out and ran on mildly stretched. Sorry, it was the one that, number 1, Adeline Julia, who had the weird trip. But let's be clear, was the one who I thought really looked good coming into here as well. And I'd be interested to kind of fool around with both of those horses here at fairly generous prices, and arguably coming out of a good race featuring Alva Star. And then to Andy's horse, Sarah Harper, she's not big in stature, but she's very bulky. She's a very bullish type of mare. So yes, I think always she needs to race into fitness. I think that's why a lot of times off of layoffs that Ron Moquett has raced her on the turf, because it's a little bit of an easier surface, and let's just get her a race into her. She does look pretty fit here for her, and like Andy said, there's ability in there. It's just, when is she going to show it? We'll see what she does. She refound some of her early speed last time too. Will we see that as well again here, Acacia?
She's a big price, Maggie, 30 to 1 on her toes in the prelims. We'll see how the pace does shake out in here. Paul, Zytlos for you?
I think Zytlos is the horse to beat, but I do think the 9, I'm the boss of me, is going to run a giant race in here at 8 to 1.
Loading in for the first of 4 stakes on the card at Oaklawn Park. The Carousel coming up next. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Boss of Me to the outside. Here's I'm the Boss of Me. We're ready to go in the Carousel Stakes. And we're off. Sarah Harper, Backyard Money. These two quickest away. Backyard Money, the long shot, takes control. Sarah Harper on her throat latch running in second. Zeitlos not far off. Joining I'm the Boss of Me, who's 3 wide, moving up to come and challenge those leaders. Mucho Macho Girl down on the inside, moving up. Very contentious pace here as I'm the Boss of Me as a head lead. Backyard Money sticking to her. And Mucho Macho Girl eases off, runs in third. In the 4th spot is Sarah Harper. A length and a half to Zeitlos, racing in 5th. She's 4 off the pace. A length and a half better than Adeline Julia, then Pillbox. And Let's Be Clear has to pass them all in 3 furlongs around the 4th turn. Backyard Money, I'm the Boss of Me, stride for stride, and they're 2 lengths clear of Sarah Harper sent along. Mucho Macho Girl under pressure. Zeitlos is trying to get into the race now. She splits horses. Zeitlos 2 behind. Backyard Money off the turn, but Zeitlos is making a big move now. Zeitlos on the grandstand side just swarms those early leaders. Backyard Money's trying to move with her. Zeitlos, Backyard Money running the race of her life, but it's Zeitlos who has the head lead, and Zeitlos is America's newest stakes winner. Zeitlos, a picture of consistency, wins it under Tyler Gaffleone. Backyard Money was second, then came Mucho Macho Girl in third, and 4th was I'm the Boss of Me.
Zeitlos was best in the Carousel. You could see when Tyler Gaffleone tipped her out that he had a ton of horse. Paul able to run down a stubborn 26-1 shot. Backyard Money, who ran a terrific race today.
This was a professional ride by Tyler Gaffleone. When you have a 3 to 5 shot, and a lot of horses are going, he did not break that well with her, and he decided on the backside. I thought the key move was to back up off the pace, and like I said, he was going to add some more pace to the race, so Tyler let everybody go, and you know the 4 tried to get away from him with Nicky Juarez, but you're right, Tyler always had this horse, and I think the key was when he split. He didn't go around horses, he split. You could see Zeitlos, looks like she just ran about 100 yards, but yeah, you can see her ears were up, but Tyler always had a ton of horse underneath her.
Beautiful filly by Curlin in her stakes debut, gets the win. The Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. Backyard Money, she was kind of the last lady standing, so to speak, as far as the pace scenario, because she broke sharply. Then it was kind of a scramble on the Boss of Me moved up, as you mentioned, and several horses going towards the lead. She was part of that pace, whereas, like you said, Zeitlos was taken out of it to get that right kind of trip.
Yeah, she's just as game as can be. And again, we talk about this all the time, how they, barns go in and out of cycles, and Dwayne Lucas's barn is right now running well. He had a 3-shot winner the other day. He had a 13-1 winner yesterday. He's had a couple long shots run well today. That might bode well for a horse named Just Steel a little later on.
Yeah, we'll see what happens a little bit later on the card. But heading back over to Aqueduct, the stakes action continuing, Greg.
It is. We have the Haynesfield coming up, and yet Dwayne Lucas's horses, they have been running lately at this meet. We'll see how and what that means for Just Steel and the Rebel. Back to the Haynesfield. Here is a look at one of, it looks like the 2 horses this race goes through. Dr. Ardito for Chad Brown you're looking at, and then, of course, there's Maker's Candy.
But, Jonathan, I'm going to ask you the question. The public seems to be betting it like it's a one-horse race with Dr. Ardito, the heavy favorite. I certainly didn't see this coming.
Yeah, I didn't either. Maker's Candy's just been consistent, been running extremely fast races, and Dr. Ardito comes in here off of a short break. I don't know. I guess it could be the Chad Brown thing that people like to lean on Chad in these types of situations. And Dr. Ardito does run well fresh, but that's not answering your question as to why
he can win, Dr. Ardito. Yeah. I mean, but I think from a handicapping standpoint, you've got Maker's Candy that's going to be sitting off an overmatched speed horse who's 10-1 and should be a much bigger price, but he's always an underlay. And then you have Dr. Ardito, who's a little more pace dependent. He's not that slow, and I'm not saying that he may not win. I think the morning line maker had Maker's Candy, I think, is the favorite.
He did at 8-5.
Yeah, so I'm surprised.
It seems like looking at doubles, pick 3 is going to even out a little more.
You'd have to think so, right?
Yeah, this is big disparity right now. Whittington Park's going to kick off the post parade. Kendrick Carmouche for Jeremiah Englehart.
Yeah, very talented horse. bred by Marshall Graham and Clay Sanders, homebred for them at 10 strike.
Wow, it's exciting.
Shots, everybody.
2 shots if it's a homebred.
Dr. Ardito, this horse at one time put together 6 in a row.
Manny Franco sticks with him, but he's likely to stick with the Chad Brown runners.
Here's Overstep for Todd Pletcher.
Not impossible. Ran pretty well last time on a sloppy racetrack. Does need to take a step forward to beat the top 2.
This horse has some ability here off the bench for Doug O'Neill's race since May.
I like Aneo. It's a tough spot off the layoff, and he's more pace dependent than Dr. Ardito.
Mama's Gold has that massive race 3 starts ago.
Yeah, one massive race, and I think that's the big question. Can they find that duplication? Doesn't seem like they can.
And it was on a sloppy sealed track as well. And then here's Maker's Candy, 3 in a row. Jose Lezcano takes over. Manny Franco had been aboard. He'll be on board Dr. Ardito.
I really thought he was the horse to beat, and I think you're right, Greg. I think as we get closer to post, you'll see these odds come together a lot more.
And there's Anejo, who we skipped over in the post parade there. So Dylan Davis for Doug O'Neill. So long time away for that horse, who would put together back-to-back wins before a third going to the bench.
Yeah, I'm not a Neo fan, but this is a very pace-dependent horse. And, I mean, when you consider he's got a rival like Dr. Ardito, he's kind of got to hope that one doesn't show up to win this race.
And this is a horse who not only does he always show up, but he just keeps on coming in the races that he lines up in, doesn't he?
Relentless.
And he runs well fresh, too. I mean, if you look, Timeform US does a thing where it kind of lays out the days for you. If you look off of his wins, off of 50 days, off of 312 days, off of 36 days, 44 days, 249 days, he runs well fresh.
I think by design with a lot of Chad Brown runners and aggregation was the controlling speed in this race, and he had been coming off some very good races. Excellent ride by Manny Franco, saving ground and coming out the stretch, exactly the kind of ride you want, and he ran down aggregation. But I will say something, I think Maker's Candy is a better horse than aggregation. Now, you could also say, well, you know, maybe the pace he's got, he doesn't have the controlling speed. Well, Dr. D got a pretty fast pace to close into last time. They were moving up front.
This one projects to be honest.
Look at what happened.
Yep.
Now Maker's Candy's even money, and Dr. Ardito's 9-5.
Script has flipped as we look at Whittington Park, who makes a nice appearance at 11-1. Let's get Mig's thoughts.
Guys, this is just a really nice group of horses all the way through. You could make a case, I think, for just about anybody here. The 2 Whittington Park is about as handsome a horse as you're ever going to see. Really a lot of influence from his sire, Midnight Loot. Man, he is eye-catching. Everybody has their idea what they think a horse should look like. He certainly checks all the boxes for me. Great energy level to him, too. I'm a big fan of the 3, Dr. Ardito. He is just so honest, and he just seems to know where the wire is. He has that, you know, kind of radar and gets his head down in front, obviously a lot of the times being 8 for 14 lifetime. I picked the 5 Anejo. In a race filled with good-looking horses, he was a standout. The 6-year-old Ridgeling by Freud out of Tiffany Twisted. She was a real nice mare around here. He looks outstanding. And sometimes horses coming off a layoff, he hasn't been seen since May. I love his work tab at Keeneland. They're a little bit fresher, so they're a little bit sharper, so maybe he doesn't leave himself too much to do. I really was taken by the 5 Anejo.
Off the bench, Mig loves what he sees with this horse. Doug O'Neill, Dylan Davis, and wow, this horse is really going the right way until he went to the bench, where you have to assume something went wrong.
I like Anejo as a horse. He was entered yesterday. He opted to go into this race instead. They may have been right. And listen, I wish Richie the best of luck. I don't see how. I don't want to be a chalky and weasel, but this is a 2-horse race. And the problem with Anejo is he has a similar running style to Dr. Ardito, but he's probably a deeper closer than that one. And I don't see how you can think he's going to beat Dr. Ardito. If Dr. Ardito's compromised, isn't he also compromised?
Yeah, and I think Anejo, he wants a stamina to come into play. I think it's, you know, I know he's won a mile before, but I think it's like those kind of stamina test miles. I think he's more of a mile and an 8 type of
This is Maker's Candy.
This is Maker's Candy. 3 in a row for this horse. This was on that muddy sealed track against allowance optional 62 runners. And, wow, 199 Beyer speed figures the last 2 starts.
He's been in great form. He's done on muddy and fast tracks. I think one of the things some may be looking at is that he's Lasix off for here. And I'm not somebody who worries about that much, but some do. But my counter to that would be, well, he won the Mike Lee without Lasix and ran an 88 Beyer earlier in his career. That was even earlier in his career, so I don't see there's any evidence that he can't run well without Lasix.
If you're looking for an excuse not to bet Maker's Candy, I welcome you to use that one. It's fine. But if you like Maker's Candy, don't let that bother you.
He is the even money favorite now in the Haynesfield race, named after the Jockey Club Gold Cup winner who dusted Blame back in 2010.
California's favorite horse. He gave them cover when they incorrectly made Zenyatta the horse of the year over Blame.
In Andy's opinion. Set for
Everyone's
the Haynesfield. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Maker's Candy goes in. All set for the Haynesfield. And they're off. Dr. Ardito breaks well, so does Overstep from in between horses, and Mama's Gold with the early speed. Mama's Gold right to the front, and Maker's Candy on the far outside is now alone in second. Maybe a step slow as Añejo is now moved towards the outside, and the center of the racetrack is in third. Overstep is there in. The orange cap is in fourth. Dr. Ardito is now going to be towards the back end of the field to be the trailer as Whittington Park starts to move forward as they work up the backstretch. They're chasing Mama's Gold at a big number. Mama's Gold's got the lead, is up by a length and a half, and Maker's Candy is well settled here in second. 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. 3 wide, it's Añejo who's chasing there 3 wide as they approach a half mile left to go. It's still Mama's Gold holding them off. Maker's Candy is right there from second, and Añejo is just a well-settled third. Whittington Park starts to move closer. At the rail, it's Overstep. No move yet. Dr. Ardito losing touch with the field a bit is 10 lengths back the trailer. 3 across the racetrack. Añejo is making a big move, and here comes Añejo. And Añejo is quickly taking the lead and put away Maker's Candy. Same can be said for Mama's Gold. Añejo's trying to win it right now for Dylan Davis as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Whittington Park. Maker's Candy is dropping back through the field, is now back to 5th. Overstep is trying to rally on. Dr. Ardito still with a lot of ground to make up. Maker's Candy is drifting out, being eased maybe here at the top of the stretch. Añejo is trying to run away with it right now. It's Añejo who's in front. Dr. Ardito is making up some late ground. Same can be said for Whittington Park. Añejo made that big move, has a final furlong left to go. Whittington Park is catching this rival quickly. Añejo with a 16th to go needs the line. Whittington Park with every stride. Whittington Park to the outside. Añejo looking for the line. Whittington Park in time. Whittington Park wins the Haynesfield over Añejo. Then Dr. Ardito finished third. Final running time, 1:39.4.
Añejo trying to hang on. One of the horses that looks sensational warming up, Whittington Park, comes and gets him.
And he ran very well to do it. I mean, it's a tough beat. Richie liked Añejo. He was a different horse today. He was right on top of the pace. He looked like a winner opening up, and he just got a little bit leg-weary racing late. And I'll tell you something. This is not a particularly fast race at the end of the day, which makes that 7th race an even more incredible performance. Not a 2-horse race, I guess.
Yeah, look, Añejo he ran extremely well. He just, you could tell he was tired here. He wouldn't switch leads, and it was a foregone conclusion that Whittington Park was going to catch him. He was just steady the entire way around there. Dr. Ardito, just maybe too far back. I'm not really sure. He didn't really pick up his feet.
He didn't run well, and Maker's Candy was eased in this horse race, basically in the turn. And for what it's worth, that's 2 straight horses from Mike Maker's barn that did not finish well.
Back-to-back Kendrick Carmouche takes the Haynesfield 12-1 with this horse, second biggest price on the board.
He ran. Dr. Ardito, listen, Maker's Candy was eased. Dr. Ardito really didn't show up today. Because he's got a similar running style to Whittington Park, and he's always been a better horse.
2-5-3-4 in the Haynesfield, 12-1 again. We'll have these prices coming up. Kendrick Carmouche giving a big wave to the crowd out in South Ozone Park. Back in the start of the cross-country Pick 5, Carousel from Oaklawn, Zeitlos, Steve Asmussen barn, Stone Street Stables, and Tyler Gaffleone had to fight to get by Backyard Money, a big price, but does so at odds on. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Tyler Gaffleone aboard Zeitlos in today's carousel. Tyler, you were content to let her sit a little more back than what she had been in some of her more recent races, but she was there when you called upon her.
She was. First off, all the credit goes to Steve and his team. They brought over here ready to run. I'm just so thankful to have this opportunity, thankful to Stone Street and all the connections, but she's a talented filly, but it was kind of a strange race. The pace didn't really develop the way I wanted it to. I was kind of in a weird spot in between horses, and I decided to let her get by herself and get comfortable, and she finished the job really well when I called on her.
Let's talk a little bit about another one that you'll ride for Steve later in the Razorback, and that is Magic Tap. Tap It. Sometimes difficult, but he shows up. Talk a little bit about what you're expecting from him.
You know, he had a really nice 3-0 campaign. He ran some really tough races. He beat older horses at Saratoga, came back in a really messed up track at Pennsylvania Derby and ran hard that day. So the talent's there. Hopefully he's matured, and if you watch his last race, it looks like he has. So we're feeling pretty good.
I love it, Tyler. Best of luck later on, but nice way to kick things off here. Congrats.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffalione guiding Zeitlos to a masterful victory as a favorite in the carousel. Guys.
He's got Magic Tap to come in the Razorback, so we look forward to that for Dylan. And Dymatic for the Asmussen Barn in the Rebel on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Honeybee next on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. Mile and a 16th, $400,000 purse for 3-year-old fillies, and even money on West Omaha. Brad Cox, Christian Torres. Talk more about that in a bit. We need to say goodbye to Andy Serling. Your work is done for the day.
It's been a pleasure, guys. I'll see you sometime soon. I will not be here tomorrow.
You're not going to be here tomorrow?
I'm going to see my mom.
Okay, well, enjoy the time off.
I will.
Mig going to join us on the set after a timeout as we get set for the Grade 3 Honeybee from Oaklawn. Have those prices as well from the Haynesfield and the Nightcap coming up here in New York. Stay with us. Back on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Road to the Kentucky Oaks and Derby coming up at Oaklawn Park. And our feature in the books here in South Ozone Park, New York, with a Haynesfield going to Whittingham Park with that big performance running down Anejo. Don't forget, with a 19% increase in New York bred maiden purses in 2026, pays to have a New York bred. Never been a better time to have a New York bred foal. For information on how to qualify your foal, visit NYRA.com/NYBreds. 27-20 on Whittington Park, who's now put together back-to-back wins for Jeremiah Engelhardt. And speaking of back-to-back wins, that's what Kendrick Carmouche has done on this Saturday card. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Guys, I so appreciate when good riders ride good races, and we just watched perfect evidence of that here. Whittington Park, Kendrick Carmouche, you gave this horse a flawless ride. Talk about your trip. Looked like Anejo kind of snuck away a little bit turning for home, but you came with that last run.
Yeah, you know, Jeremiah leaves everything into my hands. I didn't went on this horse 3 or 4 times already. You know, he broke good. Manny horse broke pretty sharp, and I thought he would be, you know, break a little lazy, but I eased him outside and I put him right behind the 7 and Dylan, and I said, I'm gonna just sit here, you know, and I was sitting comfortable. Around the turn, Dylan and them got away from me, and I'm still sitting, but my horse is running comfortable. But man, when I switched leads at the top of the lane, I reached and hit him, and he just, you know, he saw that horse in front. He wanted to win, and you know, I think I wanted to win a little bit more than him, and we got there. You know, what a great job by Jeremiah and his crew. I love this horse. This horse fits me. He just like you to just sit on him and just let him do the job.
He's just such a big, strong, good-looking horse too.
Yeah, I mean, you see him in the post parade, you know, you like, man, this horse looks good to be a New York bred, you know. He ran open in Saratoga, some tough races, you know, I thought over there. Jeremiah freshened him up, waited till the Aqueduct meet, and it paid off. He 2 for 2 now since he come back, and Marshall Graham, my peoples, we do it again, you know.
Great job here. Really terrific ride. And guys, check him out about 70 yards out. He knows he's got Anejo, puts his stick away, and styles.
Oh,
check it out.
Louisiana in the house, baby.
Kendrick, you stole Jonathan's line. Got to do shots again here. You know, you have a speed horse, and it's true. He's so good. He's so good on a horse that's on the lead and get a horse go gate to wire, but he can do it all. Bourbonic in the wood, this ride on Winnington Park, he's a complete rider.
It's the biggest misconception, I think, about Kendrick is that he's a speed rider. He just happens to be good at that, but he's also good at the other things as well. And, you know, him and Marshall's relationship, they go back to winning a lot of races at parks together. I know Marshall loves Kendrick, and you can tell that Kendrick loves Marshall. So fun win for the 10-strike team with this homebred.
And, yeah, as Kendrick said, double dose of Louisiana in the house. He goes back-to-back. Let's look at the cross-country pick 5. 2 legs in. We got a $27 horse. Hopefully you do. It's still a long way to go. If you had that one, we're rooting for you.
Look, it's gonna in these pools, these cross country pick 5. Why I love this wager so much. That 27-1 is going to pay better than you normally would see with a 27-1 in a pick 5.
12-1.
Oh, 12-1. Excuse me, $27 horse. So it's gonna pay better. You're sitting on a nice little ticket if you're alive right now, and hopefully you can get the rest of it home.
Good luck, everybody. Honeybee, Razorback, Rebel. Back-to-back graded stakes to close out the cross-country pick 5, the first of which is on the road to this year's Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. Grade 3 Honeybee, mile and a 16th. That is Band of Gold, won the Martha Washington on that sensational weekend for Kenny McPeak, which he swept the big stakes.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Secret Oath has stormed to the lead. It is now a 3-length advantage. UG Ree and Ice Orchid are watching her race away, and Secret Oath comes to the final furlong now with a 5-length advantage. UG Ree and Ice Orchid, this is another dominant performance for a budding superstar, Secret Oath, to win the Honeybee.
Secret Oath dominant in the 2022 Honeybee. She would go on to win the Kentucky Oaks for the one and only Wayne Lukas in what was an exceptionally competitive group of fillies that year, Paul, and then especially the next year she had to go on and face the older gals, but a very talented horse who used exactly this prep going on to the big ones in May.
She really did. She had a pretty and beautiful stride, and there you see Mr. Lucas's wins here in the Honeybee, going all the way back to Lost Kitty. I remember Train Robbery. That's dating myself as well. But yeah, Secret Oath, and then the epic showdown here between her and Clairiere last year was amazing. But what an amazing filly she was.
We'll see if we could have a future Kentucky Oaks winner in this year's rendition of the Honeybee. Grade 3, a mile and a 16th for the 3-year-old fillies coming up next. And it's a good one. West Omaha, who's done very little wrong in her career so far, taking all of the early money at even money right now for Brad Cox. Meeting the rest of the field, though, Paul, because like we talked about with the Colts, you could have some fillies take a step forward, and making her 3-year-old debut is the one, Alice Beach.
Yeah, and a horse that's taken some money for our colleague Tom Amos, 5-1 off the 10-1 morning line, and probably should get that at a back-to-back grade 1s.
Martha Washington winner, Band of Gold.
You wonder if that race was aided by the sloppy racetrack or not. We'll find out today.
Big price on the 3, Honor Cat, winner last out.
Yeah, really good winner last time out. Now faces winners for the first time for this Ridging. It's been working well in the morning.
Wrapped up in the post parade today. Here's Neon Beach. She'll try to turn the tables on Band of Gold.
Yeah, and she's very consistent. You know, like we were talking about the other Ashes horse who just won the last race. She's always right there at the wire.
Distridis is stretching out in distance, excuse me.
Thank God you said that, not me. Isaac Castillo. Horse not getting a lot of money, 54-1, but we did see a 70-1 and a 60-1 win yesterday.
Here's your favorite, West Omaha, coming off the Silver Bullet Day win.
She's going to be really tough. I mean, I know the Brad Cox horses have not run well, but those are horses that have been training here. When they come in from fairgrounds, they're dangerous.
Very good point. Here's Lemon Muffin. That sounds good.
With Lasix and blinkers last time better, but now the Lasix gone, so maybe the blinkers helped her.
Will stretch out in distance for the first time as well. Here's Tappet Janelle. Set the pace in that, Martha Washington.
I thought she, did not race that bad for the first time going, second time going around 2 turns. She's going to have to improve.
In Just My Heels, off the maiden win.
Yeah, last time out was good. And then this is the main danger. I honestly think that this filly is really good. I don't know if she can beat the 6 West Omaha, but I would not leave her off your tickets. She's a filly by Midshipman. She overcome a lot of trouble in her first start. I thought she overcome more trouble in her second start. I think she's pretty talented.
And that's the 10 Midshipman stance to the outside. But the one Alice Beach just mentioned making her 3-year-old debut, Tom Amos standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, very familiar face on our program. Please be joined here by Tom. And Tom, she's actually a shorter price now than she ever has been in her career. A bit of an overachieving type at times, but now she has to deal with the layoff against a field of fillies who do have some recency over her.
Yeah, and we're going 2 turns. So there's a lot happening in this race as Alice Beach makes her first start of 2024 and attempts either today or in her next start to get some Oaks points for the big race, hopefully in the beginning of May.
Talk a little bit about the time off from the Alcibiades to now. What has she been up to? And furthermore, have you noticed a change in her at all from 2 to 3?
So she's always been a trying horse. She loves her job, and she gets a lot out of what she does. She's got a great series of works underneath her. She's put on weight. She's become a bigger, stronger filly. That concerns me a little bit today in terms of having her ready to go this far. But this is the starting point. So, we're here. We want to see a good finish on the end and, look forward to the next race as well.
Well, Tom, it's always good to see you in person. Best of luck here with Alice Beach.
Thanks, Maggie. Appreciate it.
All right, Tom Amos, as I said, Acacia, familiar face, but always some great insights with his horse, Alice Beach, today.
He's always calm and cool in the spotlight, Tom. Certainly a trainer who knows how to win the Kentucky Oaks. We talked about Serengeti Empress earlier on in the show. There is Alice Beach getting a good warm-up. But Tom brought up a good point. It's not just the layoff. It's also going 2 turns off a layoff. That is often a tall order for a filly that has certainly held her own, finishing 3rd in the Alcibiades behind Candide, who would go on to be 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
If you know Tom, which I've known Tom for a long time, and you read through the lines, this horse is very talented. And what he's basically trying to tell you is, I might not have her cranked up today, but she might win by accident. And I know that I have something good. So him telling Maggie this is a starting point, he's basically saying, okay, I want her to run a decent race because I know she's a nice filly, and then we can get her maybe some Oaks points today if she can run 2nd or 3rd or win, and then that would be a surprise. But it seems like to me like he's going to have her nice and cranked for her next start too.
Yeah, we'll see if this could be a building block race for her moving forward. Right to her outside, though, the number 2 Band of Gold, one of those fillies that has the recency. And we're taking a look at the Martha Washington, where she finished ahead of Neon Beach last time out. She was off the pace, and she late, finishing pretty well with the best momentum. But as you mentioned, Paul, that was a wet track. Does she continue with the momentum that she has? What happened in the Untappable 2 starts back? What kind of filly is she?
I don't know, but when I watched this race, the 3 fillies that were in front of her, they just were like bowling pins hitting each other down the lane, and it almost seemed like, okay, I'm just going to go to the outside and around. And I get it. She was much the best that day, but to move up 23 points and now
She was 24 to 1 that day,
too. And the wheel right back, I can understand. I think that's about the right line, 4 to 1, 5 to 1. I just, it's a different racetrack. She's going to have to get a different pace to run into. And those horses were kind of stopping towards the end of that race. I think she runs into a better group today.
Even money, though, on West Omaha, trying to make it 2 wins in a row. Maggie, what are you seeing from the favorite?
Well, Acacia, as you and I always say, we always feel as though we're at a disadvantage when we've never seen a horse before, and that's where I stand with West Omaha, who, just on the surface of things, your first impression, or my first impression of her is, I'm not that thrilled as the favorite, to be fair. She is a very lightly framed filly that really lacks the top line and a hind end, and I get it. She can win here. She really has a beautiful stride. She powered away from the field last time, and she is classy acting. Don't get me wrong about that, but she's just not my cup of tea when you talk about horses physically. Like I said, she can win at even money, but she's not going to do it with me here today. Now, from Omaha Beach to another Omaha Beach, not that she is, I was actually referring to Alice Beach, but Neon Beach here for Steve Asmussen. Talk about one that I haven't seen since she was a 2-year-old, but she's done incredibly well in the interim. She looks fantastic. Solid, just so well conditioned, dappled head to toe, exudes confidence as well. And it was her sternest test last time as far as I think the distance. And I've always kind of wondered, does she really want the distance? And her last effort kind of said to me, yes, she very well could, as I think she stayed on well. She broke forwardly. She has that tactical early speed, and she just, was able to stay on well. She was kind of with the racetrack that day, but really, as far as physical impressions go, she made the best one in this field. Now, a horse that's stretching out in distance that I find really intriguing, not necessarily on pedigree, that's for sure, being a daughter of midshipmen, but number 10, Midshipman's Dance. She can get a little antsy in the gate, so I don't mind the outside post for her, therefore she doesn't have to stand that long, and she should break forwardly to get the early position. So we'll see how she handles that from the far outside here. But she really looks like a filly that wants to run longer. She's long and stretchy in her frame, and watching her stride in that win last time as she looks to remain undefeated, it really suggested to me that longer is better. It takes her a while to get into it, and then when she unravels it, it's there for her, and she's going to keep finding. So I think she's very intriguing from that, albeit not advantageous outside post, Acacia.
Yeah, we'll see what she does. Maggie, thank you. 6 to 1 on Midshipman's Dance. She's 2 for 2, though, Paul, and I know you have interest in this filly, and as Maggie said, the gate is not really her friend. I mean, you watch that last race in the Mockingbird, she's throwing her head around. She's not really settled. And Maggie, I thought, brought up a great point with the outside post. Load in, spring the gate, go right away. She doesn't have to stand there, which could benefit her.
Yeah, definitely. That's the one thing. She's really, really talented, and that's why I think she's got a shot in here. And I can understand why the public is going with Brad Cox at 4 to 5. But if she minds her manners and breaks well, out of the Stevie Wonderboy mare, a lot of people forget Stevie Wonderboy won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Belmont Park in 2005.
That's right.
Yes, he did.
That's right.
On one turn. Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
I didn't even know that he was a stallion, by the way. That's pretty
right?
cool.
Doug O'Neill,
That's pretty
Stevie
cool.
Wonderboy, yeah.
6-1 on Midshipman's Dance as this filly will stretch out for the first time, try to put that undefeated record on the line. 4 to 5 on West Omaha, though. This will be a good one. We'll see who takes a step forward onto the Kentucky Oaks. It's the Honeybee coming up live from Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
And Leroff in the Honeybee Stakes. Alice Beach was away last and drops to the back of the pack. Neon Beach up on the lead with Eda Strudis. Tappet Janali 3 deep on the course as those 3 are lined up into the clubhouse turn. And Just My Heels 4 wide, joining that party around the turn. On the outside, Midshipman's Dance is running a joint 4th with West Omaha, the favorite, in the pink jacket between horses. Lemon Muffin right alongside of her. Honor Cat shuffled back to run in the 3rd last spot. Band of Gold 2nd to last. And Alice Beach is the early trailer. 10 legs from 1st to last, swinging up the back stretch. They've sorted themselves out on the lead. In Just My Heels is a neck advantage. Eda Strudis right there to hound her from the rail. And those 2 lead by a length and a half. Tappet Janali in 3rd. Neon Beach goes well in the early stages down the backside. She's a joint 3rd, and Lemon Muffin is 3 wide. West Omaha between horses, between the 2 Diodoro entrants, in fact. Honor Cat inside, a 3 deep Midshipman's Dance into the turn. Band of Gold still 2nd to last. Alice Beach at the rear still as they charge around the 4th turn. In Just My Heels opens up that lead to a length and a tail. Tappet Janali takes the 2nd spot. Eda Strudis under heavy pressure in 3rd. Lemon Muffin claims the 3rd position, along with Neon Beach, who's behind horses in a pocket. She has run. West Omaha's trying to get outside Midshipman's Dance. Both runners being pumped upon as they swing off the turn in the Honeybee, and Tappet Janali comes away with the lead. Lemon Muffin on the outside. The maiden trying to get her first career win in the Honeybee, and she just stormed to the front. Lemon Muffin, Keith Asmussen drawing away, and this is a coming out party for Lemon Muffin. Lemon Muffin, the maiden's gonna do it, and how about that? She did it in a graded stake. Lemon Muffin won going away. Tappet Janali was 2nd, West Omaha 3rd, and Neon Beach was 4th. Dwayne Lucas with 3 wins today, and this is a big one right here with Lemon Muffin, who won the Honeybee going away.
Muffins for everybody. Lemon Muffin at 28 to 1. You heard Matt Dinnerman say it, Paul. 3 wins today for Wayne Lucas. We talked about how this barn is going, and maybe this one on paper looked like she should have been that price. The way she ran on track, she looked like she should have been the one that was even money.
Wow, good ride by Keith Asmussen. And you know what? Mr. Lucas tipped his hand. Sometimes you got to look back. I always go back and look back when I miss a horse. And listen, this horse is 30 to 1 in the morning line. A lot of people miss, but look at the drills. This horse has been working guns a-blazing in the morning. Blinkers obviously helped. We were asked the question in the post-parade, Acacia, was it the blinkers or the mud that helped this horse last time out? Obviously it was the blinkers. And Mr. Lucas, hopefully somebody can get in there and get an interview without getting punched in the face, but hopefully we'll get an interview with Mr. Lucas.
He is a legend, that's for sure. As are you, Paul. Lemon Muffin, that's a special win for Keith Asmussen. You can see the celebration on his face, winning for the coach. That's got to be special for sure. She loved the added distance. He did this route with Secret Oath. Greg, maybe Lemon Muffin is the next one for Wayne Lucas.
3-win day for the coach, and more to come in the Rebel. He'll have Just Steele, looks like a major player. How about that, though? At 22 to 1 on the road to the Kentucky Oaks with a filly that many dismissed in that race. We have our nightcap coming up here in New York. New York Reds 30 maiden claiming race in the 6 furlong sprint. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, we got a big full field here, very competitive nightcap. We'll start with the favorite, the 5, or co-favorite, I should say, Good Reunion. Coming back on that quick turnaround, turning back some in distance. making a really nice impression. You know, when I'm looking at horses that are short prices, I'm looking for some negatives. I really can't report any there. The 11, Sinombra, really looks sharp. I think she's well posted. You get Dylan Davis deputizing for Katie Davis, who is over in Saudi Arabia riding the Jockey Challenge yesterday. She will be back tomorrow, actually catching a plane out tonight. Lands tomorrow morning, is listed to ride in the first race tomorrow. So hopefully she sleeps well on planes like I used to when I was riding. But Sinombra looks very, very sharp on the racetrack. A horse that I think is going to outrun her odds, too, is the 2 horse here, Support the Cat. This horse is really well turned out. And guys, I'm just hearing a report that the 9 horse is a late scratch here. So adjust your wagers accordingly. The 9 First Sons is a late scratch. But again, the 2 Support the Cat at 34-1. Horse looks too good for me not to say that I do believe she'll outrun her odds.
Wow, we'll see if that means a win for the 2 Support the Cat. As you heard from Mig, the 9 coming off the board. So that's officially now scratch. First Son comes out of the race for Rudy Rodriguez. That's a horse that could have been forward in here.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely can impact the pace of the situation. Took some money last time. I think another interesting part of the story here is that there's 3 horses that are covered in the pick 6. 4, 5, and 11 are covered in the pick 6. If anyone but the 4, 5, or 11 win, we'll have a double carryover.
And there you see the 9 going back to the barn. The scratch of that horse makes maybe Mig's big long shot play a little more interesting. A horse who showed some speed last time out, although usually is not forward.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's an interesting part of these races all the time when there's scratches either early or late. You look at the race, you have an idea of what the pace is going to look like, even if you handicap the night before. Then you wake up in the morning, there's some scratches, and then in this situation, you got a lot less time to react to it. But yeah, I think the 9 First Sons definitely does change the complexion a little bit. I'm still going to stick to the outside horse, the 11, Sinombra, a horse that I just think is likely to appreciate the cut back to 6 furlongs. Last time was going the mile. The time before that going 7 furlongs. And if this horse can run that 6 furlong race from 3 starts back, I think that Sinombra will get the picture taken, and someone will take home, what does it look like, $81,000 in the pick 6?
But the 5 horse, are they just playing this horse off the debut? I mean, 3 starts since that time has not come close to repeating that effort.
A combination of that and the trainer who wins every race in NYRA.
That is Linda Rice, set a new single-season record in wins on the circuit in 2023. Good point. Kendrick Carmouche trying to make it 3 in a row to end this card on this Saturday program. Let's go upstairs. The finale from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
Sinombra to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed down towards the inside here from Support the Cat, right out towards the front. Also trying to join this leaders up on the far outside. It's going to be So Mama Beach to challenge, and in between horses there comes Perfect Outcome, who's going to take off and now track in 3rd. At the rail, that's English Storm, who's in the 4th position as a shared 4th, is trying to make up some ground with Good Reunion. It's 4 wide in that second grouping. Out wider there is Sinombra in the lime green cap. Losing some ground was Ring Me. It's now shuffled back. Same can be said for Been Good to Know Ya. The trailer, Kurokwi. 2-way battle up front, 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. 2 big long shots. Support the Cat to the inside, So Mama Beach to the outside. Big numbers here, and here comes Sinombra. Sinombra is now alone in 3rd. Perfect Outcome is down at the rail, is in 4th. Also in between horses still, Good Reunion needs a way out as they approach the top of the stretch. It continues to be So Mama Beach at a big number here. Support the Cat is battling on down towards the inside. Sinombra. Kurokwi from far out of it. Grandstand side also making up some big ground. Sinombra is ready to challenge at 2-1. Long shots everywhere, and now in the clear. Good Reunion is unleashed on the grandstand side. Sinombra, but Good Reunion with every stride is just motoring after this leader. Down the line, it's going to be tight. It's a photo finish. Sinombra and an oncoming Good Reunion. Kurokwi finished 3rd. 1 minute 15 flat. It's a photo in race 9.
Did Sinombra with Dylan Davis hold off this hard-charging Good Reunion? Might just have, but it was awfully close.
I'm going to do my best Paul LaDuca impersonation, and I'm going to call this thing confidently that it's the inside horse, the 11, that gets the win here. But who knows? Oof.
I think you might be right.
I don't know. I didn't feel as warm and fuzzy as I hoped it was going to feel.
Very close. 3-2 favorite outside, 2-1 inside, and Kendrick Carmouche on the 5, trying to make it 3 in a row to end this card again. But Dylan Davis may have done just enough to eke this out.
It's close. It's very, very close. Usually when you go slow-mo, as many races as we watch, you can kind of cheat and get it right. I still am unsure.
One more look. So Dylan on the 11. Here comes Kendrick on Good Reunion, who's gaining with every step. Was it enough? Where's that wire? And if it wasn't, it was right past the wire. The 5 definitely got in front, but was it? Ooh.
I think it feels like it's outside.
Oh, it does to you?
Yeah, I feel like Kendrick had his nose down. It's just all about where the wire was. I mean, Kendrick got the right bob. It's whether or not the bob happened at the exact right time. It's unbelievably close. I don't think it's a dead heat. I think someone won, but it's very, very close.
We could look at this 10 more times. I don't think it would help us. It is the 5 dead heat. Wow.
Wow.
You made the only wrong call you could possibly make.
I want everyone to rewind what I just did there. First of all, I called it the 11. Then after slow-mo, I said, I think it's the 5. And then I said, I don't think it's a dead heat. I was wrong. Literally, I couldn't have been more wrong.
Wow. That's hard looking at this again. It just tells you how difficult that angle is outside.
Wow.
Dead heat to finish this on our Saturday card. So Kendrick Carmouche, talk about a hot hand to close things out. 3 in a row.
Yeah, I can only think if one person was alive with the 5 and the 11, no harm, no foul in the pick 6. But if it was 2 different people, like one had the 5 singled, one had the 11 singled, they thought they were getting 81. Now it's a different ball game.
Well, these connections at least both get to celebrate in this finale. 5 and 11 the win, 8 and 4 behind them. Meanwhile, back on the road to the Kentucky Oaks, Lemon Muffin, a maiden for Dwayne Lucas. First career win comes in graded stakes company here in the Honey Bee. Let's go to Maggie.
Wow, what a day here for Keith Asmussen and Lemon Muffin. A coming out party, if you will. You'd ridden her before. I'm going to have you move over so we don't get kicked by the horses coming in here. But Keith, 2 back, finishing second on her. She's been knocking at the door. She just blew a field of graded stakes horses away.
Absolutely love the filly, and we were always itching to run her longer, and so couldn't be more proud of her. She took no prisoners today.
Even though Dad had won in the race, he still gave you a big old hug, didn't he?
He sure did. Yep.
What, for somebody like you, and usually I'm towering over jockeys, you're a little taller than me. You work so hard at your craft. How much does this first graded stakes win mean to you?
Oh, an incredible source of pride. It's obviously something you've always dreamt of and worked towards day in, day out, and to be able to put it together, it means the world.
I feel like it hasn't sunk in yet.
I'm afraid it hasn't. Not yet. I'll probably get back to the jocks room and start balling.
Oh, well, it's well-deserved. Congratulations. You look good and styling coming to the finish line, too.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, Keith Asmussen, first graded stakes win in the Honey Bee. Lemon Muffin. Guys, I knew I should have had a couple bucks on her with my muffin breakfast today.
You never know what's going to happen on this road to the Oaks and the Derby. This was a filly who had only been maiden races to this point, had never won, had never been beyond 7 furlongs. Probably people looked at this and said, what is she even doing in this race? With a rider who'd never won a graded stake.
2 thoughts. One is that, look, Dwayne Lucas at times, at this time of his career, with horse players and with fans alike, can sometimes be a punchline for his aggression in where he places his horses, how often he runs them. But then you get rewarded with situations like this. And then as far as Keith Asmussen's concerned, I couldn't be a bigger fan. We grew up 20 minutes from each other. I'm obviously a little bit older. He also is a graduate of the University of Texas, so I can't not root for a fellow Longhorn.
Now everything can't be great about him. Cross country pick 5 follow along. I got to think there's very few. There's potentially no tickets alive.
If to me, if Timberlake gets beat, this is a situation where you might get a 4 out of 5. It's pretty tricky at this point.
Lemon Muffin, first time going 2 turns. And how about Dwayne Lucas? A lot of attention, it should be, with Keith Asmussen getting his first graded stakes win. We've seen him grow up really before our eyes in this program, but Dwayne Lucas, 3-win day, and maybe still more to come. Just Steele, I know a lot of people are pretty high on if Timberlake doesn't run that A race.
That's what's so fun about these Derby and Oaks preps, right, is that they are 3-year-olds. They're maturing. They're changing. We fall in love with ones that are 2-year-olds that are fast, but they don't really pan out. You can get surprises on these big days. It's a lot of fun.
What's to come? Grade 3 Razorback next for older horses. And, yes, that is what a dead heat looks like.
Yeah. I wish I would have seen that before I said that wasn't going to be a dead heat.
I was with you. I didn't think there was any chance there was a dead heat. I just didn't say it out loud. Good reunion. Sid and Ombre, both these connections get a win to close out the card here in New York. And we'll take a look at the payouts on the big ones here. Pick 5, drum roll please, $1,975. The pick 6, oh, it does change things a bit, huh? $40,547.
But like I said, it could be someone who was alive to 2 different
could
horses. So same thing for them.
You're going to be happy with that, don't you? At the end of the day.
Yeah, it still spins.
It could sting a little bit. 20-year reunion of this incredible Pennsylvania bred who had the heart of a champion and the resume to back it up. The story of Smarty Jones and that incredible 3-year-old season when we come back.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hot Springs, Arkansas. You've got to love it as we take a look at the field for the Rebel coming up at Oaklawn. Just a couple races away now. One scratch, Time for Truth, who would be stretching out from the outside. So a field of 12, still a deep and competitive field. Steve Asmussen with 3 runners. He will send out one of them, Dymatic, who Maggie spoke to him a little bit earlier in the show, Paul, about how he was running well, then got a little bit green, that inexperience showing in the stretch. And so the blinkers going on today, and clearly the reason for that, to give him a little bit more focus as he will step into deeper waters facing Stakes Company for the first time.
Yeah, you
right
can see.
there.
Yeah, right there. He just shied away from something. And I think it was, Mig and I were here. If you look a little bit closer, he jumped the tire tracks that were there. Mig and I were on that day, and Mig was the one that really noticed it with the sharp eye. The horse just saw the tire tracks, and it's almost Mig kind of said to me, that's a sign of intelligence too. So this horse has got a lot of talent, and he told Maggie that he's just putting up some shortcut blinkers, and he just needs to finish his races with a little bit more, professionalism. But he does have a lot of talent.
So we'll see what he does with that equipment change, if that will help him to have a little bit more focus in the stretch. As yes, he got the win, but still a little bit green, and will need to be able to keep a straight course when swapping those leads in the stretch. So take a look at the road to the Kentucky Derby. We continue on here with the Rebel today. Next week, a monster weekend as far as Derby preps. 4 of them around the country, including the Gotham coming up at Aqueduct, the Tampa Bay Derby the week after that. So a lot going on in the upcoming weeks. But this year marks 20 years since a Pennsylvania-bred named Smarty Jones came to Arkansas on his quest to earn a spot in the starting gate at the Kentucky Derby. Trainer John Service and owners Pat and Roy Chapman didn't really know much about the journey that was to be before them. Here is part 1 of our Smarty Jones 20th anniversary special.
We bought his mother, named her I'll Get Along. Smarty was her second foal. He was small.
I wasn't impressed. When he stepped off the van, I was actually there, and they had sent 2 horses. The second horse was actually what I thought was the better looking of the 2 horses. I thought right away, oh, that must be Smarty Jones, and I was wrong. It didn't take him long to show us he had some talent. How much he had, we weren't sure yet.
Look at Smarty Jones inside the gate pole, just roaring away.
Second race was the Pennsylvania Nursery Stakes. He won by 15 lengths.
And that was the race that I talked to Mr. and Mrs. Chapman about, possibly maybe putting him on the Derby trail. So his third start was subsequently in the Count Fleet, which was 2 turns.
Smarty Jones will roll home at 2-5.
And he passed with flying colors.
And then my husband said, John, what are we going to do now? And John said, well, I think we're going to go to Arkansas. And my husband said, Arkansas? John, you realize we live in Florida, and there are tracks here in Florida.
And I go, I understand, Chappie, but I think this is the best route. So that's what we did. Ever since I was a kid, my father used to rave about Oaklawn Park. I mean, he loved it then. But I loved the fact that the races extended in distance with every race. The Southwest being a mile, and then the Rebel being a mile and 16th, and the Arkansas Derby being a mile and 8, leading into the Kentucky Derby at a mile and a quarter, I thought was great. We had a little bit of a rough trip shipping down, going over the mountains of Tennessee. They had an ice storm, and we were delayed on the side of the road for a while. When the Southwest was coming up, I told Mr. and Mrs. Chapman, I said, this might be the first race he loses, because I don't think he's anywhere close to being ready.
Smarty Jones is on the move.
And he looked like a beat horse at the head of the stretch. And he dug in and fought those horses off.
In the middle of the track, Smarty Jones now up to engage. Wildcat Shoes for the lead. Smarty Jones continues undefeated, wins the Southwest by 3/4.
Oh my gosh, these stars are lining up.
And I knew right then, I said, well, that answered the heart question. He definitely has the heart. He'll be a lot stronger next time.
And now, Smarty Jones takes command. Smarty Jones in full stride and pulling away. He's 1 step closer to $5 million.
The first time we ever heard the term Smarty Party was when we were racing at Oaklawn Park. If Smarty wins, there will be one huge Smarty party. Everybody will be celebrating. We had a lot of Smarty parties after that.
Well, there was a little pressure on us going into the Arkansas Derby because to be eligible for the Derby, the Rebel and the Southwest weren't graded.
So you can imagine when our homebred came along and was winning, he won every race.
It was a Smarty party indeed, the 20th anniversary of Smarty Jones. What a tremendous racehorse, and that's just part one of the series, by the way, of the 20th anniversary story. So there'll be plenty more, especially as we go on to those Triple Crown races and the incredible journey that Smarty Jones took so many people on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple horses, and I would say Smarty Jones and Whitmore are like in a tie of the most famous horses here. They just absolutely love Smarty Jones, and you know, he did all of his greatest work here at Oaklawn. He fell just a tiny bit short, and you know, if I'm not mistaken, I remember reading a stat that he actually lost one time in the Belmont, obviously, but he also, if I'm not mistaken, maybe lost one time in a workout. He was always the bullet drill in the morning. He always had that kind of will to always be the fastest horse when any horses were on the racetrack.
You heard it from trainer John Service, the heart that horse had. And pretty cool, pretty crazy. It's been 20 years since that incredible journey, but love getting a chance to look back on those special stories. The Grade 3 Razorback coming up next, though, for older horses here at Oaklawn Park, 1 1/16, 4-year-olds and up. Magic Tap, currently 6-5 on the board for Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione, as the horses have the riders up on the infield there. And Magic Tap, a horse, Paul, who was able to get the win last time out over OP Firecracker. He's actually cutting back in distance a bit.
Yeah.
All his recent...
Yeah, he's a consistent sort, really consistent. 3 for 7 lifetime. The one win here at Oaklawn Park, too, as well. And, you know, he's very rateable. He's kind of horse that just puts himself wherever he needs to be. If there's a fast pace, he can lay maybe 4th or 5th. If it's not a fast pace, he can lay up on the lead. So very, very handy horse. And that's why he's the favorite at 6-5.
That was over OP Firecracker, as mentioned. That horse is right to his outside. And look, he's 33-1. Not necessarily a winning type, but you have to, if you like this horse even a little bit at a price, maybe you have to take a little bit of a look because he always kind of shows up underneath.
You know, OP Firecracker, I remember Robert Medina, when he tried him long on the turf, he ran such a bang-up race at Ellis Park, so they kept on going with him. He ran an okay race on the turf, actually, at Keeneland. Then the off-the-turf event that he ran so well in, they were like, oh, maybe he's good on dirt, and he actually has flourished a little bit. I'm kind of with you. 34-1 is ridiculous. Can he win this race? I mean, it's probably going to be tough. He's going to have to step up, but 34-1, he can hit the board.
Maybe
definitely.
to grab a share underneath at a monster price. 6-5, though, on Magic Tap, as he will look to pick up another win. Yesterday, we looked back on Gunrunner winning the Razorback here at Oaklawn Park, and then what he would go on to do. You know, a lot of really talented horses running in this race, and you look at the quality of older horses in this Razorback, this is a competitive group.
No, it is a competitive group. And if you want to tie in Smarty Jones, his regular rider was Stuart Elliott, and Stuart Elliott rides first call for Steve Asmussen for all of his horses down in Texas now. So completely full circle, isn't it? Unbelievable.
The racing world is a small one.
Yep.
Have a nice big field coming up here in the Grade 3 Razorback, and we'll meet the field momentarily. Could be a little bit of pace in here too. I think especially with the likes of Speed Bias, you'd have to think he's going.
Yeah, I mean, that's his best way of winning, right? You know, he's 2 for 16 lifetime. He's a fast horse as we start the post parade.
There's the 2 Frosted Departure to kick it off. He'll break from the inside for Ken McPeak.
He's showing some speed, too. So I would think, you know, the 2 is going to go here along with maybe the other horse you mentioned earlier, this horse right here.
There he is, Speed Bias, and he's lived up to his name. He's been going longer, but he's quick early.
Yeah, there's just so much, you know, speed signed on in here. The next horse, too, has got a lot of speed as well.
The 5 Octane Florida bred coming up from a near miss in the Sunshine Classic.
You know the Florida horses more, but when you're 7 for 17 lifetime, you're a real racehorse.
He's consistent, that's for sure. And he's been able to show up a couple times, finishing second last year in the Grade 3 Fred Hooper behind Endorsed. Here's the 7 U.S. Army going by, and there's your favorite Magic Tap.
There's Magic Tap right there for Steve Asmussen, and Tyler Gaffalione looking for another one on the card.
Only other stakes try was in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby when he finished 4th behind Saudi Crown, who looked like a winner at some point early today in the Saudi Cup. OP Firecracker, we talked about him, 3rd behind Magic Tap.
Yeah, Isaac Castillo will take over the steering on this. Son of Will Take Charge.
Promise Keeper wired the field last time.
Yeah, it was really good last time with Harry Hernandez. This horse has thrown up some big numbers in the past.
He has some back class, that's
Yeah.
for sure. There's Notary winner last out.
Another horse. I mean, the 10, 11, and 12 all have back class in here.
And there is the 12 Escapeologist, the other one for Ken McPeak.
I like this horse. This is my play.
Nice.
He's one of my better plays today. He's a better horse on a fast racetrack, and I think he'll get pace to run into. He's just got to drop over. And Bolsey is a very... I was just telling Acacia a story about Bolsey because Donnie Von Hemels always loved this horse. He came over last time when he won by 3.5 lengths. He had straw on him, and I asked Donnie before the race, he goes, I just woke him up 15 minutes before the race, and you said... Sign.
Oh, you love horses like that don't care about anything before the race. But Speed Bias, he has the speed, trained by Ron Moquette, who's standing by with Maggie.
We were just drooling over his horse Speed Bias as he goes by us right now in the post parade, Ron. And he's a horse that I don't know about you, but is he frustrating? Because he's often there, but he's not here in the winner's circle.
Yeah, and he has a tail, you know, in the paddock. He gets excited and he wants to go. And, you know, we expected a really good race out of him last time. He got a little worked up and it was a little moist in the paddock and come out. And I thought he kind of ran a little flat. So today he was a lot more subdued and happy. Still wanted to kill me, but he was controlled.
See, he confuses me because I don't know which one is best. So being more controlled is better for him.
Yeah, he's big, stout, and he can kind of push us around. So we're happy that we got through the paddock today. And the new thing about going to the infield, you know, unscathed.
He's handled himself well. Talk a little bit about tactics. Some speed in here, but he is the fastest horse, right?
Yeah, I think so. If someone wants to commit themselves to suicidal fractions, then I hope that my jock will allow them to do that and not be involved. But we're going to let him run in that big old long stride of his, and hopefully that has him near the pace, going just fast enough to get some separation and win.
Well, Ron, it's always a pleasure to catch up with you. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ron Moquette sending out Speed Bias. He will be hoping for that today here as we get back to New York, guys.
Maggie, thanks. We got Mig with us now on the desk. Ron Moquette, hoping Speed Bias going to be the quickest in this field. There's a lot of speed in this race, it looks like.
It really feels like a lot of speed is signed on here. I want a horse that's a little more versatile that can come from just off the pace. I guess Magic Tap, your favorite, kind of fits that bill. He's not a horse that needs to be involved early, but I want a horse that's going to come from off the pace here, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there is a lot of speed, Mig, but I think you know better than anyone. When I think all the riders look down, they see the same form that we see sometimes in those situations. Someone can kind of get loose on the front end with everyone else being cautious to not get hooked into a speed duel.
Yeah, you see that a lot, honestly, in New York, where, man, there's a ton of speed on paper, and everybody kind of comes out looking at each other, and then the speed doesn't develop. You see that less so at Oaklawn, although it does happen.
Meanwhile, Magic Tap for Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione aboard the 8 horse. I know we're looking at the 7 here, but looks like a horse who was flashing big talent. It was 4th in a Grade 1 in which Saudi Crown won, who ran huge today, by the way, in defeat in that Saudi Cup for $20 million. This horse was hinting at big ability, and now it looks like it's starting to finally come together for him.
Yeah, putting it together, 4-year-old by Tapit, maturing, coming around. And one thing we know about Steve Asmussen, he develops a horse over time, and he gets them ready for the challenge that's right in front of them.
And the other thing with Magic Tap is he just kind of feels like, from a style standpoint, tactical enough to stay close in dirt racing, but be able to kind of let the speed go ahead of him, but be close enough and stay connected.
Grade 3 Razorback, mile and a 16th coming up. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Greg, kind of want to get back to the speed conversation here with this Razorback. And as you guys are mentioning, there's several horses who could go in here. The ones that were acting the sharpest do include number 5 in here, Octane, the speedy Florida bred, shipping in here for Juan Alvarado. I will say that number 7 as well, U.S. Army, quite excitable in the prelims. But Octane, he's one that saddled outside. He wears a hood that's very typical for him, catching up with people who are familiar with South Florida racing. He did get a little bit edgy when they asked him to go out to the infield, but he kind of handled it, which I appreciate. So he's certainly a speed horse that's or was acting like a speed horse, because now he's pretty cool, calm and collected, which I think would be a good thing. As we'll move on to your favorite, that's number 8, Magic Tap. He is the rare gray son of Tappet that I actually like. And it was interesting talking to Tyler Gaffalione earlier, and he had mentioned that, watch his first race back as a 4-year-old. He showed another level of maturity, and he did. He was in amongst horses, he split them and powered on home there, albeit just to win by a half a length, but I thought he was very, very game. He looks sensational here, and you can tell mentally he has taken a step forward. As the other horse who caught my eye was number 11, Notary. Kind of felt that way when watching his replay. I haven't seen him before. He always looked like a winner last time. And could it be a trend in the right direction for him, Acacia? He just looks as though he is ready for the next step and has done well in the hands of Armando Hernandez. Guys?
He certainly has, Maggie. He's been ultra consistent lately, Paul. I know you thought there was definitely some intrigue coming out of that January 26th race between Notary, Escapologist, the horses to the outside who could potentially make some noise in here.
No, I think the most talented horses are on the outside of this race. It just depends. Now, with the 3 scratches, who I like, Escapologist does get inside the 9. I need the same ride that Brian Hernandez gave Mystic Dan. Try to get to that rail as close as he can, or I guess as soon as he can until he gets to the turn. I think the 12's got a big shot in here.
There's the 8, though, Magic Tap. He's hard to miss, given that gray son of Tappet. His coloring definitely gives him away. He's your favorite, looking for the first graded stakes win of his career. Loading in for the Razorback live at Oaklawn Park. You're watching live coverage on FS2. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
And then after Escapologist, Bolsey to the outside. Here's Bolsey. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Razorback handicap. Promise Keeper broke alertly. Octane a little bit quicker out of there, though. Promise Keeper aggressively ridden by Harry Hernandez. Octane and Julian Leparoux hold the inside spot. Now take back as they approach the turn here. Promise Keeper getting to the rail. Had to use some energy to get to the front and clear off. He does so. Now slows the pace down. Promise Keeper, the pacemaker, 3/4 of a length. Octane moving to the 2 path now to press the issue. The gray Magic Tap is third with Notary, the 6-year-old. He's 4 lengths behind a joint third, swinging up the back stretch. A length in front of Frosted Departure. Speed Bias is next. OP Firecracker in midfield in the pink colors. U.S. Army now racing alongside of Bolsey, and they're about 10 or 11 ahead of Escapologist, who's well behind as they make their way down the backstretch. Promise Keeper went 23 and 1/5 seconds for the first quarter mile. He's in charge and opens up that lead to a length and a half. The half went in 47 and 1. So an honest pace here set by the 5th season stakes winner Promise Keeper, who hits the forward turn 2 ahead. Octane running in second. Notary getting closer in third. There he goes. He's producing a move. And Notary is let loose on the outside without being asked to. He's going well, Notary. Octane moves alongside of him, and now Promise Keeper has been swallowed up. He's done. Octane, Notary, side by side, and Notary has the head lead. Notary off the turn, trying to put away Octane as they come down the lane. OP Firecracker at a big numbers running well today. Notary is asked for his best. Octane determined on the inside. Notary drifts to the center of the track. Octane, the Florida shipper's almost there. He's in front. Magic Tap diving after him in a second, but it's Octane. Octane, Julian Leparoux win the Razorback. Second Magic Tap, then Notary. Photo finish for the 4th spot. OP Firecracker and Bolsey.
The Florida bred Octane able to hold tough, lay in the stretch, holding off your favorite Magic Tap. And Octane got the first jump, Paul. He was quick early, but able to settle nicely, and I think that made all the difference.
Good job by Julian Leparoux. Julian is one of those guys, when he's on the front end, he's tough to pass because he's one of those guys that always saves a little bit for the end in here. And, 23:47, I think that extra half to get 112 to get that tiny bit of a breather, and the 8 made his run there towards the end. The 12 was detached from the field and actually passed everybody on the gallop out. What a weird run by the 12 Escapologist, but
He was
just didn't
so
get
far
interested into the race till late. But the 5 kind of ran him off their feet. This was a giant effort by the 5. And we talked about a horse that's won 7 for races out of 17 starts. When horses like that love to win races, they are tough customers.
He is consistent,
Yeah.
and yes, I know he was beaten at a short price in the Sunshine Classic last time. Lure him in is definitely a useful, talented horse that beat him that day. This is a horse that's no stranger to graded stakes, and he came up here, was 5-1. He took some attention, flaunted his stuff out on the track, holding off 2-1 favorite Magic Tap. 5, 8, 11, 13 in the Razorback. So a bit of an upset there as Julian Leparoux and Octane get the job done. Homebred for Arundel Farm. There's Timberlake, though. When the entries came out, he said to the rest of the field, "Cry me a river. I'm back, getting ready to make my 3-year-old debut." The return of Timberlake and the Rebel coming up after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Early voting comes inside. He wins the Preakness by elect.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Antiva, they win the Bet Park Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Cyberknight has won the National over Tava and Ghana in the Forgo.
Echo Zulu wins the next-gen Preakness Conjunction.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit belmontstakes.com/tickets today.
Racelens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Racelens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Grade 3 Razorback. And this back-to-back huge performances now from Octane. Didn't get the win last time, but still ran huge in a narrow loss. That time tried to do it on the front end. This time able to seal the deal with Julian Leparoux.
Yeah, and he was laying second comfortably. It looked like he always had horse. He took a big shot, Jonathan, here from the 11 Notary, who looked like he was poised to take him, and then he got to kind of hanging right, drifting badly in the stretch, but Octane was very game.
Octane might have been hard to get to if you were one of those people that felt like there was a lot of speed in here, because this horse, you know, finds himself close up. Speed of the speed sometimes, or just a horse that's up close. Being up close in dirt racing, regardless of how much speed is involved in the race, still where you want to be.
Florida bred, who obviously wins here against Open Company, integrated stake. 8 wins from 18 starts big with 4 seconds. This horse just always seems to show up.
Honest, he shows up. This is a homebred for Arundel Farm in Florida. Octane was good. Magic Tap looked like he got more comfortable when he finally was able to extricate himself completely from behind horses, and he kind of leveled off and finished with interest.
ABR race of the week on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. 50 points to the winner to qualify to get into that starting gate for the Run for the Roses this year. $1.25 million purse as well. And this race looks like it goes through Timberlake. 3-year-old debut coming up for the Brad Cox Barn. Grade 1 winner in the Champagne. And then you look at the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Jonathan, a lot of people had high expectations for this horse. Do you go back and look at that Juvenile and say, this race is actually better than a lot of people thought?
Oh, I mean, yeah, he ran better than I think a lot of people do think. And I loved him in the juvenile. I was playing in the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge. I bet $15,000 to win on this horse in that contest. I loved Timberlake going into that race. And I think the way that Fierceness ran coming back might make people think, oh, was that race too fast? No, Fierceness didn't pick up his feet. In his comeback race. So I don't think that's a judge of how he ran. I think Timberlake lays over this field. I think if there was an alternative here, I could kind of get interested in that because, you know, Timberlake does come in off of a break. But I just, there's no one in here that really gets me going. Just Steel's interesting, but he's going to be the second choice.
D. Wayne Lukas has had the hot hand today.
Yeah.
Just surprised everybody in the Oaks prep with a maiden. Going 2 turns for the first time. I know you've been high on Just Steel. You got to see this horse up close and personal. What did you like about him?
Well, he's a mountain of a horse, the son of Justify. He's huge. He's got the size. He's got the scope. And looking at him in the paddock last time in the Southwest, I thought that he didn't look as fit as you might want to see. He ran okay. He was well beaten by Mystic Dan. The next day, I had a long conversation with Wayne Lukas about Just Steel. And what he said was he had missed a lot of training because of all the bad weather they had at Oaklawn. Sometimes it's more meaningful with a big stuffy horse, a horse that carries weight and has that size. They need to train to be at their optimum fitness level. I don't like his post today, but I am a fan of this horse.
Last big weekend that we had at Oaklawn Park, it was all about Kenny McPeek. He swept the Martha Washington and the Southwest with 2 huge upsets. He's got Northern Flame coming up in the Rebel. Julian Leparoux, who just won the last race, will be aboard for him. Horse coming off a win and maybe starting to come into his own. Rebel is next.
Here comes Mystic Dan right up the rail, though, with a rail skimming ride by Brian Hernandez Jr. And Mystic Dan is turning it on in a huge effort for the Kenny McPeek barn. Mystic Dan 5-6 ahead, and he wins wrapped up, a dominant win in the Southwest.
Mystic Dan loved the slop in the Southwest just a couple weeks ago. And Paul, with the weather and the delay of running that Southwest, Kenny McPeek saying Mystic Dan skipping the Rebel today. Just a 21-day turnaround. Instead, we'll point to the Arkansas Derby, waiting a bit for a horse that was so impressive last time. Curious to see if he can do it again.
He was dynamite. He really was. And Brian Hernandez, Mig and I were here. We talked about it. He got this horse to the rail before the first turn, saved all the ground, but you could just see he was floating over that wet surface. So how you want to take it, whether he's the same horse on a wet surface or if he's going to be the same horse like Band of Gold, did we see something different? I think this is a real racehorse in Mystic Dan. And, Common Defense, who is running in the Rebel, was kind of fancied a little bit like Mystic Dan, not as much. And I thought he ran an okay 5th, but there you see he got 20 points with that dominant win in the Southwest.
As far as the Road of the Derby here at Oaklawn Parks, the Smarty Jones winner Catching Freedom, as well as the Southwest sprinter Mystic Dan. Neither of those we'll see in the Rebel today, both of whom we could see going on into the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, Catching Freedom did not disgrace himself in Louisiana running third. And so obviously the races that have gone through Oaklawn are always important when it comes to Oaks and Derby weekend.
Well, we'll see who adds some points in the Rebel today. But as you mentioned, for the McPeak barn, who's been on fire lately, Kenny McPeak recently getting that 2,000 career win, an impressive milestone. And he will send out a couple of horses in today's rendition of the Rebel. As we're taking a look at the replay here of Northern Flame and Mena. Northern Flame trained by Ken McPeak, who got the win this day using his speed to his advantage.
Yeah, he did. He was able to just establish that position. And you see Mena sort of got taken back a little bit for the Steve Hobby barn, and he actually ran on nicely. And it ended up being Mena and Northern Flame all the way down to the wire. Actually, it ended up being a really good horse race as they took it down to the wire. And, Northern Flame just got the best of them, but they were about 6 lengths, or not 6, yeah, about 3.5, 4 lengths clear. But you can see they go down the stretch and they start dueling here late. And it looks like, the horse on the rail is just going to give up. And he keeps digging in, and the horse is not going to let him by. It's just one of those things, like they could have went around a couple more times. I don't think he was ever going to let him by.
Northern Flame was digging in. He was gutsy effort that day. He'll stretch back out in distance today for the Rebel. That was a win at a mile. He has been effective going a mile and a 16th. That's actually the distance at which he broke his maiden. But Kenny McPeak, he's had some Derby starters that have gotten close, namely Tejano Run finishing second, but looking for his first victory in the Kentucky Derby.
I think this year he's pretty loaded. He's got some really nice 3-year-olds that he's high on. Mystic Dan was the first one he told me about. I know they like Common Defense. I know he's 21-1. He was 30-1 on the morning line. I know that they think he's very, very talented. And Kenny's got some horses back there that are very nice. Got a couple other 3-year-olds as well. Mystic Dan obviously on the top of that list, but I would not be surprised if Common Defense runs a good race here.
He's 30-1, I should say, on the morning line right now. 21-1 on the board. Common Defense, Northern Flame, the 2 at 17-1. Those are the 2 charges for trainer Kenny McPeak. Last year, though, it was confidence game for Keith DeSormo in the Rebel. He was dominant in that performance as Keith will look to go back-to-back. He's got next level coming up, the Rebel, after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
This is Maxfield. This is a Maxfield foal. Maxfield, the G1 Breeders' Futurity and G1 Clark Hero by Street Sense. Maxfield foal. They're just like him, walking, standing, looking perfect, and selling. This one made $500,000, the most by any freshman in 2023. Maxfield. He's the best in his field. Inquire now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our program brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, our ABR Race of the Week. Grade 2 Rebel on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. 50 qualifying points to the winner to get into that starting gate. It is next, and that's a look at the current odds. As we expected, way the horse to beat. It is Timberlake, Grade 1 Champagne winner, 4th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, off that performance, making his 3-year-old debut. 4-5 right now for Brad Cox, but we've talked about the day that D. Wayne Lukas is having. Already 3 wins, that huge upset surprise in the Kentucky Oaks prep in the Honeybee. He's going to send out Just Steel, who is already a stakes winner sprinting, and now is going to stretch back out. Stretched back out, I should say, in the Southwest, running a distant second to Mystic Dam. Looking back on this performance again, Mig, I know you were there. What'd you think of it?
Well, he was the only horse that was involved or up on top of the pace that was, around at the finish. Now, he was well beaten by Mystic Dan, but boy, you want to talk about a horse that loved the going and skipped over the surface. Mystic Dan got a beautiful trip and ride from Brian Hernandez and really finished. I thought Just Steel might have been in need of that race. And the fact, Jonathan, he was the horse that was on top of the pace that hung around where everybody else that was part of that pace wilted.
Yeah, I'll raise you on that, too. Not even was he a part of the pace, and when the pace fell apart, was also not on the rail on a day where it appears the rail was good. And we saw it earlier with Zeitlos, who ran back and ran well. Not Bar of Gold, but Band of Gold.
Yeah, Band of Gold.
Band of Gold didn't run back to her performance. I think you can kind of assume that the rail was where you want to be, and that is an upgrade for Just Steel based off of that performance. It's also an upgrade for Carbone. We'll talk about that later.
5-1 on the D. Wayne Lukas runner. Meanwhile, Steve Asmussen hoping for better things. Yes, certainly with Carbone, and he's just happy he's going to get a fast track to see what this horse can do.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sloppy track last time. He was head-and-head involved in that pace, and he gave it up. His 2 dirt races are undeniable. He tipped his hand. He has ability.
Yeah, it just didn't run well last time, but I think there's some excuses built in there. He didn't make the lead, which from the inside, if he wants it, if he breaks cleanly, he should be able to get it today. And then also, it was a sloppy racetrack, and like we talked about earlier with Just Steel, being outside wasn't exactly where you wanted to be. Carbone kind of got stuck 4 wide all the way around there. He's supposed to run better off of this performance. If anyone beats Justin, if anyone beats Timberlake, it's going to be Carbone for me.
We got Timberlake on the mind, as we should. 4-5 favorite, Christian Torres, for Brad Cox. There's the D. Wayne Lukas runner. What an afternoon that barn is putting together. But back to the favorite. So here he is. And again, you never know how things are going to go turning that page to 3. But you expect from this barn, especially with reports from Brad Cox, the way he is training, that it seems like it's all systems going. He's moving forward in the right direction.
I think it's always a question with young horses when they go from 2 to 3, even when they go to 3 to 4. How do they make that next step, that progression? I, like you, hear the same good reports that he has made that progression the right way.
Look, I mean, it's always a question, but based off of just typical what you can expect from a horse that has that long break from 2 to 3, you can expect their Beyer speed figure to go up 10 to 12 points. So use your imagination on where that puts Timberlake if that happens. And it's not like he's being trained by, some guy who's a 2% trainer, right? He's being trained by Brad Cox, a future Hall of Famer, and an Eclipse Award-winning trainer. And you'd like to think that if he gets him going back in the right direction, he's going to be tough. I like Timberlake quite a bit here based on what I knew he was when he was 2, what we saw that he was at 2, and hopeful that that's what he'll end up being here now as a 3-year-old.
Let's go to Maggie.
Checking in with Timberlake. He was probably my favorite 2-year-old that I at least saw in person last year, and became even bigger fan when he won the Grade 1 Champagne. Now, he is a horse that can get a little bit rank, especially when he's in amongst horses and taking kickback. And with the middle of the field draw that he gets today, that very well could happen. Now, he's going to have to relax a bit and show that he has matured mentally. At least in the prelims, he is a little bit more quiet than at times when I've seen him. He was quiet at Aqueduct, but that's Aqueduct. Horses are often a lot more quiet there. Here, though, that paddock inside is overwhelming, and then the transition over to the infield will get a lot of young horses pretty revved up. It has not whatsoever for Timberlake, which I interpret as a good sign. And furthermore, he looks incredibly fit coming back here for Brad Cox here today. As we'll take a look at number 2, Northern Flame. Like what I'm seeing from this Kenny McPeek trainee. You know, Flame Away, a freshman sire this year, or last year I should say, you know, stood for a fraction of what they paid for him. So you should expect a good looking horse, and he really truly is. He's well muscled. He did get to control things last time when a day where I think you wanted to be inside, at least. Not necessarily speed was winning everything, but inside horses with trips and spending the most time on the rail really dominated. So we'll see as he put to the test here today, but he checks every box physically. So like what I'm seeing from him as Kenny McPeek looks to win another one of these Oaklawn Kentucky Derby preps. And then my long shot here is the long shot specialist. When it comes to the Rebel, that's Keith DeSormo, number 8, Next Level. He currently sits at 43-1. I know he's going to have to pull a race out of his hat that he's never run before. But speaking of that January 28th racetrack, he was outside and wide the entire way around there. He took some bumps last time, and he ran on very gamely in what was a 3-horse blanket finish. He's big, lanky, and leggy. He overstrides. So I know this is only a mile and a 16th again, which he has run before, and I think there's excuses for his 2 very poor performances, but I think he's one that really relishes, whoa, we almost had a horse fight in our hands out here between the 4 and 5, but I think he's really one that relishes, or will, the distance. So shooting for the stars here, Acacia, at 44-1, but he's one I want to use in the mix.
I like it, Maggie. Big price. Keith DeSormo, as Maggie mentioned, he's definitely an upset specialist. Pulled the upset, as we mentioned, with Confidence Game and the Rebel last year. A much different type of track that he'll have to handle in here. But look, the fact is, Paul, you and I were discussing this off camera. 4-5 on Timberlake. I absolutely get it. He's a grade 1 winner. But something that we have to take into account a little bit is that so far today, the Brad Cox favorites have disappointed. On the other side of the coin, the Wayne Lukas horses have been overachieving on the track.
Yeah, I mean, Brad Cox has had 3 post-time favorites, and one of them hit the board, ran 3rd. The other 2 have missed the board. Now, is that an inclination what's going to happen with Timberlake? No, not at all. You don't know what's going to happen. If he comes back to his 2-year-old form, he's going to be very tough, and that's why he is 4-5. But a horse like Just Steel does have the recency on him. And I know he draws the 11 hole, but the way this racetrack has been going, and you talk about the Lukas looking for 4 wins on the card in a hot barn, this horse could be dangerous in Carbone. I mean, he looks tremendous, and he's taking a lot of money. And you keep on saying you feel like he's going to run a big race and sort of frank himself after, you know, a little bit of a clunker, which, you know, sometimes a clunker is good, and then he can come back to a good race.
The thing about Carbone is he was actually the favorite in the Southwest.
He was.
You can't discredit him on that. He's going to be 5-1 today. You're going to get a better price on him. It was his first time going the mile and the 16th as well. I spoke to Steve Asmussen yesterday, and he said, I'm so excited to get to run him on a fast track. And he also said, much like we heard Richie mentioning with Just Steel and Wayne Lukas, that Carbone missed a lot of training, that his schedule was completely undone. Don't forget the Southwest was postponed. The thing about it with horsemen, and Steve Asmussen, there's no one better when it comes to reading the condition book and finding a spot for horses. When you have a horse and you're pointing to a certain race, as a horseman, you work backwards.
Yeah.
So when the training schedule is interrupted, when the race schedule is changed, it changes your plan a lot. And sometimes with an animal, thoroughbreds thrive on routine.
100%.
It is very, very tough to come back from that. And the weather, I think, was a huge piece of it.
No, it was. You know, when Catching Freedom won, the freeze was about to come, and then a lot of people were going, okay, is there, you know, there's a cold front going through. And I remember Brad had told me, I got my horses out of there. I got some of my 3-year-olds out of there. A couple people couldn't. So he got Catching Freedom to Fairgrounds, was able to train up to the Risen Star, and he ran a credible third. Now, some of these other horses, like Mystic Dan, were able, won the race, but horses like Common Defense and other horses that were in that race missed some training. So are they going to be better off today when they were the other day? So it's very tricky because horses did miss some training. Races were backed up, and you're right. You're throwing off the timing of these 3-year-olds because a lot of these trainers had this stuff mapped out before the weather.
100%. So we'll see if anybody can turn things around today with some consistency in training. And finally, a fast track here at Oaklawn Park. It's 4 to 5 though on Timberlake. Number 11, Just Steel at 5 to 1. Wayne Lucas looking for 5 on the day. As you mentioned, let's talk about the pace as they start to head off of the infield. The number 13, Time for Truth, coming out was going to be a big player stretching out and with the post. Not going to play today, but there still could be an honest pace in this race.
Well, I mean, I would think Steve's telling Isaac Castillo, we have to go from the 1 hole or Carbone. If he breaks well, let's establish the lead. I don't care how fast we go in the first quarter. If we can back it down, we can back it down. But I would think Carbone has to go, and it's Just Steel's going to have to get positioned from the outside.
There is Carbone. He will kick off the post break, trying to make amends for what we saw in the Southwest.
He looks tremendous, just like all Steve Asmussen horses, and he's getting bet 5 to 1.
5 to 1 right now. Isaac Castillo in the saddle will break from the inside. The number 2, Northern Flame, got some high marks from Maggie in the preliminaries.
He was a game winner last time out, and he's really up from his morning line. You're getting a good price if you like at 17 to 1.
Julian Leperoux looking for another upset. We just saw him get the win in the last race with Octane. Here's the other McPeak runner, Common Defense.
Yeah, and Brian Hernandez ends up on this one. I'm telling you, they've always liked this horse. I just don't know if the seasoning is there yet.
Number 4, Big Price on Tejon Pass.
Yeah, for Peter Miller, this horse has got 1 win at Santa Anita, a wet fast track going 6 furlongs.
It's a Big Price right now, as we saw him finish a distant 3rd in the Bob Hope. There's the 5, Magic Grant.
Yeah, another horse that's going to need to improve. Was not good in the Southwest at 45 to 1.
Broke slowly that day as well. There's those French Cup blankers Steve Asmussen spoke about earlier, going on the number 6, Dymatic.
Yeah, and he was all over the racetrack, but he got the job done last time. If he focuses, he's got some talent.
Your favorite, Timberlake, into Mischief, Colt making his 3-year-old debut.
He's a big boy, isn't he? Like you said, out of that Looking for Lucky Mare pinup, and he kind of looks like a pinup. He's a good-looking son of a gun.
Next level, Keith DeSormo looking for back-to-back Rebels.
Yeah, I mean, Keith is unbelievable. I'd say he's the wet track specialist. I mean, he won it last year on the wet track. This horse almost won on the wet track. This horse is going to have to improve today, though.
Another Steve Asmussen runner. Here's Laganos.
Yeah, I think he's got a look in here. A horse that's maybe outrunning his pedigree when it comes to distance-wise.
Keith Asmussen wants his 2nd graded stakes win today. Here's the 10, Mena.
I thought Mena ran okay. Used to be in the Brad Cox, a Caracomara barn. This horse was claimed out of the Brad Cox barn. Has some okay numbers.
There's Just Steel. Wayne Lucas looking for 4 wins today.
Looks composed. I think he's the main danger. Again, the mile and the 16th, the post. There's a lot going on there, but he's got the numbers to win the race.
Woodcourt has been consistent. Is he good enough in this spot?
He has been consistent. Cipriano Contreras is some kind of trainer. He's a really good claiming trainer, and this horse deserves a shot. This horse launched from way out of it to get up. 42 to 1. Why not? Try to get some points.
That's the field for this year's Rebel. As mentioned, Kenny McPeak looking for his first Derby winner. Maybe we'll find it here. He's standing by with Maggie.
Well, he certainly has a plethora of chances this year, it feels like. Kenny, we were just discussing, you got your 2000th win a couple days ago, the Derby. What would it be like? I know it's a little early to start talking about it, but to get your first Derby win, what would that mean to you?
It'd be pretty special. I mean, obviously, everybody that works as hard as we all do would love to win a race like that, but it's all got to come together. I've been kind of around the bullseye a few times. I've had Tana run, who ran really well, and some others that fit, but didn't get the trip, or they weren't good enough. But, those kind of things are up to a higher power.
Kenny, one thing that you're really good at is selecting horses, and taking a look at Northern Flame by what was freshman sire last year in Flame Away. You and your owners paid a bit for him, but talk a little bit about selecting a horse like him from an unproven sire.
Well, the Oxleys breed a beautiful horse. Of course, they bred Sierra Leone, but I couldn't afford that one.
None of us could.
Yeah, so anyway, I looked at them both. They were in the same consignment. Sierra Leone, obviously, I think he's topped the sale, and our colt here, same family, same female family. However, he was, I think, a third or a quarter the price. But he's a beautiful horse in his own right. And the Oxleys have always been top breeders. You know, they do everything first class, and just a real honor to be around horses that they've bred and trained or owned.
Can he, real quick, can he win without the lead?
I think he can. Yeah, but you're going to leave that up to Julian. Certainly his best races have been up front. He's a fighter when he gets up there. How these races unfold, it gets, as you get in the deeper water, it gets more difficult, and whether or not they give him a lead that he can finish with is hard to say. And the other colt, I think the mud races that throw out, but they're both going to have to show a much higher level of talent to be able to get it done here, but they deserve a shot.
Well, Kenny, thank you so much for your time and best of luck.
Not a pleasure.
All right, Acacia, Kenny McPeak setting out too.
And looking for the big one, Maggie. Thank you, Northern Flame, that handsome son of Flame Away. Yeah, Kenny, none of us could afford Sierra Leone, and obviously he's a major player onto the Derby Trail. But of course, Kenny has Mystic Dan waiting in as well, and 2 chances here in this Rebel.
Yeah, he does. Sierra Leone, obviously very, very impressive in the Risen Star to get the job done for Chad Brown. And, you know, it just muddies up the whole thing. You know, Sierra Leone now sort of on top of the division, but got beat by Dornoch. We haven't seen Dornoch come back. There's just so much stuff going on right now, but a lot's going to get figured out. We finally get a race with Derby points besides the fierceness that's going to be on a dry racetrack.
Yeah, we're very thankful for
Yes.
that. Mother Nature was kind to us today at Oaklawn Park. 4-5 on Timberlake, though. Greg and the crew in New York, the question is, to Timberlake or not to Timberlake in the Rebel?
Yeah, and I think, you know, we need to look at that question. Thanks, Acacia. 4-5, obviously, he is the horse to beat here, no question. But, guys, is potentially this the day to get him off the bench, trying to go 2 turns against this kind of competition? Obviously, Brad Cox is not going to have him fully cranked like he would on Derby Day for this race.
Well, I mean, I think it's an interesting question. Is this the day to get him? No, I don't think today's the day to get him, because I don't see too many animals that I think can get him if he runs his 85, 88% race. So although he might not be fully cranked up for this race, because this isn't the goal, they didn't bring him back as a Champagne winner to win the Rebel. Like, sure, they want to win the Rebel, and that's very important, but they bring a horse like this back to win the Kentucky Derby, to win the Arkansas Derby, to go on to these Grade 1 races. And so I still think that an 85% Timberlake is good enough to beat this group.
Yeah, listen, I agree. He's also a horse that's very tactical. Maggie brought up an interesting point about him, though. He can get keen. He can jump into the bit and pull. And especially off a layoff, a horse will have the tendency to be fresher and be a little bit, keener. He's also getting a rider for the first time. Now, obviously, the leading rider, terrific rider, that's not familiar with him, and he's been training at Fairgrounds, so he hasn't even had an opportunity to work this horse. So I think those are a confluence of things that could make him vulnerable. I'm a big Just Steel fan. Hate his post today. And the 6, Dematic, his last race was much better than it looked, because when he hit the front, he lost all focus, and I thought he was going to turn around at one point in mid-stretch.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, actually, Richie, I'm going to talk about both of those horses, beginning with Just Steel. As if you were watching from the beginning of the show today, my man's got a lot of energy and a lot of personality, and he's one that I had the opportunity to see up in Saratoga as a 2-year-old, and I wrote in my notes, will get better as distances get longer, which sounds counterintuitive, granted that his best races have come shorter, but I still think, and maybe this is being pulled along by Wayne Lukas, that he is good at these distances, and I think he's run very well in defeat. He looks spectacular despite the 3-week turnaround. He is a big horse that carries his weight well, seems to carry his races well too. So I have no problems with Just Steel whatsoever, and I will forever remember him with his love nip earlier. But Dymatic, as Steve Asmussen said, he reminded him of the horse whose name is complete disarmed that he ran on the Kentucky Derby Trail last year. Well, if anything, he reminds me of his sire and Gun Runner too. He's very well balanced, extremely athletic, bigger, not a really big cup, but the cup that you want for a horse that gets to Wondering. It's perfect. He presented himself so well in the preliminaries, and it's encouraging because Richie saw him last time, and I think he is one that should move forward off of that effort and be much more professional, as he does take a big step up in class in this Grade 2 Rebel. Guys?
We'll see if he can match himself up to the competition today. Maggie, thank you with that equipment change for Dematic. Tyler Gaffalione going to be aboard for Steve Asmussen, who will send out 3 in here. Let's go back quickly to Just Steel. I thought it was interesting with both Maggie and Richie were saying, I personally have not seen this horse, but I think it's very interesting that both of them physically feel he should be able to thrive with the longer distances, though on the bottom side, the Dam was a turf sprinter in Australia.
Yeah, and when he won at Saratoga to break his maiden, he showed, okay, there's a ton of ability. Then he scrambled a little bit going long. He dropped him into the Hopeful, and it was just too tough of a spot. His last 3 races, I always say it's the line. He's all grown up, and it seems like he's gotten better and better with each start. That 6.5 furlong start. Then we went into Smarty Jones. He got run down by Catching Freedom. Then Mystic Dan just floated over the racetrack. But he was the last horse standing in all those pace tools. I just think he's a major play. He's, to me, the one horse that can beat Timberlake in this race. I get it. Some of these other horses are going to have to improve, and they might. But Just Steel is right there with Timberlake. I do think Timberlake's got the edge and is the horse to beat, but I would not dismiss, especially the way Wayne's horses are running, I would not dismiss this big son of Justify.
Justify has been a remarkable sire so far, as really just lit things up early on with his horses on the track already as a champion. Just FYI, win the Eclipse Award for 2-year-old filly. Just Steel, the son of Justify, will look to upset the favorite, though, Timberlake, 4-5 as they start to load into the gate for the Rebel. Paul, what kind of trip do we need to see Timberlake get in here?
I think he just needs to get away from there. And Christian Torres, Mig said, never been on him before, so I think he probably told him, break away from the gate. Wherever you sit, you sit. He's been able to rate before, but he's off a long layoff, so he might be a little bit keen. So that's going to be, I think, the key to this race. The first maybe half furlong to this race to see if he can settle.
50 Kentucky Derby points on the line. It is the Grade 2 Rebel coming up on Fox Sports. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Here's Woodcourt. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Rebel Stakes of 2024. From the far outside, Woodcourt put into play early. Carbone up on the pace. Northern Flame has natural speed as well. Carbone, the pacemaker from Northern Flame. And Woodcourt, who's 3 wide, charging into the turn. The favorite, Timberlake, placed in a perfect position by Christian Torres. Right off the speed stocking today. He's racing alongside of Laganos and Mina, who's down on the inside. Combat Defense, 4 lengths behind in midfield. A length and a half to Just Steel on a hold. Dymatic alongside of him. Tajon Pass is 3rd last, a length clear of Magic Grant in a space of 4 to Next Level, who's at the back of the pack. They're down the back stretch, and Carbone is paving the way, one of 3 runners trained by Steve Asmussen in this race. Carbone about a length in front. Northern Flame backs off just a little bit in second. Woodcourt is 3 deep. Common Defense down on the inside. He's 2 lengths off the pace, a length to Timberlake. He's now 5th with Mina. Dymatic, Lagados, Just Steel. Those 3 line up. There's 7 from the top into the forward turn run, a gap of 2 to Magic Grant, passing to Tajon Pass, who's dropping back, and the trailer still Next Level well behind as they round the forward turn. Carbone, 3 furlongs to go, a half length in front here. Northern Flame turning up the pressure. Woodcourt is 3 wide. There goes Timberlake and the Windstar White. He's caught about 4 wide off the turn. Just Steel going to be deep at the top of the lane. He's 5 wide off the turn, and Common Defense trying to slip through down at the rail. He's going to find the narrowest of openings. Timberlake on the outside roars to the front. Common Defense trying to pull off the upset, and Northern Flame, Timberlake drifting to the center of the track, but he's clear coming on Common Defense, but Timberlake's gonna do it, and Timberlake and Christian Torres win the Rebel by 2 in a nice effort to kick off his 3-year-old season. Common Defense was 2nd, Northern Flame 3rd, Photo for 4th.
Timberlake, the favorite, delivers. He gets the job done. But, Paul, you have to give credit to Christian Torres because when this horse started drifting, he corrected him immediately because he had horses coming up the inside, namely Common Defense.
Yeah, so now twice in 2 big races here at Oaklawn, Brad Cox has called upon Christian Torres. He got Catch and Freeding home, and he got Timberlake home, who was much the favorite. You can see the nice little pumped up. Christian Torres wants to get in that gate in the first Saturday in May, and he might get in with either Timberlake or somebody like Catching Freedom. And I was talking about Common Defense. How about Kenny McPeak running second and third with his 2 runners at big prices, Northern Flame and Common Defense? But no doubt about the winner here, Timberlake and Brad Cox and Christian Torres feeling it.
You know what he's going to say now? It's going to be May. I've had all the fun, so I'm here all night. As it's 4-5 over 27-1, 15-1, and 44-1 with Woodcourt checking in 4th. But your favorite, a winner, Just Seal, let's mention him quickly. 5 wide first turn from that post, a tough trip.
Yeah, really tough trip. He never got to the front end. And, you know, Wayne said it to me yesterday. It was going to be a really tough task from that outside post, and that's what ended up happening. But the best horse won the race.
Timberlake, he was the best in the Rebel. Prices, reactions, and more when we come back. They're on their way to the Kentucky Derby. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, brought to you where you can play it all at NauerBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NauerBets.com. Grade 2 Rebel on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby, and it is Timberlake. Grade 1 Champagne winner, successful in his 3-year-old debut, Nick.
I think this was everything you could want from a horse returning, and you started a little bit excited putting the flowers over there. You better get used to that if he, happens to win the Derby. He hits the front here, and I thought he lost a little bit of focus, Jonathan. He shifts out. You're going to see, Christian Torres kind of went to his left-handed crop, and when he tried to switch back really fast, he kind of lost his rein there for a second, was able to gather him back up, and this horse persevered. And Timberlake, I guess he said bye, 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 but the 3-horse Common Defense. What a nice effort and ride by Brian Hernandez, saving every inch of ground, slipping through.
This is everything you can want from a comeback, though, huh?
It looks like they said to heck with the flowers. Now, look, I don't think it was a perfect trip. He got into a great spot early, but on the backside, he was in between horses. Not a comfortable place for a horse that, like we mentioned, can sometimes get a little rank. When they get in between horses, that's sometimes when it comes out of him. I thought he was very professional in his comeback, and I think we probably just saw the favorite for the Arkansas
Derby.
Derby.
To drift out a little bit. I like this horse, though. He wanted no part of those flowers, did he?
No, I mean, he really was like, nah, what are you doing putting this thing around me?
They'll have to work on that, yeah. Work on the roses around his neck.
If you win the Derby, you want to wear that blanket of flowers. But this was a really nice comeback from him. Even I thought he hit. But to your point, he did stay very settled in and amongst horses today.
Derby fever. Can't stop the feeling. Timberlake with the win in the Rebel, collecting 50 points on the road to the first Saturday in May.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornoch is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Run Happy, Nutella Fella has won the Hope Bowl.
Rodney's going to win the Say Florida Sandy. It's all Rodney.
Glenari to win by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as Timberlake says, nope. Not about those flowers. He's saving himself for the roses, I guess. Well done, Christian Torres, to stay on for a horse that, Paul, he's still figuring things out.
Since we're doing a lot of puns today, he just, this horse actually won the Champagne. I don't know if he liked the flowers then, but it's past Valentine's Day, so you know what? He's got a lot of senoritas that already sent him flowers.
I love it. I love it. We're having way too much fun with that. Don't worry. Christian and his family can wear the garland.
Yeah, what a wonderful story. Christian Torres and his wife are so invested. We've talked about this many times with Christian. Him and his wife, they're so invested. His wife is always right by him with his young kids as well. We talked about this with Mick, and you got to be in the right headspace, and Christian is in the right headspace, and that is part off the track too as well. When you're a professional athlete, you got to be right off the track too and on. And Christian is delivering, and he's been delivering for the right guy in Brad Cox.
He certainly has, when called upon on these big days, gets the job done. And here in the Rebel as well, as we see Timberlake victorious here. And you could see it with the garland afterwards. You could see it with the drifting and the stretch. Mentally, this horse is still figuring things out. Physically, it looks like he is a man this year as a 3-year-old, but he's still figuring things out mentally.
Yeah, you can tell he's kind of still a little green. When I pay attention to when Mig watches the race and shows you could just say he was drifting out a little bit, got a little bit lost on the leg, and then was able to finish it. And there's just more there. Just by the visual eye, you can see there's more left there in the tank. And that was just off the layoff. So you would think he's going to be better next time out.
Can't wait to see what's in store for Timberlake. He wins the Rebel, though, for WinStar Farm, as Elliott Walden is here with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. And Elliot, first of all, I got to ask you, is he named for Justin Timberlake?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, we saw the name and loved the name and thought that if he were a good horse, it'd be a great story.
Well, he's, you know, dancing in the same footsteps as his namesake for sure. Talk about this performance coming back now as a 3-year-old.
Just really mature. You know, he was always a bit nervous last year, a little keen in a couple of his races, but today he just settled in right behind the speed, and when Christian called on him, a nice kick, way wide. Love to see his progression.
Yeah, and it really felt as though he was kind of getting his best stride late, too. Certainly not a fan of the flowers here at Oaklawn, but hopefully he's a fan of the roses in May. Talk a little bit about the next step, the next race you guys are looking for.
Well, we just kind of wanted to get here. We haven't really thought about it. Obviously, Arkansas would be in play. The Arkansas Derby or the Bluegrass probably make the most sense, but we're not going to ship him to Santa Anita or probably Florida. So just hopefully he comes back good. It's exciting to be in this position. He's a really nice horse, and we're blessed to have him.
He's an exciting proposition. Congratulations. So good to see him back in the winner's circle.
Thank you. And it's nice for the Maganero family as well at Siena. Yeah. Anthony passed away when this horse was breezing at Saratoga last summer. So our hearts are with the whole team, and I wish Anthony were here to see it, but he's looking from above.
Absolutely. Well, Elliot, enjoy this win. Relish it. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing his next move.
Thank you.
All right, Elliot Walden of WinStar Farm with the uber talented Timberlake, guys.
The future is bright for this young colt by Into Mischief. Maggie, thank you. $3.60 winner. He gets the job done at 4-5 over some big prices. Kenny McPeak running 2-3, and maybe they didn't win today, but I'm sure Common Defense and Northern Flame could still be seen on some of the Derby preps moving forward, and they picked up some points today. Kenny could have quite a few chances going into the Derby.
Yeah, Mystic Dan. Now, and like I said, Common Defense was always regarded well in their barn, and obviously Flame Away colt is very, very game to run a good third, but take nothing away from Timberlake. He was much the best today. And if the horse was named after JT, JT's a little sick. He's on a tour in UK right now, and he's sick. He had to cancel his date, so hopefully he was watching America's Day at the races, and he feels a lot better that he just won.
I'm sure that he was. I mean, what else
yeah.
would he be watching? And
yeah.
He has to be celebrating now.
Yeah, right?
Timberlake wins the Rebel. Excitement smiles in the winner's circle. He gets the job done in his 3-year-old debut. The future's bright for that young colt. More on America's Day at the races when we come back.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Rebel Stakes in the books. The impressive Timberlake wins in his 3-year-old return to the races. Earlier this morning, all that money on the line over in Saudi, in the Saudi Cup, obviously that $20 million purse. And finally, Senor Buscador able to shine and gets his big moment.
Got the trip, got the pace in front of him, was able to angle out at the perfect time after making the corner. Junior Alvarado with a strong finish and that strong pace in front of him. Nice to put it together on the night when the $20 million is on the line, huh?
Longer stretch than any stretch in North America, which probably played into Senor Buscador's hand.
Sure.
That closing kick of his, got that hot pace, although it was Saudi Crown who set most of the pace, ran a brilliant race in defeat, weakened a little bit late. And then here late, Senor Buscador and Junior Alvarado, they got to just hold off Ushba Tesoro for the win, and they do.
And we saw several really tight finishes on the Saudi Cup racing card. The entire night was competitive, horses noses apart on the wire, and this was just tremendous. And to know that you hit the wire in front in a race of this magnitude, Junior Alvarado's reaction says it all.
$10 million winner's share, but not just that, obviously the payday's got to be really nice, but for these connections, not just to win such a rich race in a Group 1, this was a really deep Group 1, maybe the deepest race we'll see all year long.
I agree with you. I think it was just chock full of talent all the way through, and he was the horse that's just been honest, consistent, and showed up with his normal late kick and had a race that played into his strengths. And
a trainer, too, that, a lot of big-name trainers in this race. Brad Cox, Bob Baffert, some big international names. A guy that actually is accustomed to winning in the desert, but the desert in New Mexico. Todd Fincher.
Yeah, interesting, right? And listen, there's a lot of good horsemen and women out there that don't get opportunity. At the end of the day, it's horse racing. And there are a lot of capable horse people that can get a horse prepared. They just need opportunity. It's the same thing with jockeys. It's not jockey racing, it's horse racing. And if you give people an opportunity, they'll make the most of it. And obviously he made the most of this. Listen, I think it was a very satisfying result on many levels.
Meanwhile, earlier on the card, it has not traditionally been, or really ever been, a successful path going to the Saudi Derby, trying to get to the Kentucky Derby. We'll see what happens with Forever Young. Bookham Dano, we saw in the States. They talked about going to this spot, had run such a big race in the prep for this. Runs huge, looks like he is on to victory. But Forever Young, so much hype about this horse, and he lives up to it.
He really lives up to it. Bookham Dano, when he changed his right lead, looked like he was going to just kick away and finish the deal. And the winner just keeps coming. Forever Young on the wrong lead, and the length of that stretch, that long stretch, was able to get his nose down on the wire, and Bookham Dano got pinched right at the wire.
What a brutal beat. She runs a huge effort. There's no losing performance here. That was big-time effort from Bookham Dano. Forever Young, though, who wins this race, now a perfect 4 for 4. And it sounds like they want to try and take that path to get to Louisville that first Saturday in May.
So from what I've read,
real quick, Pat Day Mile, it sounds like, for Bookham Dano.
Well, and listen, I really think they're doing a great job managing Bookham Dano, kind of looking at him like maybe he's going to have distance limitations. So this was a huge effort by them to bring him here, a huge purse, and it had to be heartbreaking. I mean, to lose and the last stride. But if you really look at the winner, did a lot of things wrong. Didn't break particularly sharp, had a lot of ground to cover, didn't change leads, and still got up. Where Bookham Dano really worked out a good trip and did everything professionally, he just got nipped.
Exciting horse, both those two. But Forever Young, there was a lot of talk about this horse having big ability. We'll see if he can continue. If he figures all those things out, how much better can he get?
Well, again, if he would have switched to his right lead, you got to think it would have helped his finishing kick. And the fact that he lingered on his left lead all through that long stretch and was still relentless in his pursuit of Bookham Dano, that was a big effort.
Brad Cox in the Rebel, and he overwhelmingly has the horse to beat in the nightcap as well. Maiden special weight to close out the card on Rebel Saturday. Mile and a 16th, and crushed it for Brad Cox with Christian Torres. Horse who's going to be forward. Tried to go gate to wire last time out in his second start on a wet track at a mile. Just got caught at 4 to 5, but look how far clear he was at third place finisher. More than 8 lengths back to third in that race. Now he has the benefit of going a route race already. Is this one all about crushed it? We're going to find out coming up.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
War Saichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
War Saichi has scampered well clear. War Saichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and we still have one more to go here at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The Rebel definitely lived up to the hype, a definite big performance and a step forward for Timberlake. And now we're going to close out the day, Paulie, with a maiden special weight for the 3-year-olds who could be potential horses going into Stakes Company, a mile and a 16th on the main track. The number 7 Crushed It for Brad Cox as he'll look to sweep the late double here. This one taking all the money.
Yeah, and right now, set 4 to 5 on Crushed It. And, you know, back-to-back efforts where this horse has just barely gotten beat. Last time got beat by a neck, but was well clear. I mean, both races, this horse has been well clear of the second and third place finisher. 6 clear both times. And you wonder, like, okay, is this a horse that runs second? And a little difficult to handle there on the rail. But, you know, this horse is running to the wire. It's not like he's giving up, and he's so much well clear. He's definitely the horse to beat here.
Christian Torres will be aboard for the first time. He and Brad, as mentioned, looking to sweep the late double after taking the Rebel with Timberlake. Horses on the track. A nice, easy way to wrap up the day, Paul. A field of 12 for maidens just to finish up here on Rebel Day. But, of course, that Brad Cox runner Crushed It, a worthy favorite. Interesting, the number 1 Sicilian Defense, who will kick off our post-parade in a moment. You brought this up to me, which is true. Cherie DeVoe doesn't ship many horses here to Oaklawn. This is only your 3rd starter this meet, and this one a maiden who debuted at Gulfstream and didn't do too much running.
And got bet, too.
Yeah.
Broke on top and actually kind of like just gathered her feet a little bit, or his feet a little bit, and didn't get it going. You know, his horses by a dam called Strombolian. Don't really know, but I know Strombolian is a volcanic activity. Sicilian Defense, never heard of that, but I think this horse has got a look.
Volcanic activity. Yes. Maggie, I hope you can work with that.
Right, Bobby?
volcanic activity. No, I cannot necessarily work with volcanic activity. I did listen to a good podcast, Acacia, I know you and I like our podcast, about a helicopter crash in a Hawaiian volcano, and they were stuck down there for like 2 days. Crazy story. Glad I'm not taking helicopter rides over volcanoes. I am here at Oaklawn Park, where it's been a fabulous day. Attendance, well, a little bit over 46,000. That's what you get when the weather is great here and people come out to see these races. So it's been a spectacular day. Timberlake delivered, and the coach, the Hall of Famer, the legend, he certainly had one heck of a day in winning with Lemon Muffin in the Honeybee and seeing her well on her way to the Kentucky Oaks. But taking a look at the field, or a few of them here for this 12th and final nightcap, number 7 crushed it. Yeah, he's run fast enough in his first 2 races. Does he really want to go this far? I think that is the main question I have with him. Son of Dialed In is smaller, is very compact. He's game, I'll give him that, but I'm still not sold, especially at his 4 to 5 price, that he is a legit 2-term Mountain of 16th type. So let's take a look at some others in here, including number 2, Give Me a Reason, who is currently 7 to 2. He's probably the best looking horse in this field. Son of Justify, coming off a little bit of a layoff. He broke forward, then dropped back on the turn wall. It looked as though he was getting out a little bit, and then he kind of got engaged again around the second turn. He just looked green in that first try around the 2 turns, still running 4th that day. If he takes another step forward, in which he certainly was complimented by Common Defense, then coming back, breaking his mating and running well in the last race in the Rebel. But I like what I'm seeing from this guy. He looks ready, fit, strong, just showing me all the things you want to see for a horse coming back off a little bit of a break. Now, you guys talking about number 1, Sicilian Defense, a son of Uncle Mo, and he broke well that day at Gulfstream, but he just could not keep pace at all. To me, he looks like a horse that wants this distance. He certainly has a pedigree. Uncle Mo out of a Giant's Causeway mare. He has a nice, fluid but elongated walk, and those types to me just say distance. He's very fit coming in here too. I think he's really intriguing. You guys pointed out the fact that, yeah, he took money in the debut, in which he was wired by Turn Up the Trees, who was a heavy favorite that day. So I think Sicilian Defense is the price horse at 16 to 1 that you want to use, Acacia.
Sicilian Defense on the track now. Maggie, thank you. This one's stretching out in distance. We'll see if that will help him to take a step forward. And now we know a little bit about the history of his name, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, right?
16 to 1 right now on the board.
Yeah, and you 3 to 5 right now on Crushed It. So I can understand. I guess a lot of people are pinning their hopes on Crushed It here at 3 to 5. But, Give Me a Reason. Another good song by Tracy Chapman that a lot of people don't realize. But
that's such a good song.
Oh, great song.
Tracy has healing powers.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, like Maggie just said, this horse was right behind Common Defense, who just ran tremendous. Okay, yep. Now Sitka the 3's had 1 start, was 8 to 1. He lost to Common Defense. So I think the 2 and the 3 could be viable if they improve a little bit here. The 1 as well. Yeah, they're all going to have to run the beat to 7, most definitely in here. But I do think the 1, 2, and 3 are the 3 horses that can maybe get it done.
As far as pedigree, the 2, Give Me a Reason, has a monster pedigree. He was a $500,000 son of Justify. It has that good female family where he's half to Creative Cause, yep. Destin, Vexatious. I mean, there's distance in the pedigree. Destin just missing the Belmont Stakes, and there's quality in the pedigree as well.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is when you ever look at Steve Asmussen's pattern, most of the time he'll start a horse at 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs. He very rarely starts a horse in a mile. So he started this horse at 7 furlongs and immediately went long, and he's such a good he has such a good barometer on his horses and knows exactly what they want to do. So whenever you see a horse off a layoff, Steve's going to have him ready to go long, because he wanted this horse, I think, to go long from the beginning. And he's a big gray son, too, out of Siberian Summer mare. That's got to be an older mare, but he was a fast runner in California in his day.
Absolutely. There he is. Give me a reason. Got some high marks from Maggie in the preliminaries as well. It's been a tremendous day of racing, just as Maggie was saying. I got a chance to experience it outside with you a little bit yesterday. The fans here at Oaklawn are fantastic. So engaged with what's happening on the track as well, which you love to see. And the excitement here for such a beautiful day and a tremendous card of racing. The stakes really delivered this afternoon.
No, they did. They delivered as usual here. Almost 40 to 50,000 people in here, and it was comfortable. That's the thing about it. Sometimes when you get crowds, everybody's like, "Oh, it's 50,000." It wasn't. It was very comfortable. You could walk around. Everybody was gracious. You could get in and out of the bathrooms just fine. And hopefully, you made a little bit of money. There were some prices. If you were able to catch a couple prices, you even catching Timberlake, who a lot of people singled, and if you're live to the 7 here, your pick 5 still paying almost $1,000. There's some big payoffs here if the 7 gets upset here.
Lemon Muffin, a big upset earlier for the coach
Keith
as well.
Getting his first
Keith
stakes
Asmussen getting his first stakes win. Some pretty special moments on the track
I think the most special moment, I mean, listen, Timberlake winning, obviously a major player going forward. The moment for me today was Keith Asmussen's
You've
smile.
really gotten to follow him so closely.
His smile
here,
is, I've known him since he's 12 years old. And to see the smile on that kid's face, because he is very quiet. He keeps a lot to himself. He's a very cerebral kid. He's not very emotional. I've never seen him that emotional put a smile on my face.
Pretty excited coming down to the wire to a moment he will never forget. One more race, the nightcap from Oaklawn Park, what has been a tremendous Rebel day. The favorite crushed it, looking to crush it in the final race of the day. One more time this afternoon, here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Here's Code Word and the Calumet Farm colors going in. Thousand Springs to post position number 10. They're waiting for Thousand Springs. He's gone in. God's Country. 2 more runners to round out the field here. PJ's Song to post 6. And then to the outside, Gotta Have Dreams. Good luck in the nightcap. We're ready to go. And we're off in the finale. Charleston out there alertly, but is going to take back. Here's the first-time starter Code Word up on the pace. Sicilian Defense from the inside. Give me a reason striding with him into the turn. Sicilian Defense, Give Me a Reason 1-2. Code Word sets up shop third. Yell County is 4 deep trying to tuck over around that turn. We'll Take It joining Sitka. They're together. They're only 2 lengths off the pace, and there's Crushed It. The favorite parked 3 wide out of harm's way. Another 2 lengths back to Charleston. God's Country, the Arkansas bred, is next. A bit keen here. Approaching the backstretch run. Gotta Have Dreams alongside of him. Thousand Springs, PJ's Song. Those 2 share the back marker's spot. So they're down the backstretch in the nightcap on Rebel Stakes Day 2024. Give Me a Reason, and Tyler Gaffleone emerged from the crowd a half length in front. Code Word second. Yell County is advanced position. He's third, 3 wide. Then comes We'll Take It. Back in a pocket, 4th into the turn. A length and a half to Sitka. Crushed It is outside of him. Then Gotta Have Dreams into the 4-turn run. Sicilian Defense in the meantime, he's called it a day. Charleston tries to make a move. He's 6 lengths behind, but under a ride. PJ's Song needs to do more. Thousand Springs, God's Country are next as they come to the top of the stretch here. Give Me a Reason. Sent along to keep pace. He's still in front. There goes Crushed It. Crushed It is asked for his best, and he just blew past the leaders. Crushed It on the outside to the front. We'll Take It is coming on between horses, and Crushed It very green now, starting to get leg weary, and Crushed It is dropping dropping back. He's beaten. Will take it at 42-1, trying to spring the upset. Give me a reason. Fighting hard, though. Give me a reason. Will take it. A slugfest to end Rebel Day, and it goes to, oh, it's a photo finish. The heads were up and down. We're not going to call that. Give me a reason. Will take it on the line with Charleston third, and fourth was Yell County.
That was a thriller in the finale here in race 12. Matt Dinnerman not even calling it. Paul, normally I'd ask you to see it. It's the end of the day. We don't have our monitor, so I'm not going to ask you to call that photo. But the 4 will take it, who was 42-1, and then the 2, Give Me a Reason, who's 3-1. If you had the 42-1 shot, I just hope for your sake that you got this photo, because that would be a tough beat.
This is crazy. It's going to go down to a kebab. The 2 just kept battling back. The 4 looked like he had him nailed at the wire, and it looks like the 2 held on the inside. If you had the all button and you were reaching for that 42-1 shot, that is a bad beat, but you got to give credit. I said to you before, Steve was going to have this horse fit, and he fought off a lot of different horses. I think he won the bob. He got the bob back. And poor Eddie Milligan, he's been really, his horse has been running tremendous. And this 4 took dead aim, and the 2 just dug right back in. The Brad Cox runner just had an okay trip, just didn't fire. He kind of hung a little bit down the lane.
It looked like Crushed at the 7 was looming up on the outside, was going to make a run. And then, as you had said, it looks like he's going to hang. And he kind of pulled himself up in the stretch, as it was the number 2, Give Me a Reason, who got the bob over 42-1 shot. Will take it. A tight photo finish and a thriller for the finale.
Yeah, it was a thriller. Mal, it just ended the day perfect, right? Another head bob. And the job gets done by Tyler Gaffalione, who kind of stole the show a little bit today.
Yeah, he had a good day coming in here to Oaklawn Park, that's for sure. Paul, it was such a pleasure getting a chance to share the set with you.
Same with you.
Yeah, we don't get to work together on the desk that often, so it was a lot of fun, of course, having Maggie here with us as well. And all of you, thank you so much for joining us for Rebel Day from Oaklawn Park, not to mention all the great racing that we had in New York as well. Favorite performance today?
Well, obviously going to say Timberlake, but I'm going with Keith Asmussen's smile. That's it. I don't care about the performance. That smile was gorgeous.
The smile said it all. What a tremendous day of racing on a beautiful afternoon here in Hot Springs, Arkansas, as we march on to the Arkansas Derby and the Kentucky Derby. Plenty of points picked up today. It was Lemon Muffin. First graded stakes win for Keith Asmussen, pulling the big upset for the coach Wayne Lucas in the Honeybee. A bit of an upset in the Razorback as well. Octane, the Florida bred, holding off all challengers under Julian Leparoux. And then Timberlake said, what goes around comes back around. He got back to the winner's circle today in the Rebel, back on America's Day at the races from 3 to 6:30 tomorrow. Good night, everyone.